wrapping up week 2 of the Belmont Park Fall Meet. We have some more stakes action this afternoon as Grade 1 winner Bella Sophia is back for more, and today is at Gallant Bloom. What an exciting victory she brought in the Grade 1 test at Saratoga for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. She'll have a nice matchup, though, with Lake Avenue, who looks to break through 3 straight seconds for that talented filly. That includes a second in the Grade 1 Ballerina last time out behind Gamine. We also have racing for you beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. In today's featured 9th race, Trident Hit comes out of a stakes try last time out for trainer Ron Moquette. Loves it here at Churchill Downs. 2 out of his 3 victories there in Louisville, Kentucky. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, alongside Jonathan Kinchin, and nice to get a chance to be on set with you for the early show here, JK.
I'm just happy that it's nice and chilly out here, and so as you can see with this nice HD camera, I am not sweating yet. That is good.
We'll see what happens a little bit later. If he's like this in a photo, then we may see the sweat coming out a little bit later on. But great at stake today, JK, the Gallant Bloom, Grade 2, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And, of course, all eyes on Grade 1 test victress Bella Sophia.
Yeah, facing older today, which will be interesting. She's drawing down on the inside, but speed figure suggests she shouldn't have any problems in that regard. She was unbelievably impressive in the test. I don't think she really overcame a lot of adversity in the race, but it still is the Grade 1 test, and she did it the right way, and she did it fast.
It's a very prestigious race that she won at Saratoga. She was a little bit of a price. She did be older in that allowance 2 starts back, though obviously facing tougher competition today. But what a victory. The celebration from Rudy Rodriguez afterwards, just so special, on a horse that the connection's up for just $20,000.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you can grab a horse for $20,000 and win any race at Saratoga, I'd call it a victory, let alone the Grade 1 test. One of my favorite races of the summer, where you get to see those kind of Kentucky Oaks types horses decide that they want to go around one turn, and you also have the horses like this that are just sprinters through and through. Now, I'm excited to see Bella Sophia run here. I think she'll be tough to beat here, and then it'll be exciting to see her go on and take on horses like Gamine.
And she's just so fast. There she is going into the winner's circle for the Grade 1 test. That tremendous victory, big celebrations, just nothing like it. She will have a very formidable foe, though, in a horse that's been running against the top company lately as far as sprinters go. That's Lake Avenue, who's the number 4. She comes out of 3 second-place finishes. That was behind Estilo Talentoso, Bell's the 1, and Gamine.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Gamine, obviously the best female sprinter in the country. You see in front in the white silks with the blue nose band, but right down to the inside, Lake Avenue finished well this day. And I always give horses upgrades when they finish like she did towards the inside. I think it's a lot easier for horses to finish on the outside. A majority of their training in the morning when they're passing horses, it's typically on the outside. And so I always give a little bit of a bonus credit for horses that are finishing up the inside.
She's much improved. She won the Heavenly Prize at Aqueduct back in March, and she's been keeping company with some of the best in the division, as mentioned. So looking forward to seeing that matchup a little bit later on. But of course, all eyes on Grade 1 winner Bella Sophia. We also have the 2-year-old New York breds in the spotlight a little bit earlier on in the day as we take a look at the field for the Bertram Bongard. And one horse that is 2 for 2, New York bred Senbei. He has a lot of speed. Likely will try to take them gate to wire once again.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I told Dean Reeves the night before Senbei run that I thought he was up against it, being down on the inside. There was a ton of speed in that race, and I just thought that he was going to be in trouble, and he proved me wrong. He took pressure. He went fast early with good horses left on his outside, and he put away all the speed. And I wouldn't even say he held off the closers. He ran away from the closers. Senbei, a very talented racehorse. The biggest question for him is he's going to appreciate the extra distance. You never know until they do it, but maybe he won't have to run as fast early, and he will be able to kind of finish his race a little bit faster than he did in the last one.
Has to navigate the extra half furlong today, going the 7 furlongs as he won the funny side at Saratoga last time out. A horse that was 3rd in that race, Happy B in here as well. 4th for Shipsational, who had a lot of trouble at the beginning of the race. He'll get a rematch out of that funny side at Saratoga, but so much opportunity for those 2-year-old New York breds. You can play along with all of the action with your Naira Bets account. We hope that you sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members Can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up. Get up to $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairoBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. As we take a look at what's on tap today, today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what we have on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Races 1 through 10 at Belmont Park, including those 2 stakes we talked about, fast and good on the turf. Churchill Downs races 1 through 10. That featured 9th race. Should be a fun one as we're dealing with the fast main track there in Louisville, Kentucky. Churchill Downs will be the site of our first live race on the program. 7 furlongs on the main track. Again, no turf racing at Churchill in this fall meet. $20,000 claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, and escape fund for Tom Van Berg. Currently 3-2 on the board. We'll talk more about the opener at Churchill Downs after this quick break. Stay with us for a lot more to come on this Sunday afternoon on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. First race at Churchill Downs is our first order of business. Looks like a beautiful afternoon there, too, in Louisville, Kentucky, as we get the call for riders up. Again, 7 furlongs on the main track in this $20,000 claiming race. And we have a short price favorite, Jonathan, in the number 7 Escape Fund.
Yeah, this is a horse that has been running in allowance races. Protected, but he's got a ton of early speed, and a lot of times you'll see horses that are drawn towards the outside who in my opinion, who have speed, and they end up getting just a very comfortable trip. They don't have to go as fast as they've gone early because they can kind of dictate, see what's going on. I feel like sometimes horses get stuck down on the inside. They get asked to run a little bit harder than they want to early, and then when they turn for home, they're tired. The other thing is, there's not really anything else in here, so good for you, Escape Fun. You found the right spot.
Sometimes it's just about finding your friends as we get the call to post for the opener at Churchill Downs. This one was running against, as you mentioned, Allowance Company at Belterra in the last couple of starts. We'll see how that form does carry over. Was beaten as the favorite last time, but does meet, I think, a soft field today. As we take a look at the post parade, starting with the 1 Stunning Munnings. We know this guy from New York.
Yeah, a lot of New York, and then he just left us. Went to Churchill. Ran for 14 last time. I don't like this horse. Doesn't have a lot of speed from the inside.
Turf to dirt for the 2, Well Spent.
Yeah, this feels like a horse that there's no turf racing at Churchill because they're renovating the racetrack, and you'll see that when they're running. But I feel like this horse probably wants to be on the turf.
Here's the 3, Nostalgia.
Another one. I think this horse would prefer to be on the turf. Did win for $10,000 last time. Now is up in class for 20 and switching surfaces.
Here's Clear Steps, the 4.
Yeah, this is another one who has some speed and has a couple of dirt races that can make that one competitive. Not bad underneath at 16-1.
Sapphire Royalties, the 5 on the drop.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran well last time too. Got a lot of was a little bit wide around there. Showed some good early speed as well.
Number 6 is Brianna.
Yeah, another one. 4 turf races in a row. Shows up here on the dirt. Is dropping in. Was claimed for $25,000 a couple starts back.
Big warm-up under Corey Lannery for the 7 Escape Fund.
Yeah, one of those warm-ups that makes me think that Corey's got the same idea I do. Break away from there. You're on the best horse, and let's see what happens.
And Yogurt.
I prefer frozen yogurt.
Same.
The what's it like? Tart? Is it tarty regular yogurt? It's like kind of, I don't know. I don't like
Greek
it.
yogurt?
Not it's all of it. I skipped that entire section at the grocery store.
That's fair. Froyo on the menu later on. With Twin Spire's Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. 8 to 5 right now on Escape Fund. And I think the board kind of reflects it, Jonathan. The 5 Sapphire Royalty on the drop, I thought was kind of the other one, so to speak, in here.
Yeah, and that's a pretty, it's a significant drop. He's in here in half. And the other thing is, last time when he ran for 40, she ran for 40, excuse me, it was open 40. It wasn't like a, non-winners of whatever. This is non-winners of 3. So a much tougher spot. Some might look at that as a negative, dropping that aggressively into a spot like this. But I think this is the one that you probably want. And I do, like you mentioned, like the cutback. This horse showed a lot of early speed and seemed to get tired late. And a lot of times you can identify that if you look at pace figures. I prefer Timeform US, where it'll show you how fast the horse was running early numerically, and then you can see how the horse finished, and you can sometimes see where the figure is slowing down throughout the race. And I think that's an indication that a horse will appreciate a cutback.
We'll see how turn back in distance does suit today, going 7 furlongs on the main track as we're looking at the favorite Escape Fund, stretching out a little bit, coming in from Belterra, but did win the non-winners of 2 condition back in June at Churchill Downs. Now, we've kind of found watching these Churchill races, Jonathan, that being on the inside, and it hasn't been every single day, it hasn't been as much in the fall as it was in the spring, but I think it seemed in the spring in particular, and a few days now in the fall as well at Churchill, being down on the inside was really where you wanted to be on the track.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like, the last 20 years, a lot of biases would pop up at racetracks. Sometimes the inside would be good, sometimes it wouldn't be good. But I think like in the last 5 years, it feels like historically, a lot of these racetracks, being down right on the rail has not necessarily been ideal. And it's tricky because from a geometry standpoint, you're saving ground on the inside, so you'd like to think that being down on the inside is a good trip. I think that Churchill has been pretty darn fair. It's just kind of reverted back to you're saving ground, you're down on the inside. If you're on the inside, you're probably with the tactical speed horse. On the dirt, those obviously do well. I haven't felt like it's been a gold rail. I just feel like it's where you've wanted to be. Nonetheless, I still, when it comes to dirt racing, I want to be in that, I call it that Todd Pletcher, Johnny V trip, sitting second or third, right outside, on the pace, in the clear, not getting stopped, not getting pressure, not being surrounded by horses. And so, although geometry would suggest being on the inside is where you want to be, I'm fine with the 7 Escape Fund in here being a little bit drawn outside, especially the main competition can sit right off of Sapphire Royalty and kind of make the decisions throughout the running of the race rather than Sapphire Royalty making the decisions for the 7 Escape Fund.
Was geometry your favorite subject in school?
No, it was not. I wasn't bad at it. I remember I had one of my meanest teachers in geometry. She was
I really
tough.
like geometry.
What was that theorem? I can never say.
Pythagorean?
Yep, that's why I let you do it.
I got you. As we're taking a look at the number 5 Sapphire Royalty. Now, you kind of talked about in the post-parade, like with the 3 Nostalgia, who won 2 starts back. And we're going to see this a little bit later on in some of the maiden races at Churchill. Horses that are clearly turf meant, the second, a perfect example of that. And there is no turf racing at Churchill. Handicapping these kinds of races, these kinds of horses, a little bit tricky to figure out how they may fare in these main track races.
Yeah, you can hopefully look back at some of their dirt races, and you look back at Nostalgias, they're not really great. You look, the last win came on the turf. The win before that came on a synthetic surface at Turfway. And so, and in fact, it's just, so you have to think that these horses are ready to run. You have to kind of run them. You have them at your barn wherever you are. If you're in Kentucky, you don't want to ship a $20,000 claimer to somewhere. It's going to cost money to ship them, and so you just kind of see what happens, and then maybe someone will take the horse, claim the horse for you, and you can move the horse along. That way, you don't have to deal with the idea of where am I going to run this dirt horse here in Kentucky. Let it be someone else's problem.
We'll see how these horses fare on the main track. Again, all on the main track at Churchill Downs this fall meet. They go into the starting gate. Number 7, Escape Fund, your favorite in the opener. Beneath the Twin Spires, we send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call.
Last one in will be Yogurt. They're in the gate. And they're off. Clear Steps breaks alertly. Brianna is also showing some speed. Escape Fund is there. Yoga on the far outside. Up to shoot and heading for the main track in the Sunday opener. And Clear Steps steps out to lead by 2. Brianna's running along in second. Well Spent toward the inside is third. Escape Fund is fourth. Yogurt is fifth. Nostalgia on the move from 6th. Stunning Munnings down inside 7th. And Sapphire Royalty in tight at the back in 8th. The clear-cut leader is Clear Steps. Out there winging it on a 2.5 length advantage. Well Spent is keyed up toward the inside, firmly held, reserved at the rail. Brianna moves up 1 spot with 4 furlongs to go. That opening quarter mile goes in 22 seconds flat. Clear Steps is stopping on the far turn. Clear Steps is being pulled up out of the race. That leaves Well Spent down the lead with Brianna. So these two are head and head for the lead. Escape Fund is racing in 3rd. Yogurt is coming on from the far outside out of 4th. Stunning Munnings down inside 5th. Sapphire Royalty trying to find a way through 6th. Nostalgia at the back of the pack in 7th. They are off the turn. Well Spent and Brianna head to head for the lead. Brianna short lead on the wrong lead though. Well Spent tries to fight back toward the rail. Yogurt is in 3rd. Sapphire Royalty runs up into 4th. Final 16th now. Brianna's opening up by 1.5 lengths. Now Brianna's opening up by 2, and it will be Brianna. Brianna, the winner of the opener. It's going to be tight for second. Maybe that goes to Yogurt. Well Spent right there. Sapphire Royalty was 4th.
Hanging on that left lead, but it didn't matter. Number 6, Brianna, with the win in the opener under Julian Leproux.
Yeah, look, last 4 starts on the turf, but the 2 dirt starts prior to that were competitive. Competitive if the 2 top horses didn't show up, the 5, Sapphire Royalty, and the 7, Escape Fund, who didn't show up, and that can happen. I think that there's going to be opportunities if you can dig deeper in the past performances when you're looking at races like this, where you have these turf horses that might need to, or they seem like turf horses, they've been running on the turf, but they're back on the dirt. I think, you want to dig a little bit deeper. Daily Racing Form does offer lifetime past performances if you want to dig real deep to figure out. Timeform US as well shows an entire lifetime past performance so that you can find those dirt races. You didn't have to look too far to find Brianna's.
6-8-2. In the first at Churchill Downs. Congratulations to the connections. As we turn the page, we get ready to kick off the live racing action at beautiful Belmont Park. We'll be on the main track in this maiden special weight. There's the filly taking all the money. Stretching out in distance is the number 1, Shalimar Gardens. We'll talk more about it after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Consistently versatile with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexingtonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead. A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Leaving the paddock for the opener at beautiful Belmont Park, 1-5 right now on Shalimar Gardens, who's stretching out in distance. The filly by Uncle Mo has finished in the money in her 2 prior starts. Do you think that's too short on her, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, 1-5 is too short. But I do think she's the most likely winner. I think she's the horse that will likely win. She's drawn on the inside. I kind of like that sometimes because at least you know you're going to kind of get that hustle. I'm on the best horse that kind of hustled, sinned away from their ride from Jose. You don't want to get stuck in behind at 1-5, sitting in the pocket. Just go on with it with a horse that has some tactical speed. The way she kind of finished her races, I think she'll stretch out as well. So she's the horse to beat, but definitely not the horse to bet at 1-5. But thank goodness there's a pick 5 starting here, $241,000 in the pool right now. So you can single this horse and get started unless you have other ideas.
Out of Princess Violet, Grade 1 winner. She won the Mother Goose. She was best sprinting, but she did win going long as well. Richard Migliore sighting walking down the horse path.
That was a beautiful little angle of Richie.
Strutting with a purpose down the horse path at beautiful Belmont Park. There's a look at Big City Mama taking some attention at 9-2. She hasn't shown much in her start so far. We'll kick off the post parade though with the 1 Shalimar Gardens.
Yeah, the horse to beat has tactical speed, drawn on the inside, ran well last time. Should improve second off of a break.
Here's the 2 Tequila, who has actually crossed the wire first before.
She did. Her fast number 2 back on the dirt was on a sloppy racetrack, and it's kind of an outlier to her other races. I question the figure.
Here's the 3 Big City Mama.
Yeah, the race kind of fell apart last time, and she was kind of out of it, coming to pick up the pieces. Speed figures are a little bit lacking.
Number 4, Violent Vixen, back to the main track.
Yeah, been running for 50,000 maiden claiming, 40,000 maiden claiming. Now is protected. I think these waters might be too deep.
Here's Boss Cara stretching out.
Puts the blinkers on. This horse has a little bit of tactical speed, but I do think is up against it. Doesn't seem to finish her races.
And the number 6, My Sunny Valentine.
This is another one. Ran for 40 last time, then 30. 30, then 40, whichever way you want to look at it. Another one I feel is probably in deep water.
Stepping up to face tougher today. You can follow along, get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. Early pick 5 kicking off here 1-5 on Shalimar Gardens as we welcome in officially Richard Migliore. Richie, we saw you already walking down the horse path, getting a good look at this opener. What are you seeing?
Yeah, my bow legs walking down the horse path there. Well, just looking at this field, I mean, we have a big favorite in the 1 Shalimar Gardens, and I think a rightful favorite. She suffered through a very tough trip last time. Jose Ortiz kind of tried to force or wedge his way up in between horses, and it just didn't work out to be a good trip for him. She gets a little bit further today, being by Uncle Mo, and certainly from a physical perspective, looks like the mile should really suit her, and she works out any kind of a trip. She's going to be very tough to beat. I really like the 2 Tequila. I think that she's just made a really nice impression in the paddock. Now, I was talking with Mark Hennig, her conditioner, and he said that he had wanted to get her back on the dirt. They hadn't let a long dirt maiden race go for fillies, so just out of desperation, he ran her on the turf in Saratoga. He was hoping that that would rain off. Obviously, it didn't. He kept her in. She had that race under her belt. She's back to the surface that she wants, though, and that's the only reason why she hadn't run back on the dirt going long. They just couldn't get a race to go for her going that distance. And then the 5 Boss Cara. Now, to me, looking at the race, she's a big long shot. She looked like the speed of the race. And when we try to handicap, Jonathan knows this, we try to figure out how a race is going to be run. Well, talking with her trainer, Mitch Friedman, he told Dylan Davis, I want you to take this filly back. I don't want her on the lead. I want you to rate her. So it kind of throws a little bit of a monkey wrench into how you think this race could play out. I think that makes the 2 Tequila lone speed then, if she is going to actually, if Dylan is successful in rating her. So, when we get at, after jockeys, why didn't they go? Well, this is one case we know up front that his instructions on the 5, Boss Cara, is to take back.
All right, Richie, thank you. Interesting information there. Boss Cara instructions not to send early on, though a big long shot. She looked on paper like she might have had an outcome as far as the pace.
I kind of love that. I mean, There's other jurisdictions in the world where they kind of have to declare what they're going to do, so the bettors have an idea what the intent is. I mean, I'm not saying we need to do that here, but it's an interesting idea, and it's also interesting. Like I'm going to be watching Bongard to understand something. I want to learn something here. I want to understand what Mitch Friedman saw or believes about this horse, that he feels like she's going to appreciate that ride, and I'm going to be curious to see how it pans out. I feel like you can gather a lot from information that you can hear on the show. It's one of my favorite parts of being on and watching the show when I'm not on. It reminds me of this summer with, I believe, Gold Panda for Charlie Banker, where he told Maggie that maybe I think she wants longer. And so that day she came back and she was longer, I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect, because you got to get a little bit of inside information. So I'm interested to see how Dylan handles the 5 Boscara.
Big long shot, but here's your favorite, the number 1, Shalimar Gardens, who does stretch out in distance. As Richie talked about the trouble she had, she was squeezed out of position early on in the race, and that's by virtue of the fact sometimes inexperienced horses just kind of coming over, losing her spot a few strides out of the gate.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially for a young horse. And one of the things that you'll notice right here, you probably can't see it all that well, is it was a sloppy racetrack. That kicked back, in my opinion, and I've confirmed this with people who know better than I, Richie and Gary, the kickback's just a little bit more, I don't want to say intense, but significant on a sloppy racetrack, especially for a young horse. She was in behind horses, getting mud kicked in her face. And once she gets into the clear here, she really starts to level off and run. She's not going to have to deal with that today, especially if she breaks well from the inside, now that Jose's gotten to know her a little bit better after that last start. Get her away from there clean from the inside, and she shouldn't have any dirt in her face, and maybe Jose can just recycle only 1 pair of goggles.
Yeah, we'll see if he doesn't have to pull down a few extra there. As we saw some greenness, remember, in the stretch as well, lugging in, leaning on a mate. That's a typical. What do you think about what Richie said about Tequila? And we see it time and time again. You're a prisoner of the condition book and what kind of races they write, what kind of races fill, and where you have the opportunity to run a horse. But she does have speed, and she's shown that on the main track.
She does have some tactical speed, and the fact that they've tried to run her longer makes me think that they think she can, that she does have some stamina. And Richie and Gary have talked about it on the show. I was always very confused about exactly who benefited from a 1-turn mile, and from talking to them, it feels like a more stamina driven race, because you don't have to slow down going into that first turn. You're in a straightaway the entire time. They're running. So because Tequila has some speed, and because they've been putting her in longer races, I'd assume that they believe she has some stamina. Maybe, just maybe, she'll just outlast a horse like Shalimar Gardens, who maybe doesn't want to go this far. So 1 to 5 shots get beat all the time. And it happens often. And if maybe that's an angle that you could have with the 2 Tequilas, that she wants to go this far, and she is in a nice position being drawn outside of her main competition.
You see the prices from the opener at Churchill, $31.80 winner, and Brianna in the opener at Churchill, 682. We'll have more live racing from Churchill Downs in a little while, but 1 to 5. Meanwhile, right now on the number 1, Shalimar Gardens. To the outside, the number 6, My Sunny Valentine. Could be one who we know will handle the distance, but class is a question. And the early pick 5 kicking off here. Would you single in the first leg, Jonathan?
I would single, but I think that you have to ask yourself, what are your opinions? If you have another single later, if you you love a 40-to-1 shot later, then there might be a situation where you can use a couple of horses in here. Now, what I would recommend, and it's always hard on the show because of the nature of the show to be able to get these points across, but I'll take the next 45 seconds to try to do that. Ticket construction, this is a great example of ticket construction. If you want to use the 1 and the 2, but you believe that the 1 is a much more likely winner, then you need to play 2 pick 5s. Play a pick 5, for instance, for $2 using the 1, and play it for 50 cents using the 2 or whoever else you might like. The idea that if you believe the 1 is going to win this race, but you're a little bit nervous the 2 might run her down late, you don't need to use them equally. You don't need to use the 1, 2 in the first leg, because that's not reflecting your opinion. Your opinion is the 1 is the most likely winner. So just make another ticket and have 2 tickets and spend a little bit more money on the 1. Spend $1 ticket, a $2 ticket, a $5 ticket, depending on what the rest of your opinions are, and then kind of have a quote-unquote saver ticket with the 2. If you're making 1 pick 5 wager, you're probably wrong. I always joke that, you know, we get up early and we look at races and we stay up late handicapping races and spend hours looking at the form and watching replays, and then you basically construct your ticket as you're walking to the window. It's my opinion that that's wrong, and I think that trying to be more diligent and spending more time on ticket construction could see your ROI improve.
Great insight as always. As we see the 1-5 shot, Shalimar Gardens go into the starting gate for the opener at beautiful Belmont Park. Short price favorite, all eyes on that filly by Uncle Mo. We'll see if she runs to her odds. Here is the filly that could potentially be the main speed and her biggest danger, Tequila for Mark Hennig. We send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbriel with the call.
Waiting for Boss Cara and My Sunny Valentine. And they're in the gate. And they're off. And a clean start from that inside post for Shalimar Gardens, who's going out for the lead along with Boss Cara. So it is Shalimar Gardens on the inside and Boss Cara on the outside as the field moves up the backstretch. And down on the inside is Tequila, who's right behind My Sunny Valentine. Violent Vixen's on the outside. Big City Mama's the trailer. Shalimar Gardens leads through a quarter in 24-1. Shalimar Gardens by a full length. Boss Cara second by a head. Tequila in the white blinkers down at the rail in third. Far outside My Sunny Valentine. Big City Mama's moved up a spot. Violent Vixen is the trailer. The leader is Shalimar Gardens, who takes the field into the far turn. Shalimar Gardens now by 2 lengths. The half in 48 2/5 seconds. Tequila comes through at the rail now to take second. And then it is Boss Cara who's right alongside, followed by My Sunny Valentine, then Violent Vixen and Big City Mama. They're all chasing Shalimar Gardens, who has stepped away now to lead by 5 lengths. Tequila giving chase in second. Violent Vixen comes on through now to take third. Then it is Big City Mama and My Sunny Valentine. 3/4 up in 1:12-4. And the heavy favorite, Shalimar Gardens, has now built an 8-length lead, and clearly the battle will be for second. No doubt about the winner as she breaks her maiden here. It is Shalimar Gardens, much the best at 1-5. Big City Mama comes on to get second, then Violent Vixen and My Sunny Valentine.
One like a 1-5 shot should. Shalimar Gardens, the number 1, much the best.
That was easy.
Easy game, right?
Yeah, and look, this is a situation where if you wanted to if you use 3 horses in this race, you're frustrated right now. And that's kind of the point that we were making before, is that if you thought this was the horse that was the most likely winner, then you know, press that horse up a little bit. I did want to comment. I thought it was the most entertaining part of the race for me was the 5 Boss Cara, who broke on top. And then poor Dylan, I can imagine he had no idea, what am I supposed to do? I'm not gonna wrangle her all the way back to last, and she was right there sitting off the pace. I felt bad for him throughout the entire
You could see the wheels
running.
turning in his head.
What do I do
in this instance? But it was the number 1, Shalimar Gardens, as easy as can be. And like I said, that's how you like to see a 1-5 shot win. The number 3, Big City Mama, up for second, 1-3-4-6 in the opener at Belmont Park. When we come back, we'll bring you prices and reactions from the first at Belmont. We'll also recap all of the exciting action yesterday at Parks. Owner Bill Strauss hugging Flavian Pratt when they found out Hot Rod Charlie gets to stay up in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J1 is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And a bench has won the Del Mar Futurity.
It is Practical Joke in the Preservationist. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Into the winner's circle in the opener at Belmont goes the number 1, Shalimar Gardens. Did it so easily for trainer Horacio De Paz and piloted to victory by Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, this horse was impressive this morning. Obviously, you know, it looked good on paper. Horses like this get beat all the time, but I liked how Jose was aggressive. When you're on the best horse, I want my rider to be aggressive. And that's what I mentioned earlier, is I like the fact that this horse was drawn towards the inside, because you kind of take away that, well, are they going to send? Are they going to take back? Am I going to end up wide? When they're down on the inside on the best horse, they'll typically send them away from there because you don't have a lot of other choices.
$2.70 winner, Big City Mama checking in for third. Violent Vixen in third, with Big City Mama in second. Congratulations to the connections in the first at Belmont Park. Back at Churchill, we get ready for race number 2 today. This one is on the main track, once again going 1 1/16 in this maiden claiming, and this is a perfect example of a race where you have quite a few horses who are turf meant and will be running on the main track today. Leaving the paddock, and we have a 6-5 favorite on the number 5, Carmichael. Also going turf to dirt. Couple of scratches inside and outside, and we kick it off in the post parade. JK with the 2, Bico.
Yeah, this is a horse that took money for Grand Motion at Presque Isle on the synthetic surface, but hasn't run well on the turf. Maybe this horse just wants to be on the dirt.
Gelding by Orb. Here's the 3, Dover Straight.
Yeah, the horse making the first start on the dirt. Ran okay last time on the turf, but how will Dover Straight handle the dirt?
Lots of pedigree for turf, too. Here's Captain Fantastic.
Yeah, this horse ran well a couple, but maybe 4 starts back on the dirt. Got a nice speed figure that day, was close to a pace. The winner of that race was wire to wire. This horse sat right off of that horse.
Number 5, Carmichael, 7-5, co-favorite.
Yeah, you got to dig deep, but this horse does have a race at Churchill Downs, a second place on the dirt with a nice speed figure in and off the turf race, though. I sometimes downgrade those because they're running against turf horses.
Here's the 6, Royal Tryst.
Yeah, it's another horse that has an okay race last year on the dirt at Churchill Downs, but has been spending majority of the time on the turf. It's one of those questions again, which horses are going to handle the surface they've been running on grass prior.
The brother to Warhorse War Story, multiple graded stakes winner. And it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover. What do you got for us?
Yeah, it is going to be the 6, Royal Tryst. This horse is bet down to 7-5. Was the 6-1 morning line, but that was prior to the scratches. This horse, like I said, has a number in the past that makes the horse competitive. But man, no early speed for a horse that's going to be running on the dirt. I just don't like dirt closers, period. I think that you want to be forward in those types of spots. So Royal Tryst is a little bit of a bet against for me. But the market is moving. If you want to bet this market mover or any other horse in this race, go to twinspires.com.
Last time he ran long on dirt, he did run against Greatest Honor and Dynamic One, to be fair.
Fair enough.
Who were in very good form at the time.
They were.
Yep.
They were, and he had some trouble in that race too. So it definitely. And when horses start off on the dirt, you know, you got to think that a trainer like Kenny McPeak saw something that made him believe that this horse had some talent or some ability. Now, the other thing you can say in that, I was trying to be nice to Kenny McPeak. The other thing you can say is, a lot of trainers will try to put a square peg into a round hole. Did I do that right? I mess those up all the time.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Because they want to see if they want to see if they can have a horse that can be a Triple Crown type horse, a dirt. Because there's dirt racing obviously is more prevalent in this country, so you want to find out if your horse can dirt. And so sometimes they'll try them and then realize, okay, this isn't going to work. Let's go back to the turf. So I'm against Royal Tryst, but I wouldn't, you know, like I said, I'm not going to walk off the set if this horse wins.
Well, plus with pedigree too, you as a conditioner, try to balance all of those things and try to find out where the horse fits. It's pedigree. It's what you've seen in the mornings. What is that horse showing from you? As I look back on my notes from seeing this horse back in December, still mentally not there, figuring things out. And I think the reason for the blinkers, and maybe it was just a question of finding the right spot, and sometimes off the turf races or not having the opportunity to run turf races makes you find out, okay, this is just where the horse belongs. You have to be realistic, though he was a high-priced yearling horse purchase.
Yeah, and I think the other storyline of this race is the pace, because there's, you know, the 5 horses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just make sure I had that right. The 5 horses that are in here don't have a lot of speed. And in these dirt races, like I mentioned earlier, you want to be forward. You want, especially if you have a horse that might not necessarily like the turf. I'm sorry, the dirt. And it's not that they don't. It's not only that they don't want to run on it. It's they're not even used to getting the dirt kicked back in their face, because when they're on the grass, they don't have that issue.
And you can't simulate that as much in the morning.
Exactly. And so, for me, you want to try to identify who's going to go to the front. And to me, it's the 4 or the 5. Captain Fantastic, the 4 or the 5. Carmichael, at least in their past dirt races, they have shown a little bit of tactical ability. They have been a little bit more involved. So I project one of those 2 to be towards the front. And if I'm going to, you know, the 5 doesn't stand out to me. The 5 does have that fast figure, but that was back in 2020. I would probably lean towards the 4 as a better price. Just, you know, if I'm in between 2 horses, and that doesn't happen very often where I don't have a lean. If I'm in between 2 horses, it's just kind of like a scale for me. I'm going to go with the horse that's a better price if they're basically the same animal to me.
When you start the handicapping process, is the first thing that you kind of do is envision how the race may set up?
Yeah, that's actually, I'm glad you asked that. I use Timeform US, and they have a pace projector in the top right corner of their platform. And what I do is I handicap the race from the pace projector. So if they think the 4 is going to be on the front, I start with the 4. If they think the 10 is going to be second, then I'll go to the 10. And I do it in order of what they project, rather than what I think most people do, which is start with the 1 horse, go to the 2nd horse, go to the 3rd horse. I do it in order of what they project the pace to be.
How will the pace play out here in race 2 at Churchill Downs? Let's find out. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
There in the gate. And the rough. Royal Tryst veered out at the start, nonetheless breaks on top. Carmichael is there. Captain Fantastic toward the inside joins them 3 across in the very early stages. Captain Fantastic takes advantage of that inside route, but in between, Carmichael steps on it now, and here's Carmichael, who moves out to lead by length and a half. Captain Fantastic defers into 2nd. Royal Tryst keeping pace outside 3rd. Biko toward the inside is in tight 4th. Dover straight and up close 5th. Very tight pack, moving for the backstretch run. So it is Carmichael turning onto the backstretch in front by a length. Royal Tryst content to track from 2nd, that opening quarter in 24 and 3. And then it's Captain Fantastic coasting along 3rd toward the inside. Right at the rail is Biko. Sneaking through an opening is Biko. Advancing up inside of Captain Fantastic. Dover straight is wide and trailing. Moving for the far turn run. Carmichael is the leader. Royal Tryst is 2nd. Biko with that spot down toward the inside, racing 3rd. And now Dover straight is given more rein, moves up into 4th. Captain Fantastic is back into 5th. 3 furlongs to go. Carmichael continues to roll along up top. Royal Tryst in a full-out drive trying to get by 2nd. Now 3 lengths back to Biko in 3rd. Dover straight has tailed off 4th. Captain Fantastic gives it up 5th. Off the turn, Carmichael turning for home with Royal Tryst right alongside. Carmichael digs down toward the rail. Royal Tryst veers in just a bit. Now Royal Tryst puts a nose in front. Carmichael has to fight back toward the rail, but it's Royal Tryst with the upper hand close to home. Carmichael back into 2nd. The rest are far behind, and it will be Royal Tryst who gets it in the end by a length and a quarter over Carmichael and Captain Fantastic.
Royal Tryst, the little brother to a war story, getting the job done today for trainer Ken McPeak.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and red board a little bit here. The other thing you got to take into account when there seems to be a paceless race is who's the best rider in the race, because sometimes they'll put you where you need to be, and that's exactly what Brian Hernandez did in this situation. It was a paceless race, and this horse Royal Tryst had not shown any speed, but he had the best rider in the race, in my opinion. Make sure I'm not offending anybody. Nope, I do believe Brian Hernandez is the best rider in that race, and he put this horse right in position, and that was the difference. Because they were in a duel the entire stretch with the 5 Carmichael, who was supposed to be on the front, and Royal Tryst never let Carmichael out of his sights.
That grinding running style we saw from War Story, maybe not as much on display today, but Royal Tryst getting the victory. We come back, we'll continue talking about the graded stakes action from yesterday. Clairiere getting her first Grade 1 victory in the Cotillion at Parks.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Captain, easy winner of the best, pal.
It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo.
Papa Captain.
Wicked Halo.
Gun runner with a pedigree that breeds true.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with two-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Well, yesterday was a big day of racing around the country, and we got to cover the exciting action at Parks as well, with a tremendous card there in Pennsylvania. As we take a look back at the Pennsylvania Derby, it looked on paper, Jonathan, like a tremendous matchup between Midnight Bourbon and Hot Rod Charlie, and that's what it turned out to be, though. A little bit of excitement on the turn.
Midnight Bourbon called his mom and was like, I don't want to hang out with this Hot Rod Charlie guy anymore. He's always picking on me. Look, Hot Rod Charlie's impressive. This Breeders' Cup Classic got a little bit more interesting. He's really goofy here in the stretch, switches leads right here. And then he switches back right here. And then again. So he's a little maturity still to be had, but maybe, like Gary Stevens said yesterday on the show, he's just so good. He's just out there playing around, like playing with his food, as it were. And Midnight Bourbon, still a very talented racehorse, a horse that I feel like will continue to improve. Known handicapper Nick Tamaro said it best yesterday on Twitter. He said this could be Gun Runner 2.0, one of those horses that just continues to improve and ends up being a better horse at 4.
See the celebration afterwards. Flavien Prat able to stay up. Of course, the sweet victory given the fact that they were DQ'd from the Grade 1 Haskell after he drifted in and unseated Paco Lopez, who was aboard Midnight Bourbon that day. Midnight Bourbon taking the worst of it in the Haskell. Did have to steady in the Pennsylvania Derby. But what we do see with these kinds of inquiries is the intent from the rider. Flavien Prat, you could see in his reins, you could see in his body language, he was doing everything he could to bring Hot Rod Charlie back over.
Yeah, and it's, for me, things that happen on the turn or before the turn seem to not be adjudicated the same as things that happen in the stretch, because it's that kind of the finality of the race. We're about to find out who's going to win. And I think sometimes things that happen a little bit earlier, maybe they aren't held to as high of a standard, and you can agree or disagree with that. I just think that's kind of how it goes.
Well, Steve Asmussen did have a big day at Parks, including Jackie's Warrior and Clairiere in the cotillion as well. Back at Belmont today, though, taking a look at some more live racing action. We get ready for the second race at Belmont. We're on the turf in this New York bred maiden claiming, going 1 mile and a 16th. As we get a paddock report, check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Just an absolutely lovely day here at Belmont Park. It's one of those beautiful autumn days. No better place to be than the paddock here at Big Sandy. Let's start talking with the 2-horse Viking Zim. You know, we're looking at a race that came off the grass. I want to see what horses look like from a physical perspective will handle the dirt well. Viking Zim has run on the dirt and, you know, ran okay sprinting on the dirt. I'm seeing a horse that has definitely a foot on him that leads me to believe that he'll handle the dirt well. He definitely favors the broodmare sires side of the family more. Carson City, I'm seeing more of that kind of physicality, and I like Viking Zim the way he looks from a physical perspective for the dirt. The 8-horse Ghostman, Rudy Rodriguez, another one I think will handle the dirt. I'm not seeing that quintessential broader, flatter foot that tells you that he's just a turf horse. He's run well on the turf, but I think that getting back to the dirt's okay for this guy. The 8 Ghostman, the 10 Cox's Ledge, another one that doesn't have that dinner plate foot that you look for in turf horses. Another one that has actually run okay. He was a well-beaten second, long ways, 17 lengths, on a mile and 1/8 dirt try at Aqueduct. But I don't think getting on the dirt's going to be that big an issue for him, as well as the 13 Sandro the Great. Very well turned out for trainer Tom Bush, and I think a horse that'll handle the dirt just fine. So those are the 4 that stood out to me in this off-the-turf event that I think should handle the dirt just fine.
All right, Richie, thank you. Only race of the day off the turf. We'll see how this field does handle it as the pick 4 kicks off here. Some good insight in the paddock as to which horses physically may be able to take to it. And there are certain things you can rely on. Jonathan, we talked about it a little bit at Churchill, horses that maybe have some back race, some experience on the main track already.
Yeah, you can look for back races. The other thing I'll look for in default is horses that have some forward ability. We just saw that race at Churchill. The 2 horses that were forward early are the 2 horses that finished first and second. I just think that if they're all going to not handle it, let's go ahead and be in front of them rather than trying to run them down. Also, we talked about the kickback situation. So I look for horses that are going to be a little bit more forward. The other thing I look for is horses that have spent a lot of time working on the dirt. If they have a bunch of dirt works and they have some maybe good ones, I think that I trust the trainers who have, they've seen them work. They know that they can handle the dirt. And I think sometimes that can help you a little bit. You got to be careful, though, because, and I think I've heard this from Tom Amos and other trainers as well, is that they'll fool you for half a mile that they like the dirt. It's when the real running happens is when they decide, no, let's go back to the lawn.
4 or 5 furlongs, that's what you typically see in the mornings as far as those workouts are concerned, and often on the main track there'll be certain scheduled days as far as training when you can work horses on the turf, particularly a luxury up at Saratoga and the infield here at Belmont as well.
I got here early this morning to watch the big filly breeze on the grass. Kinchin.
I love it.
Yes, it was fun.
Very exciting.
Yeah. I mean, look, Chad's horses, when you watch them work, they're always just heads up, so you can never really tell who's doing what. But she worked with McCulloch, and she was heads up where she needed to be. So hopefully she'll be entered this weekend, but I'll save that surprise for later.
Looking forward to seeing her back. That was exciting. She ran in her debut race, too. Off the turf in this second race. The rest of the day will be on a good turf course for those other scheduled turf races. Here's the number 1, Pivotal Run, DQ'd after that win last time out.
Ugh. That was a rough DQ for Manny and for George Weaver. On the dirt now, no dirt experience. George is the type of guy that if they can run on the dirt, he'll put him on the dirt. I think he's just going to give this horse a race in here. No inside info, just a thought.
Viking Zim actually started his career on the main track.
Started the career on the main track and did show some ability on the early parts of that race. A horse that could get the job done here.
Number 4, Arrowheart is next.
It's a lot of turf races for this horse. Not much dirt. I think this horse is probably in just for a run.
I thought the 5 War Novel was intriguing. Started on the dirt, went with Chad Brown.
Yeah, and this is a situation where Chad started on the dirt, which I think is an indication, but the horse has taken money a couple times as well, so there has to be some ability there.
Number 7, Noble Journey is next.
Yeah, the horse debuted on the dirt. Didn't run terribly on the dirt in those first two starts. One that could get involved.
Number 8, Ghostman is next. Got some good comments from Richie in the paddock.
Yeah, this is the horse that I felt like on paper is probably from a speed figure standpoint the best. The problem is those speed figures were earned on the grass.
Currently 5 to 1 on the board. Here's a big price, Mambo Nick.
Wow. I'm glad. I would have not have gone with Mambo Nick. You're right. I would have said like Mabonic. That's why you host.
Maybe next time. Here's the 10, Cox's Ledge.
Yeah, this is a horse that has that second place going a mile and an 1/8 on the dirt. I just don't think that race was as good as it looks.
How does that race back in March stack up to the company he faces today for Jorge Abreu as we go to the 12 straight skinny?
Yeah, it's another situation where I can kind of defer to the rider. This horse doesn't have a lot of early speed, but he does have Kendrick, and I felt like Kendrick might have this one involved in the race.
And it looks like we're going next to the 16 reunion tour.
16, I like that saddle cloth. You don't see it very often. Has some dirt races, but they're not very good.
Back on the main track today, as it seems that the others have evaded us as far as the post parade does go. Here's the 13, Sandro the Great. I thought had a huge shot.
Yeah, this is the horse I thought was the most likely winner, and obviously the public agrees, making this horse the tepid 3-1 favorite. Had some nice races with Christoph on the dirt that I thought, especially the last one that when Christoph had on the dirt going 9 furlongs up at Saratoga last summer.
That debut race on the dirt at Gulfstream, I remember I was standing in the paddock, and it was an absolute downpour that day. Here's the 12 straight skinny, meanwhile.
Oh, I don't know how I messed that up. I was talking about Kendrick. Maybe.
No, we went through this one in the post parade, but he ran away from the camera.
Oh, he did? I was going to blame it on Danny Glow, our director.
Well, Kendrick's going to have to bring in his bull riding skills shortly, I think.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll break away from there. Good to see Kendrick back. Every time I see him, I know he's been back for like 3 weeks now, but I'm still happy to see him. I missed him at Saratoga riding. He did.
He came on the set at least, too.
He did.
Yeah,
He
it was
did.
great. I love the pedigree of this one, by the way. Straight skinny, out of tummy tuck, who's out of love handles, who's out of hip huggers.
Wow.
How about that for a pedigree?
That's the way to do it.
I find it so funny. Anyway, big price, 31-1 on straight skinny. First time on the main track. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Got this one back linked up with the pony. We're taking a look at the number 2, Viking Zim. You mentioned in the post parade, JK thought this one could be intriguing given those first couple of races.
Yeah, the first couple of races took some money on the dirt. Sprinting, showed speed. And look, when you look at the past performances, you see some 2s, some 5s. So that isn't maybe, it's not the ones that I think most people look at when they start to think about speed. But that's why I'm such a big fan of Timeform US is they have those pace figures. So I don't care. They can be 4th early. If they're close enough to a fast pace, that indicates the horse has some early speed. Being drawn down towards the inside. You saw what Jose did last race in the opener from the inside. He broke away from their running, held that position, and advanced that position. This horse is adding blinkers. There's a lot to like. Horse is fresh. I feel like Viking Zim is the type of horse that could surprisingly end up on the lead, but at least be forward.
3-1 right now. For more, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Well, I like the 2, Viking Zim. That's going to ultimately be my pick. I like him from a physical perspective. I like the way he galloped over to the gate. And I think from the inside, you'll see Jose Ortiz be aggressive, much like he was with Shalimar Gardens in the first. And I agree with Jonathan. In races like this, it's a good place to be either on the lead or forwardly placed. The less you have to overcome, the less kickback, the less traffic. Horses like this that were originally meant to run on the turf, they don't want to have to overcome any more adversity than the surface which they're already having to deal with. The 8-horse Ghostman, he looked really good to me in the paddock, looked really good on the racetrack. Caught up with his trainer, Rudy Rodriguez, as we were leaving the paddock, and he said he really thinks he'll handle the dirt fine. He's a little concerned about the 1 1/16 on the dirt. Some horses will get a little more ground on the turf and maybe not so much on the dirt. That was his concern, not the surface switch as much. And then the 13-horse, he was the best turned out in the paddock for trainer Tom Bush. That's Sandro the Great, and he looked terrific galloping over the gate. I'd say he's got some dirt races that are good, and he gave me the feeling, the impression in the paddock that this should not be an issue running back here on the dirt today, guys.
Richie, thank you. 2-1 on Sandro the Great. And Richie, if you're still with us, wanted to circle back to what you were saying as far as Ghostman and maybe some concerns about the distance. When you have a horse that you're worried about getting the distance, what's the tactic with a rider to try to conserve until the end?
Richie's entirely too popular for us right now.
I know, he's socializing, I think, at the moment.
I'm sorry, I completely missed that, guys. I apologize.
Richie, quickly, I was asking you, how do you conserve with a horse you know may be a little challenged with the distance?
Well, again, you want to keep horses balanced, particularly if maybe there is a question about the surface for them. Keep them in the bridle, keep them balanced, not pulling on them, but I always like to compare it to, pounds of pressure. 5 pounds of pressure. Keep the bit in their mouth, keep them centered, keep them balanced, and you'll get them to go a little bit further than they might ordinarily.
All right, Richie, thank you. Currently, your favorite is Sandro the Great as they load in for this off-the-turf race 2. Here's John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Sandro the Great and Reunion Tour. They're all in. And they're off. And from the outside, Sandro the Great away well, along with Straight Skinny in those white blinkers. Cox's Ledge is up close in third. And then it is War Novel next in fourth, gap of 2 to Ghostmon, who's in between horses in fifth. Down on the inside, Noble Journey runs in sixth, followed by Bambonic on the outside in seventh. Then it's a break of 4 lengths back to Arrowheart, who runs in 8th. Followed next by Reunion Tour in 9th. At the back of the pack are Pivotal Run and Viking Zim. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. And it is long shot Straight Skinny, who steps away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. Sandro the Great second by a head. Ghostmon is alongside next and third. Now War Novel begins to pick it up from fourth and is gaining ground on the outside. Then we come back to Noble Journey. Down at the rail is Cox's Ledge. Farther back, it is Viking Zim, who has gained ground. As the field goes around the far turn, the half in 46 and 4. It is Straight Skinny holding on to the lead here. Straight Skinny by more than 2 lengths. War Novel up on the outside now into second, and there goes Viking Zim, who continues with his run on the outside. Viking Zim is going after Straight Skinny for the lead. Viking Zim has now taken over the lead, and Viking Zim has opened up quickly on the field here. Viking Zim with that big move on the turn has the lead into the stretch with 1/8 of a mile to the finish, but Straight Skinny's not done yet. Straight Skinny's coming back again on the inside, and Straight Skinny has regained the lead from Viking Zim. It is Straight Skinny in front, and Straight Skinny is going to pull off a big upset here. 44-1 on Straight Skinny. Viking Zim was second, and farther back, Arrowheart finished third.
Bombs away at 44-1. Straight Skinny. You were talking about how happy you were to see him back, Jonathan. Did you bet him?
Oh, no. I mean, I like Kendrick, but I don't like him that much. If I would have bet him, I would have tore up my ticket at the 8th pole when Viking Zim looked to take over. And, man, he just kept going. And look, Jose had a lot to do. He had a lot to make up. He made a move on the turn, an aggressive move that I never knock riders for making aggressive moves because I always knock riders privately in my brain for making passive moves. You can't do both. You have to pick one, and you have to stick with it. You can't pick and choose. So it just didn't work out for him this day. But, look, he ran it a 44-1 shot. I'm sure he thought he was going to run right by him, and Kendrick said, not so fast, my friend.
And these two, much the best of the rest of the field as well. The number 4, Arrowheart, was a distant third, it looks like, at 20-1. Huge prices there in the top 4 as the number 12, Straight Skinny, picks up the victory. Take a look at the break. The number 2, Viking Zim, who we thought could potentially, with the blinkers on, be a little bit more forwardly placed, broke okay. Looks like he was squeezed back a little bit, but he was last early on.
Yeah, just slow away from there. I think at this point of the race, Acacia, I said, well, that's a good prediction by me. I thought the 2 could be on the lead, and wasn't. And then made a big middle move throughout this race, obviously, to get into position where it looked like Viking Zim was going to win and that Jose Ortiz was going to have the early double. But Kendrick just kept riding on the inside with a horse that has been running on the turf, but clearly likes the dirt a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly did. Those top two, much the best, 12-4-7. Big prices there in the second at Belmont Park. We turn the page, go back to Churchill Downs, get ready for race number 3 now, as we'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track at Churchill in this $20,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Scratch the 7, cold as hell to the outside. That's kind of what I'm feeling at the moment. I won't lie, a little chilly up here at Belmont Park. Number 1, Ultimate, though, kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, this is a horse that's been with Steve Asmussen, switches to Mike Maker. Mike Maker's a guy that when he gets a horse, I typically am like, oh, okay, this horse could improve, but it is off the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, so we'll see what happens.
And drop off the claim as well. Here's the 2, Davidic line.
Yeah, this is a horse that has some speed. He feels like a horse, if you look at that mile race 2 back at Ellis Park, he might appreciate the cutback, showed a little bit of early speed, fell apart late.
Press Snooze is next.
This is a horse that I feel like might appreciate the 7 furlongs. Ran well last time going 7 at Colonial, and the race before that ran well as well, got a nice speed figure that day, and gets BJ Hernandez.
Here's Bold Adventure, turf to dirt.
Yeah, this is a horse I thought would be a little bit tough to make. Just doesn't have a ton of early speed, even though it does find the front a couple starts back.
Very keen. Chicks for Free is next.
Yeah, this is another one where I felt like has a figure that fits, but I don't like the fact it's slowing down late in that 6 furlong race.
Outlier is the 6.
Yeah, Outlier was wide in the last couple of starts. Ran well, got okay figures that day. Another horse I felt like might appreciate that slight cutback from the 8 furlongs to the 7 furlongs.
Well, there's the field for the 3rd at Churchill Downs. And with the Twin Spires Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. 7-5 currently on the number 1 Ultimate. As you mentioned, claimed away from Steve Asmussen, who had been running this horse against much tougher at Oaklawn Park prior, dropping in for 50 and just still couldn't get the win.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of times these horses will drop and you'll expect them, oh, this is what you need. Finally, we'll get the horse where they, but it still doesn't really get them over the hump. And it sometimes isn't about who they've been running with. It's more of a them thing. You know, what do you say when you break up? It's not about you, it's me. Yeah.
There you go.
It's not about the class. It's not that good.
Ultimate did seem to show a little promise at the start. Won at Churchill sprinting towards the beginning of his career, late in the 2-year-old season. Actually ran against Mandaloon, though well beaten early on, making a nice impression under Tyler Gaffleone. As he has been given some time, I think that's always an interesting angle as well for Mike Maker, claiming a horse, giving him a little bit of time before bringing him back to the race.
Yeah, and it's tricky because usually Mike Maker's thing is to claim them and then do something different. Claim them and change it up. And not necessarily doing that. He's keeping this horse around 1 turn, just like Steve did. But you know, it is in easier now. And then Paradise Farms, who you see as one of the owners, they're pretty aggressive when in the claiming game. You'll see them, I think they like to get their picture taken, but I also think they're realistic when it comes to the claiming game, which I think you have to be. If you claim a horse for 50 and the horse ain't worth 50, you got to drop him where he can win and someone will take him. If you hold on to horses that you claim for 50 that aren't worth 50, then you're going to end up in a tougher spot. Because right now, no one knows. People watching this race, no one knows if Ultimate is in to win or if Ultimate just isn't very good. And so someone will likely take this horse for 20. And if they can go ahead and win part of the $52,000, the owner's share of the $52,000, they're really close to being out on a claim that some people might hold on to that could end up being a bad claim.
Absolutely. That's how you play the claiming game smart, as that is your 9-5 favorite right now. Back to Belmont Park. We'll wrap up what happened in the second race, that off-the-turf race, and it was an upset, that's for sure. 44-1 on Straight Skinny. Ridden to victory by Kendrick Carmouche.
Acacia, no one's upset when Kendrick's in the winner's circle.
Of course not.
He's got his boots on. His new Instagram page is very active. If you're on Instagram, check out Kendrick's Instagram. Lots of alligator emojis.
That's Kendrick, $90 winner. Straight Skinny over Viking Zim, who did make that try. Looked like he was going to go right by, but Straight Skinny coming back on the inside. At Churchill Downs, we move towards the starting gate. The number 6 Outlier taking some attention as well, 7-2. You have an 8-5 favorite, then a pretty wide open board beyond that.
Yeah, Outlier's got some back races. This horse, if you look at the past performances, this is an example of pace figures on the 6 Outlier. You'll see 2 starts back was first early. You look at 4 races back, second, 5 races back, first, 6 races back, second. So is involved, is up close. But all of those races have had slow-rated pace figures, meaning the races were not particularly quick. So I don't really know what to do with Outlier because Outlier likes to be forward and likely will put himself into some type of position to be in contention. But my concern is that he's been doing it going longer and going slower than he'll have to go today. He's going to be going shorter and faster than he's gone. And maybe he likes that, maybe he doesn't. At 4-1, if you're interested, I think you could probably support Outlier. If Outlier was 6-5, I might say it's a bad proposition.
It's so important to look at exactly how the race was run. Don't just see that a horse is going 1-1-1 and has been out front. See exactly how that race shaped up and what you can take away from it. And such good tips there as far as navigating how the race may play out. 6-5 favorite on the number 1 Ultimate. Into the gate they go for the 3rd at Churchill. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bold Adventure with an alert beginning. Press News hustled out of there as well, and Outlier is showing speed too. Up the chute and toward the main track, and it's Press News on through to challenge for the top spot. Bold Adventure right there. Outlier joins them on the outside in 3rd. Chicks for Free up into 4th. Davidic Line toward the inside in tight 5th. Ultimate angles to the outside for Clear Sailing. Racing in 6th. Tight pack, though, as they move down the backstretch run. And Bold Adventure continues to share the lead with Press News. Their opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. There's 4 furlongs to go. Outlier is right there, perched 3 wide 3rd. Chicks for Free's under a drive toward the inside in 4th. Ultimate has moved up to be 5th, and now Davidic Line is the trailer as they round the far turn. Bold Adventure comes away with the lead and opens up by a length for the run to the quarter pole. Outlier hanging in there 2nd. Press News is back to 3rd. Ultimate is set down for the drive 4th. At the top of the stretch, Outlier comes off the turn and takes charge. Outlier just like that opens up by 2. Ultimate runs up into 2nd. Davidic Line is late on the scene from 3rd. Bold Adventure's in 4th. Down to the final 16th. Outlier still clear. Ultimate trying hard. So to Davidic Line. But it is Outlier coming down to the finish. The clear-cut winner. Outlier 1st. Ultimate 2nd. Tight 3rd. Davidic Liner, Press News.
Outlier with the win under Marcelino Pedrosa. Much the best in here. Not setting the pace, though, as it might have first appeared on paper.
Yeah, but was close enough, I think, and I think that made the difference there. And like I said, if this horse was 6-5, it would have been a silly proposition, in my opinion, to assume that this horse was going to appreciate the cutback and was going to be able to handle a faster pace. But at 4-1, and I'm 7-2, the last click, I think it did make a little bit of sense.
Your favorite, the number 1 Ultimate, looks like he checked in 2nd at Churchill Downs, 6-1, and a photo for 3rd in the 3rd race at Churchill. Congratulations to the connections. Marcelino Pedrosa, the jockey, will bring you prices after this and some more live racing. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
ready as she comes to the run happy finish line, run up, jog.
But it is all happy soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Well, as we mentioned yesterday, a big day of racing at Parks as, of course, the Pennsylvania Derby, the headliner, but there were also some other stars on display, and that included those in the Grade 1 cotillion, where Clairiere, Jonathan, we've seen her. She has been right there. She's been knocking on the door, and she finally broke through and got her Grade 1 victory.
Yeah, I thought this was her best race. You know, I think she was on the right part of the racetrack. Nonetheless, though, the pace wasn't particularly fast. I don't think she's best at a mile and a 16th. I think she's better longer. And right about here, if you had Always Karina or Obligatory or Maracuja, you were pretty nervous. You thought you were going to get run by, and it's exactly what happened. She was impressive here. She didn't just catch them. She ran by them, and then she ran away from them. I think she's going to improve even more when she gets back to the mile and an eighth of the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
I thought Obligatory on the stretch out, too, who I thought was better going a bit shorter. She actually re-rallied when Clairiere came to her outside. She ran pretty well, going a longer distance and finishing second in there. You see celebrations from Ricardo Santana, and Clairiere getting that Grade 1 win. She's been close and able to break through on Saturday at Parks, and seems like a terrific day of racing there as well. It was also a terrific day of racing here at Belmont Park with some stars in the spotlight. That includes Life is Good, the ultra-talented son of Into Mischief in the Kelso. We'll talk more about it after this break. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there and look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscond, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you by Naira Bet, so you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com or download the app today. Third race at Belmont Park is our next order of business. 6 furlongs on the inner turf in this maiden claiming race for $50,000. Here's a look at the field. The entry currently even money between Rudy Rod and Rogers Ginger as we head down to the paddock and check in with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. I was paying attention this time. I'm going to start with the 1A, Rudy Rod. I think this horse, maybe it's the Goldilocks effect. He's finally sprinting on the turf, and he looks like a turf sprinter to me. He's even money because he's part of an entry, and I would think that the one, Rogers Ginger's the one that's taking more of the money. But from a physical perspective, I really think that the 1A Rudy Rod is going to love sprinting on the turf. And I've still got protection. I've got coverage with the 1 Rogers Ginger. The 4-horse Uncle Mo's Cat was a handful to saddle. He was very, very difficult. Eventually, they were able to get one of the outrider ponies to stand in front of him, keep him still. They got the tack on him, making a nice impression here in the paddock. Once he had the tack on, he seemed that he has settled in very nicely. The 6-horse Partner's Hope looks terrific. Linda Rice does, good work. Horse is very well turned out. His issue is getting out of the gate. It just seems like sometimes he has a little bit of trouble breaking cleanly with the field and either gets bumped or squeezed back a bit. In turf sprints, you don't want to give anything away. And the 7 Voter Protection, lighter frame son of More Than Ready, Chad Brown. All his horses look good. This horse looks terrific, and I think he'll also appreciate sprinting on the turf. His form's a bit, dirtied up because of races coming off the turf and what have you, but I think he might have landed in the right spot here today, Acacia.
All right, Richie, thank you. Even money currently on the entry as horses are in the paddock for this 3rd race. As JK, you got 2 for the price of 1 here. Again, common ownership. What results in a horse being entered as a part of a coupled entry in a race here in New York?
Yeah, it's tough because I think I kind of get it, right? But I think it often kind of punishes if you don't like one and you kind of get stuck with both, and then the price is obviously going to be significantly lower because of that, and it can be a little bit agitating at times. But my favorite thing is when I don't like either horse in an entry. Tossing in entries, there's some big value there.
I think that this is an entry.
Andy Sterling, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
This is probably an entry where the 1A isn't really affecting the price that much. I mean, I hate entries, and I know you as a bettor aren't a fan of them either. But in this particular case, they're mostly betting on the 1, who I picked and thinks is the horse to beat. I think they're going overboard at even money, though.
Even money right now, as we are happy to be joined by Andy Sterling with us here on the set, 3-person set for the next few races coming up. We have 3rd race at Belmont coming up. And Andy, glad for you to be up here. Are you going to abuse Jonathan while you're here on the set?
I'm excited to see Jonathan. Why would I abuse him? I love Jonathan.
No, it's good. Looking forward to working with both of you. I
sat next to you on a set now, and
it's been
about
a
month.
Has it been that long?
Well, sure. 2 weeks of Belmont and the last 2 weeks of Saratoga. It's been like a month.
I have a little tally in my phone.
Getting a little teared up, actually, thinking about it.
Looking forward to working with both of you. We have some great races coming up. Andy, of course, the stakes today, Bertram Bongard and the Gallant Bloom a little bit later on. And fun sequence, certainly, for bettors to wrap up the week here at Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the stakes are smaller fields, interesting discussions, but there's a lot of interesting betting races on today's card. The turf races are strong. I think there's a number of places to go. Interested to hear what Jonathan thinks as we head through some of them. We'll be together for a little over an hour here. But I think there's a lot of good stuff going on at Belmont, and the reality is this is a great meet. We keep talking about an Aqueduct as well, as long as the weather cooperates.
That's a big part of it. You can't outsmart Mother Nature. Luckily, she's been on our side today. Another beautiful afternoon here at Belmont Park as we'll get ready shortly for the post-parade part of that entry. Rogers Ginger making his way out, not to be confused with Ginger's Roger, as he will kick off the post-parade.
Yeah, he's a second-time starter that ran very well and probably did run a better race than Partner's Hope, given the trips. Second-time starters can go one of two ways. Sometimes they step forward, but sometimes they're ready to go first time and they don't run as well second time.
The other part of the entry is the more seasoned of the two. Here's Rudy Rod.
Yeah, Rudy Rod makes very little sense in this race based on any of his races. They're betting on the entry, on the other half of the entry.
Luis Saya is going to be aboard Rudy Rod, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Here's the two. There goes my miracle.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it a miracle if this horse won, but it'd be pretty close.
Well, after the second race, I'm not sure it would even be close to a miracle.
We did have a 44-1 shot. That one's 31. It's a short price. Here's the three, Thruster.
Thruster's had his share of chances on the turf and mostly against weaker competition.
12-1 right now on the board. Next will be the 4 Uncle Mo's Cat.
Yeah, it was competitive 3 starts back at Saratoga at this level and had a little bit of a trip that day.
7-1. Handful in the paddock. He can be an energetic type. Here's the 5 Beckenbauer.
Drops after coming back just a week from his last start. He's never run a race competitive.
Quick turnaround for that son of Bayern. Here's the 6, Partners Hope, beating a nose last time out.
Yeah, this is my pick in here. Broke a little bit slow last time. Was a green the start before that. I think this horse could improve and win here.
Next will be the 7, Voter Protection, who gets back on the turf.
He's the wild card in this race. It's concerning how poorly he ran in the dirt last time because he had handled dirt before, or at least a little bit better. He's got turf races, though, that aren't so bad, and you're getting Chad Brown and a Klarovich runner at a big price.
Half-brother to Musical Romance, in fact. Here's the number 9, Mr. JT.
Tries the turf for the first time, an unraced dam. First fall, second dam, 0 for 2 on the turf. Not a lot of pedigree, suggesting this one will move forward the turf, which you would have to do.
Gelding by Stay Thirsty, an outlier to the outside. 4 to 5 now in the entries. We take a look at the 1A Rudy Rod, part of the entry as we have a great crowd on track here with us today. This one getting a big warm-up from Luis Saez. Andy, you had mentioned this one. Though he's part of the entries, taking money with it, he seems to be the weaker of the two on the surface and in the spot.
Right. There are 3 horses that realistically can win this race. The plain 1, the 6, and the 7. Rudy Rod is filler. The entries 3 to 5. They'd be 4 to 5 if this horse wasn't running. And 3 to 5, by the way, in the 1, and I picked him, is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you know, you compare him and Jonathan with Partners Hope. Partners Hope's down the rail. I bet Partners Hope last time. He had a little trouble to start. I thought he had a tougher trip 2 back, and he ran against better horses. Rudy Rod, you know, you could look at it 2 ways. Obviously, Rudy Rod, or not Rudy Rod, the one, Roger Ginger, covered more ground. But sometimes making those clean, unencumbered trips on the turf, especially in turf sprints at Saratoga. I mean, how often have we talked about it? You bet a turf sprint at Saratoga, you want to save ground in the turn and angle out in the stretch. Now, it's a little easier to make that outside run. He lost more ground. He's lightly raced, but maybe he doesn't come back and run quite as well. And there's nothing wrong with the 6. They shouldn't be this kind of disparity in price.
No, and I just in turf sprints, I just don't want to get stopped. I'd rather not get stopped and be 3 wide than get stopped and be stuck inside.
Yeah, I think you and I are of the notion that there's some disagreement. I like outside modes in turfs, especially in Saratoga. How many of these turf sprints in Saratoga do you see the field charging down the stretch with 6 of them across the track? I want the outside runners. It doesn't mean you can't. Listen, we want to save ground. You don't want to be 5 wide around the field, but you can save ground and angle out. But even being 2, 3 wide, it's not that big a deal. It's better, as you say, than getting stopped.
Yeah, and the other thing about the 6 Partners Hope, Andy, you know, obviously no surprise that you watch a lot of racing here in New York. Javier Castellano did not have a great Saratoga. Towards the end, it started to get better. He's had a great Belmont.
I agree. I think if you look at his meet in Saratoga, did he underperform? I don't think he. I mean, watching him ride, I didn't watch Javier and think he's stinking the joint up. I thought he rode a lot of horses that were big prices. He's got a new agent up here, PJ Campo, who's works with Eric Cancel, and they're getting liver mounts, and I think he's riding extremely well.
Certainly has had some nice winners here, batting about 23% in the Belmont Fall meet. But one guy who knows all about riding turf sprints, Richie, for you, outside post positions, what do you make of it in turf sprints here at Belmont?
No, I like inside posts, especially on turf. It doesn't matter if it's Aqueduct, Saratoga, or Belmont. I want to be inside on a turf runner as a rider. Now, I understand watching from this side of the fence, it's a little frustrating sometimes when you see your horse get stymied in traffic or stuck, but the way you win turf races is by saving ground. And if I had an outside post in a turf race, particularly turf sprint, I was trying to figure out how I was going to get down to the inside. So if I was drawn inside, that was one less thing I had to worry about. I was going to be where I wanted to be. I just think saving ground is the key to success, particularly when you're not on the best horse. You've got to take edges and cut corners when you're on horses that are contenders, but maybe not the best horse in the race. I'm going to go back to the 1A here. I mean, I'm taking the worst of it because the 4 to 5 is definitely because of the other part of the entry, but Rudy Rod warmed up phenomenal. This horse really caught my eye in the paddock and continued to impress me on the racetrack. Like what I saw from him. The other horse that I really settled down after he got the tack on and got warmed up was Uncle Mo's Cat, and he kind of gained more points for me watching him warm up on the track, and at 8-1 I think he is very, very live here. And then the Chad Brown runner, lighter framed horse. I think there is some give in the turf. I like horses that are a little bit on the lighter frame side, and Voter Protection I think is going to enjoy turning back in distance, getting back onto the turf.
Richie, thank you. Voter Protection. He is the wild card in here, getting back on grass, and he's a generous price, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, his race in the turf aren't that good, but with these connections, first time on the turf, what, 8 months? I don't think you want to completely dismiss him. He's the same price basically as Uncle Mo's Cat. Don't you feel like he's a much more likely winner?
Yeah, I mean, if you look to that race where he lost the 2nd of July, you actually ended up being a good horse. Horse took money that day. It's the first start. Then the 2 other turf starts were going long. So maybe this horse has just wanted to sprint and now getting back to turf sprint.
And you mentioned 2nd of June. 2nd of June won the Futurity.
July.
2nd of July, I'm sorry, won the Futurity in his next start. 2nd of June, that Billy Caesar horse that ran really well against Read the Footnotes down in Florida as 3-year-olds. You guys are so young.
I can't believe Andy's asking us a question.
Billy, is it really?
I think it was a theoretical question.
Well, Richie and I are the only ones I was telling you guys to remember. There's Rogers Ginger here. That Fred Astaire was a tremendous turf runner for Green Tree back in the 80s.
Into
Really
the gate they go for the 3rd at Belmont. Here's John and Brielle.
There in the gate. And the rough. Slow start for number 3, Thruster, who trails the field. It is Rogers Ginger who is going out for the early lead. On the outside is Mr. JT as Rudy Ride comes on through along with Beckenbauer, so it's 4 of them across the track. And Partners Hope sits just off them, a close-up 5th. Then Uncle Mo's Cat is running in 6th. There goes My Miracle is next in 7th. Boda Protection is next in 8th position. And the trailer is Thruster in 9th. Through a quarter over the good turf in 22 3/5 seconds. It's Mr. JT on the outside and Rudy Rod down at the rail, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead. Partners Hope off of them in 3rd. Down on the inside is Rogers Ginger, who's down at the rail, and Beckenbauer is in between horses. On the far outside, Uncle Mo's Cat, there goes My Miracle, is down at the rail. The half one in 46 3. And Partners Hope makes a quick move on the outside to go up and challenge Rudy Rod for the lead. It is Rudy Rod and Partners Hope. They are 1-2 as they come down for the finish. Rudy Rod is prevailing here, and it will be Rudy Rod by a length and a half. Partners Hope was 2nd, and there goes My Miracle, came through on the inside to get 3rd.
The quote-unquote other part of the entry, the 1A, Rudy Rod able to hold off Partners Hope. That horse just reluctant to change leads in the stretch, Jonathan.
Andy, you just got with us. I've been redboarding all day. Rudy Rod is a horse who hadn't shown a lot of ability, and his last race was his best race, so maybe he just woke up.
I guess. Listen, I thought he was the wrong half of the entry and would have been, 10-1 in his own. Maybe the reason the entry was 3-5 was that people did like this horse the way he ran today. I may have been dead wrong here, and he salvaged those of us that liked the 1. That's for sure. And not that I'm proud of that.
I will say about Rudy Rod, he was gelded June 10th, and his 2 races in Saratoga were better. And Richie even mentioned how well he warmed up today, and I've seen this horse a million times. And he moved so much better. I didn't think it was enough to help him back today.
First time's a gelding on the turf.
First time's a gelding on the turf. That's the angle. I know
Better
Rudy
turf.
Rodriguez was not thrilled to have his namesake be gelded, though.
He was gelded the day before my birthday, which I take a little bit personally. And Jonathan, you've obviously hit your share of multi-race bets over the years. I guarantee you've got 1 or 2 scores where the wrong half of the entry saved you. I've been a $4,000 pick 4 saying back at Aqueduct years ago when the wrong half of Bobby Barbera entry won, which I didn't like at all. It galloped.
Yeah, the horse that I would have quote-unquote thrown out if they weren't coupled has saved me a handful of times.
Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for the 4th. We'll be sprinting on the main track here, going 6 furlongs, $8,000 claiming race. Post-parade kicks off with the 1 Red Alert.
Red Alert seems like a bit of a stretch, 17-1 right now. Is coming off a win, but against cheaper.
That was at Ellis Park back at the end of July. Here's the 2 Papazar.
Yeah, it's not an aggressive drop, but they did claim the horse for 20, and now they're in for 8. But like we talked about earlier, Paradise Farms is pretty aggressive.
Mike Maker had the source for a couple of starts. Here's the 3 Siki.
Has a big figure last time in a conditional $5,000 claimer. It's incongruous to any other racehorse's run recently.
How does that stack up against these? As we go to the 4, Layoff Runner, Distorted Ransom.
Yeah, it doesn't have any early speed, and besides that, I don't think it's fast enough anyway.
Making start number 4 only of 2021. Here's the 5 Futile.
The tour of tracks around the Midwestern area seems to continue as he heads back to Churchill Downs. He did run a decent race at Belterra last time. Don't trust him, though.
Number 6, here's your favorite 2-1 Royal Blue Boy.
This horse has won a couple times off a layoff, is fresh today. Has some really fast pace figures in a couple of starts. Should enjoy that outside draw.
Mahoning Valley and Thistledown, his recent racetracks where he's been running. Here's the 7, Red, Blue, and True.
After winning a race at Churchill yesterday, I don't think Ron Paolucci extends his streak to 2 in a row.
Number 8, Lover Boy. Wraps up the post parade.
Yeah, it's another horse that has some tactical speed, drawn towards the outside. Doesn't seem to always finish the races, but it is one that I think could get the job done.
Market Mover coming up next. Jonathan, what do you got for us?
Yeah, the market mover is going to be the 6 Royal Blue Boy. And like we talked about a couple races back, those pace figures, we've said pace figures at least 807 times on the show today, were extremely fast. I love the draw for this horse, drawn towards the outside. We saw the 6 horse win the last race with some tactical speed. You get a lot more options when you're in those positions towards the outside. If you want to bet the 6 Royal Blue, the market mover, or any other horse in this race, go to twinspires.com.
2-1 right now on Royal Blue Boy. The number 2, Papazar, taking some attention as well. You mentioned, Jonathan, that they had claimed this for $20,000, now in for $8,000. It just seems realistic given how he's run the last couple.
Yeah, and I don't know if Andy does this or not, but one of the things I like to do when it comes to claiming races is when I see a horse that gets claimed, I start doing the math in my head of where they're at and what their motivation might be. Now, it can't lead you down a bad path, but I do want to at least have an idea where I'm at.
I mean, I'm just looking at it and thinking they claimed for 20 and he ran 2 stinkers for 25 and 16, and where are they supposed to do? Run him again for 16 and get their head bashed in? They're dropping down, and you know, there's something to be said. In the old days in New York, $14,000 claimers, the old days, I say like the 80s and such, 14,000 was the lowest level. We had an angle called First Time 14. Where horses have been running at higher levels, dropping to 14 and never run for that level were great bets, even if they had terrible form, because when the bottom level is 8, as it seems to be here at Churchill, those horses are worth between 0 and 8,000. Whereas the horses that run for 10 or 12, they're worth sort of 12 or 10. And it's kind of like you're worth kind of where you're running for. But when you get to that bottom level, you may be meeting a lot of horses that should be running in a $2,000 claimer if they ran them. It's a huge, huge drop at the bottom. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but is it comparable to a maiden special weight to a maiden claimer?
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess the same could be said for a maiden 20 here in New York. They're worth somewhere between 0 and 20,000, because that's the bottom that we run here for maiden claimers.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem with Papazar here is twofold. Obviously, he's in poor form, but the drop down's fine. As you pointed out, the 6 Royal Blue Boy has a big pace advantage, and who's his stalker supposed to be? Lover Boy. And the two of them may have a real tactical advantage. So tactically, Papazar may be compromised, but you know what? If he's going to run okay in here, he's probably be a little closer. Is that fair?
I would think so. I mean, the horse has shown some speed in the past, and Tyler Gaffalione, one of those riders who obviously had an unbelievable Saratoga for a guy who's based in Kentucky, but he usually is pretty forward with his horses. I know occasionally you get to see Tyler ride quite often in South Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where he started. Florida born, Tyler Gaffalione, champion apprentice after riding in Florida. And it's always tough when you're kind of the big fish in the little sea, riding in the summer there and doing really well and making the jump to the big circuits like Kentucky and especially onto the circuits of Saratoga. And Tyler Gaffalione's really done that, I think, over the last couple of years.
And riding in Saratoga makes his job so much easier in the sense, especially when you ride as well as he rode, because a lot of those outfits are in Kentucky or they're watching the races in Saratoga. Same thing in Florida. Not only does he get to ride for some outfits he wouldn't ride for if he just stayed in Florida, but more people are seeing him and they're going, this guy can ride. I want to ride him.
Yeah, and I think Luis Saez is going to, winning the meet, he's going to have, not that he needed any boost in his career, but there's going to be an after effect to that. I think that you'll see Louis get named on some really talented 3-year-olds, and he'll be having to make decisions this winter on which horses he's going to make his quote-unquote derby horse. And the success at Saratoga, whether you're a trainer or a rider, I think is paramount. Like you said, Andy, fans watch Saratoga, and people that are making decisions about who's riding their horses or who's training their horses are often fans. And so when they see someone have a lot of success at Saratoga, it carries over into the next months and next years.
Good decisions to be having to make as Luis Saez on Champion 2-year-old, arguably on the road to being champion 3-year-old, essential quality. The Breeders' Cup Classic, a very interesting matchup, though, as he'll rematch with Hot Rod Charlie, who won the Pennsylvania Derby yesterday, and some tougher, older foes as well. We'll get back to that topic, but we go into the gate for the 4th at Churchill Downs here. Sprinting on the main track, here's Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for Distorted Ransom, Red, Blue, and True, who's gone in. And last one will be Loverboy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Loverboy, good beginning. Royal Blue Royalty fires up on through. Royal Blue Royalty up to take over the lead. And then on the outside, it's Loverboy running in second, a break of 2 lengths back to Red Alert, who's on hold toward the inside. Siki moves up, and Feudal does too. Royal Blue Boy down inside, short lead. Loverboy right there running in second. Siki is now third. Feudal joins them to make it 4 across the track in 4th. Red Alert's in behind 5th. Distorted Ransom is racing 6th. Red, Blue, and True in 7th. And outsprinted so far is Papazar. 4-horse battle round the far turn. Far outside, it's Feudal. 3 wide is Siki. 2 wide is Loverboy. And right at the rail is Royal Blue Boy. Their opening quarter was 22 seconds flat. Distorted Ransom waiting in behind them 5th. Red Alert in 6th, followed by Red, Blue, and True and Papazar. Top of the stretch, and it's Feudal who comes away with the lead despite that wide trip. Siki fights on, but here comes Distorted Ransom. Switched outside, Distorted Ransom coming with a good finish, has come on to take the lead. Feudal fights on, but is back into second. Siki's racing third. Papazar from last, way too late. Here's the wire, and Distorted Ransom works out a good trip to do it. Feudal was second. It's tight for third, Papazar or Siki.
Papazar flying late, but it was the number 4, Distorted Ransom, off the layoff from May.
Well, Andy, you just got here. This is probably the second time I talked poorly about a horse that won. This horse had no early speed. Now, they did hook up early. You heard Travis say they were 4 across the track. For a horse like this to win, that's exactly what has to happen. They have to be 4 across the track. But
you don't see this at Churchill very often, the dirt. You don't see the speeds fading and the outside closers doing well. I was thinking during this, I'm glad I wasn't on the post break because I would have mocked this horse. And the reality was, in 2019, he had form good enough to win it. But he came off of a 2-year layoff and did absolutely no running, and now he's on another 4-month layoff. Different horse today, though, but once again, I don't know, lower level racing. Not sure what to say.
Back at Belmont Park, the winner was Rudy Rod, but Rudy Rodriguez, the human, the hero here, as the 2, There Goes My Miracle, lost the rider, Jalon Samuel, after the race was over and did end up getting loose. Thankfully, everybody fine. Rudy catching There Goes My Miracle, saving the day.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, Rudy. He's a
in a sport coat and everything.
You'd have been standing in front of him when he was running down there, wouldn't you, Jonathan? You and I.
He's got his AirPod in still.
I'd have been in the lake.
He didn't lose it.
I'd have been closer to the lake than I would have been to that horse if he was coming towards me.
Oh, that's what you're supposed to do. Make yourself big, stop the horse, and
Keisha's going to pretend that she would have stopped him. She's going to actually play that card here. Safely here on the 3rd floor.
This could be a great day for Rudy. This could be a really good day for Rudy.
He's looking for good karma with Bella Sophia, isn't he? Guy's amazing.
He saved the day. It's amazing.
The one day saved the entry, and Rudy saved the day.
And his namesake won. It's amazing. $3.30 winner, part of the entry. Rudy Rod, the horse, getting his picture taken. Rudy Rodriguez, the human, catching There Goes My Miracle, who finished 3rd, by the way, at 66-1, which is amazing. Got loose. Thankfully, horse and rider are okay. And Rudy's AirPod still intact.
That's the most impressive part.
I'm surprised he wasn't texting while he caught the horse, too. You know?
That's true. That's true. Congratulations to the Connections, and hats off to Rudy Rodriguez for saving the day. When we come back, we'll continue recapping some of the stakes action from yesterday. It was a milestone win for trainer Chad Brown in the Grade 3 Athenia with Pocket Square. We'll talk more about it after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
West Coast champion 3-year-old colt and multiple Grade 1 winner with over $5 million in earnings. He dominated the Pennsylvania Derby by more than 7 lengths and went wire to wire in the Travers, defeating all 3 classic winners.
I would say the Travers was his best performance. He just got out there with that big frame of his and he just galloped away from a fantastic field of horses.
A descendant of the AP Indy sire line, West Coast stands to continue that legacy at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as back at Churchill Downs we had a bit of an upset, but it's Family Fun Day. That looks like a good time at Churchill Downs.
Man.
That's awesome.
I want to just...
Got a bounce house and everything.
But they got good snacks.
Jonathan's looking for some fashion tips, actually.
Into the winner's circle goes the number 4, Distorted Ransom, able to win off that layoff since May.
Look, it's a pace situation that just set up for this horse. There was nothing about this horse on paper that I thought suggested he was going to win. But when you have a 4 across the track, like Travis Stone said, in the middle of the race, it sets up for situations like this.
Okay, you did a better job explaining this horse than I did.
$38.60 winner feudal, and Pop is our round out the top 3. There's a look at Senbei. He is 2 for 2 so far. We'll try to make it 3 for 3 in our first stake of the day, the Bertram Bongard, after this on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDBStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we take a look at War Dancer. Winners this week, Pop the Bubbly. Thursday, race 1 has been a tremendous sire here in the state of New York as the New York Breds will be in the spotlight. Coming up next in our first stake of the day, the Bertram F. Bongard, named for the former director of the New York State Thoroughbred Breeders Association. Here's a look at the field, 7 furlongs on the main track as we welcome in our Maggie Wolfendale to get a look at these 2-year-olds. Maggie, welcome to the show. Excited for this 2-year-old stakes race for the New York Breds.
And Acacia, I'm sure you're excited too, as the horse that you named for the Reeves Racing and Christophe Clement. Senbei here is your current heavy favorite as he looks to remain undefeated. And boy, is he wickedly fast. Excuse my voice. I think I may have rooted a little too hard for Jackie's Warrior yesterday down at Parks. But Senbei is a horse that in his debut, 9 times out of 10, the horses that act the way he did prior to his race don't go off and win in the way that he did. He was really distracted in the paddock. He was rearing up and spinning around on the racetrack and wheeling with Manny Franco. And then he went out and busted out of the gate and took them gate to wire. He was a little bit more well behaved in his second start. What I find interesting is that Christophe Clement trains on the Oklahoma up at Saratoga. And so, yes, they school, but they don't ride through the paddock that often. Here at Belmont, they, with most sets, ride through this paddock, and Sembe looks as though, based upon his work tab, has been here at Belmont for about 2 weeks. So he's very used to this Belmont paddock, even though it's the first time he's set foot in here for a race, and he's behaving better than I've ever seen him. And 2, this maturity is going to come with racing. Furthermore, when he debuted, I would have thought he wouldn't win anything over 6 furlongs, but he continues to grow, he continues to get stronger, and the fact that he easily handled the 6.5 last time, I'm not so against him going the 7 furlongs at all today. But a horse that had a bit of trouble coming out of that funny side stake was number 1, Shipsational. Not only was he crowded at the start, then about 20 strides after the break, slammed by the outside runner in here, Happy B. So it kind of got him behind the 8 ball. He came running that day. But I will say that first time out, and 2, being a son of midshipman, I thought that a sealed track might really do him well. And the fact that he worked so well at OBS, he kind of strikes me a little bit more as a wet track / turf horse. Now, he ran fine last time over a fast surface, but I still have that one kind of, question mark in my head, as his figure did drop a little bit, albeit with that trouble. I didn't like the look of him last time. I thought he looked a little too drawn up, and it seemed as though that weight and conditioning is back on today. He has that very fast drill coming in here over the Belmont training track for trainer Eddie Barker. He just looks better overall than what he did going into that funny side, though he is one I want to watch warm up and how he's moving out on the racetrack. And then we'll take a look at one that just broke his maiden. That's number 4, Whittington Park for Brad Cox. And in my notes, I have said the longer he goes, the better he may become. Now, he got to dominate on the front end last time out. That's not going to happen today with the presence of Senbei to his inside. But I do think 7 furlongs fits this horse beautifully. He has really kind of just strengthened up overall, too. I think this horse stepping in against winners for the first time could have a favorable outcome here in this Bertram F. Bongard. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Whittington Park 9-2 right now as we take a look at the 3 Senbei winner of that funny side, able to go wire to wire. But Andy, Maggie mentioned some of the trouble at the start for Shipsational.
Right. You see how well Shipsational breaks, and then you see him drop back suddenly to last. What appears to have happened was the horse who was inside of him, Happy B, who's the 5 today, seemed like he came out and slammed his back end and just totally took him out of the race. So here's a horse that was going to be very forward. Was he going to be in front of Senbei? Probably not, but he was probably going to be no worse than sitting in the pocket behind those 2 leaders. And he's now, 4 lengths behind where he would have been because he got slammed by another horse. And it's actually amazing how well he ran. He's trying to make up ground towards the inside. He ends up getting a little bit off the rail on the turn. And then he angles widest of all in a race that was really pretty much dominated on the front end, where he had significant trouble that took him out of position. He was the only horse that did any real running behind the winner, Senbei. Now, we saw the rail be very good for the first 2 races. One of them was a heavy favorite. One was a 44-to-1 shot that came back on. So maybe the inside's good, and all likely Senbei is going to be able to clear here. Though I'll tell you what, you'd have to think that Jose Lezcano is going to look to be aggressive with Surprise Boss, a horse that's only been effective when he's been able to be forward, and a horse who has a lot of speed. And if that develops and Shipsational gets a fair trip today, I don't see any reason that he can't upset Senbei. He ran very well under really, really bad circumstances last time.
Senbei, the winner of that funny side, and when a horse gets knocked on the hind end, that's where they propel themselves off of, and Shipsational just not able to do that. Surprise Boss, the son of War Dancer, who broke his maiden on the turf last time out, could potentially be a pace presence. But guys, we'll get into the post parade for our first stake of the day. New York bred 2-year-olds for the Bertram F. Bongard, and the number 1 Shipsational kicks it off.
Well, just went through why I'm a fan of this horse. I think he's a dangerous horse and has a real chance to upset the favorite.
3-1 right now on the board with Luis Saez up. Next will be the 2, Surprise Boss.
Yeah, this is a horse that has some early speed, has shown some talent, but doesn't have the speed of some of the main competition, Sinbei, Shipsational on debut as well. So deep waters for Surprise Boss for me.
Here's the favorite, the number 3, Senbei, looking to make it 3 for 3.
He's run well in both his races, but he has had the run of those races. He's paid $13 and $19, and now he's paying $3. Not the kind of horse I'm looking to bet, but he is the horse to beat.
Here's the 4, Whittington Park. Open length win last time out.
Yeah, homebred for Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders. Didn't run particularly well on debut, but aired last time out. Should appreciate more ground.
Stretching out to the 7 furlongs today, as is everybody in the field. Here's the 5, Happy Bee.
Nothing wrong with both of his efforts. Lost to a promising first-time star in his debut. He only lost by 2 3/4, the favorite last time, but he finished a length 3/4 ahead of Shipsational. He had a perfect trip, since Shipsational of significantly less than a perfect trip.
The little brother to grade 1 place, Keep Me in Mind. As we take a look at Whittington Park, it does come out of that open length maiden score. We did see, though, a couple of horses, including the 2nd place finisher, come out of that race run yesterday and be well beaten as well.
Yeah, it's hard to know. He just had so much the run of the race last time, and he was able to do it forward. He's not the speed in this race. Obviously, he improved from his first to second start. The competition's tougher today, but he's not impossible.
Getting a good warm-up out there under Irad Ortiz, as Manny Franco does stick with the favorite. And Jonathan, you mentioned this is a homebred for Marshall and Clay, and obviously guys that have been in the game a long time. And I'm sure even more special when it's a horse you had a hand in breeding that you see winning a maiden race at Saratoga.
Absolutely. They buy at sales. You know, obviously Marshall heavily involved in the claiming game. But this is a horse, Whittington Park, a half to critical value, who was a talented New York bred that had some fun the last couple years. And, yeah, I mean, I think it means a lot to them, especially two guys that, you know, kind of weren't born into the game, got involved. They Dot Matrix they bred. I think they claimed that horse. I'm going to mess up the story. If it's $5,000 or $10,000 together, it was the first horse they claimed.
Horse they claimed out of New York.
Yeah,
New York bred, yeah.
And then went on and bred Dot Matrix. So I think they enjoy. I think these hit just a little bit different when it's a homebred.
I'm sure. Then it's specials. You saw the look at the UBS Arena there, and being able to be part of a horse from the very beginning makes it that much sweeter.
I think Aunt Dot was a Cortland Farm runner, actually. It was okay. Maybe Phil Oswald trained her, actually. And originally they had the horse you're talking about. Running Dot Matrix, and they made some trainer changes, and that made a huge difference with that horse. Huge difference. Still running okay.
Brad Cox, the trainer of Whittington Park, as he faces winners for the first time today. For more on this horse, let's check it again trackside with Maggie.
Really quick before I do get to him, Acacia, I just want to mention the wind out here today, in that they are running into a headwind down the backstretch, and the wind is behind them coming down the lane. So sometimes that has a little bit of a bearing on how things work out, but we'll see today as it's whipping. You can see those flags are flapping quite vertically here across the racetrack. But Whittington Park, as you guys are mentioning, I loved the warm-up. He was the one who, for me, in this 5-horse field, warmed up the best, immediately taken away from the pony here, as just really nicely on the muscle, moving incredibly well. And as you know, both JK and I have pointed out, the further he goes, I really think the better he will become, getting that extra half a furlong today. As number 1, Shipsational, last time he ran a lot better than I thought with that trouble, because I didn't like the look of him. I didn't think he was moving that well out on the racetrack. And today it's a different story. So considering he did run well, he's going to be very tough in this spot here. But I am going to take a shot here with the horse facing the winners for the first time. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. We apologize for the technical difficulties with Maggie's mic there, as we're taking a look at the number 1, Shipsational, right now, who did have to overcome that trouble. And for 2-year-olds, you do like to see ones that are able at this stage to overcome some adversity.
Absolutely, and I mean, she didn't win, but you know, a lot of 2-year-olds, I think, they would just give up after that, really. Especially a horse had her back end taken away, and that's a big deal. And the way she recovered and ran, I mean, it's kind of remarkable how well she ran. Doesn't mean she's going to win today, and she's got a real rival in Senbei, but I think you have to be impressed with how well she ran, you know. And she seems to be a horse that's sort of built on that debut on a sloppy sealed track. And I'm always rooting for Eddie Barker. He's a good guy, and you know. He took a brutal beat earlier in the week with a horse of his in a turf off a layoff that lost to the absolute last bob to lose a race, and I think Shipsational. He's had a few relatively well-bred 2-year-olds, and this is one of them. He bought at the sales, so we'll see how she does.
The other thing to add about her, and when we watched that replay, I thought she got kind of stopped at the top of the stretch as well, when she was trying to make that run, and then she re-rallied again.
Right.
I agree with, and then, you know, and she made that move on the turn on the inside, showed a bunch of heart. She's just on the inside again now. She could get pressure again from Senbei. If she was drawn outside, I probably would have picked her. I think it's a wide open race. I just went with the 5 instead of being on the outside.
I think Senbei raced outrun her. I don't know if she's fast enough to stay up with Senbei. He is, excuse me. Thank you, Acacia. I thought Surprise Boss is supposed to go in this race. I mean, what chance does Surprise Boss have if they don't go? I mean, this horse's best races by far are when he has been controlling on the front end. Even the fast figure ever ran was when he ran third 2 races back by going to the front end. I mean, are they going to ride him for what, 3rd or 4th year? Is that really what they're trying to do? Try to win, go. And we don't know what Senbei's going to do if he takes real pressure. Because his pace last time was not that fast.
Well, I thought he took real pressure last time.
6.5 furlongs, though, with a fast run-up. 22 is about 22 and 3. 22. I'm not saying it was a slow pace, but I don't think it was an excruciating pace. And given how the race was run, it didn't seem like it helped closers get into the race, but that may have been a function of the track in Saratoga as well.
Out of that race, JK, you prefer Happy Happy Bee? What did you like about this one?
It's not so much out of that race. I think it's just moving forward. Happy Happy Bee, with being a half to keep me in mind. You got to think a little bit longer is going to be better. And I like the clear for 2-year-olds. If it's a toss-up, I'm going to always defer to the horses that are drawn towards the outside.
Isn't he bred to be over-bet in Triple Crown preps?
Oh,
if he's a half to keep me in mind.
Absolutely.
They're already set for it. Into the gate they go for our first stake of the day. The 2-year-old New York breds Bertram F. Bongard Senbei looking to go 3 for 3. The current favorite as we send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bertram F. Bongard Stakes. And Senbei is sent right out for the early lead. He shows his early speed, is in front quickly here by a length. Whittington Park is second by a head, with Shipsational down at the rail in third. Then Happy Happy Bee, the maiden, is running in fourth, with Surprise Boss trailing the field in fifth up the back stretch. The odds-on favorite, Senbei, leads here by a little more than 2 and ran the opening quarter mile in 23 seconds. Whittington Park and Shipsational are right together, second and third. They've got a length and a half on Happy Happy Bee, and 2 more to Surprise Boss. As they go around the far turn, Senbei leads here by a length. Shipsational now getting closer in second as Whittington Park drops off. And Happy Happy Bee now moves into third. The half-mile went in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Senbei is the leader, but here's a challenge from Shipsational, and the 2 of them are now heads apart for the lead. Senbei hasn't been asked yet. Now shaken up there just a bit by jockey Manny Franco, and on the outside it is Shipsational and Senbei, and the 2 of them are right together now with a 16th to the finish, and now Shipsational has taken over.
The win in the Bertram F. Bongard went to the number 1 Shipsational. We'll keep you posted as we do have more updates here at Belmont Park. Turning the page to Churchill Downs. We get ready for the 5th race here, starter allowance mile on the main track, and currently have the number 1 Auburn Hills as your even money favorite. We'll get back to this race in just a few moments. We'll take a quick time out here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us for more.
Performer is closing in and running on by.
And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Park.
We're back on America's Day at the races on Fox Sports 2 as we get ready for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. We're going a mile on the main track in this starter allowance, and we get right into the post parade. Guys, we currently have a 4-5 favorite in Auburn Hills, but the post parade will kick off with the number 1 Umbrazo down to the inside.
I'm interested to see what an Umbrazo does in this race. He obviously was terrible last time, but his prior 2 races make him a huge player.
He's 5-1 right now on the board, as is the number 2, Hanks.
Yeah, Hanks was not very good last time, but the time before that ran well at Ellis Park.
That was in the Ellis Park Derby. Last time out, finishing 5th on his toes today under Corey Lannery. And we go to the number 3, Perfect Cut, next.
Yeah, he's a little hard to make in his recent race. He just doesn't look fast enough.
10-1 right now. Next will be another 10-1 shot, Frau Moro.
Yeah, this is a horse that doesn't have a lot of early speed, but he is the 4. He is 10-1 during the post parade, so he'll probably win like the last one.
We'll see if we can dog another one into the winner's circle. Here's the 5, Treasury. Broke his maiden last time out.
Well, he feels like he's going to be part of could be a pretty quick pace, and I think this pace makes the favorite right now extremely vulnerable.
Will this favorite, Auburn Hills, have to take that pace pressure as he is 4-5 right now?
Yeah, I wouldn't be cutting in line to bet this horse to win, but I do think he's the most likely winner. He is part of a fast pace, but he also has good, fast final numbers.
Is he fast enough to be part of the pace even, though? Aren't the 5 and 7 faster?
Speaking of the 7, here he is, Brew Crew, stretching out.
I don't think he can get the distance. This guy has got sprint speed. I don't see how he has any way to go. To me, if Auburn Hills is in front, a couple of riders didn't ride the way they should have.
That's the field for the 5th at Churchill Downs, back at Belmont Park in the Bertram F. Bongard at the wire. We did see a spill between Happy Happy B and throwing his rider, Jose Ortiz, for an update. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'm unfortunately do not have a good update here. Acacia Happy Happy B did suffer catastrophic injury to his right front and will be humanely euthanized here on track. Jose Ortiz tried to get up. The EMTs said, please get back down. They did put him on a board, but he obviously was moving and waved to the crowd. They are going to take him downstairs first to first aid, and I will keep you updated if he is cleared to ride or if he does need further examination either at the hospital or by our attendees here in first aid. Guys.
Maggie, thank you. We hope Jose Ortiz will be okay, and our sincere condolences to the connections of Happy Happy B. Back at Churchill Downs, we have this next race to get to. Auburn Hills there as the favorite at 4-5. Andy, do you think this is the right price for this horse?
No, I don't think it is at all. I think he's extremely vulnerable in here. I understand he ran very well last time. But the other thing is, he's coming out of Saratoga in 2 mile and 1/8 races. Around 50% of the 2-turn dirt routes at Saratoga were 1 wire to wire. The track itself was not great for closers. It wasn't, I don't know, it helped speed because it hurt the closers a little bit. It's not like the speed horses ran better than they were supposed to. It's the closers ran poorly, and I think that he is dressed up off of that circumstance. And if he was going to be clear in the lead, I'd say he's probably going to wire this field again. But with the 5 and 7 in this race who are clearly faster than him, I just don't see the likelihood of him being able to get with the same trip he got in the last 2 races, and I think that makes him a bad gamble at 4-5.
Yeah, look, I'm fine with the horse just getting a stalking trip from the outside and let the 4 and the 7 go on with it. Excuse me, the 5 and the 7 go on with it, and him just sit out of it. This is an interesting topic. We don't have a lot of time to talk about it, but I think the 6 is going to win, but I do not think the 6 is a good bet at 4-5.
Listen, I think that's very fair. I think the 6 is the horse to beat it here. I think the 1 is very interesting in this race. I know he stumbled, but something went wrong last time. He's back in here. Wires 2 and 3 races 2 and 3 back, not good enough to win this race.
He seems to have improved. 5-1. Yeah, he seemed to have improved since adding blinkers.
He doesn't need the lead. He breaks from the rail. He figures to get a good trip. So
All right, good luck. He's a nice price. Red alert, 1 left to go. We send it up to Travis Stone for the call of the 5th at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Perfect cut. Made a left-hand turn coming out of the gate, bumping with Hanks. Treasury's away well. Brew Crew is too. So those two fastest out of there. Treasury's short lead. Brew Crew running in second. Auburn Hills is up into third. Humbrazzo fourth. Framaro's racing fifth as they head up the chute and come for the main track. And over to the inside, it's Treasury to set the pace. But there's company. Brew Crew 2 wide. And Auburn Hills right up and on the pace as well. Those three across the track early. Humbrazzo comes away fourth. And Hanks is down inside fifth. Framaro sixth. Perfect cut is at the back in seventh. There's 5 furlongs to go. The opening quarter goes in 23 1/5 seconds. So it is Treasury leading the way. Brew Crew with mild pressure so far. Just a half a length behind in second. Auburn Hills is hovering to their outside 3 wide, while third within striking range, though. A margin of 2 back to Humbrazzo, who's asked to pick it up just a bit from fourth. Hanks is inside fifth. Perfect cuts coming with a run from sixth. At the back and struggling is Framaro. Round the far turn, Auburn Hills sidles up 3 wide alongside a Brew Crew. These two come off the turn together. Confident ride on Auburn Hills, though. They've taken over the lead, and now they're opening up. Auburn Hills opens up by 2. Auburn Hills by 3. Humbrazzo runs up into second. Perfect cut is late in the scene as Brew Crew gives way down to the final 16th, and it's Auburn Hills the leader. Humbrazzo's trying hard, but is still second. And as they come to the finish, Auburn Hills wins by 2.5 in the end. Humbrazzo second, Perfect Cut was third, and Brew Crew finished fourth.
The favorite, Auburn Hills, with a confident ride from Tyler Gaffleone gets the win. Andy, you liked Humbrazzo. He ran a good second, but no beating the favorite.
Yeah, he was no competition for him. Maybe he was better rating, Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I mean, they ran in front of him a little bit, so he got to kind of take back. It was a really nice ride, I'm assuming, by Tyler. I wasn't at my past performances yet, but you know, Tyler took back on the backside right when they were in that kind of that overhead straightaway, and he just kind of tucked right outside and just sat in a very comfortable trip. I think a lot of times when horses succeed on the front end, it's because they get to relax and they're not having pressure. But I think he got that same trip. He was relaxed.
No, that's fair.
Not having pressure.
So it's so odd. You were saying, you know, I've only seen these last 2 races at Churchill. We've been watching Churchill starting last April, May, and basically May and June, and this year, and it seems like it's impossible to gain in the outside. It does feel like a very different racetrack. These races are being run like the old balcony Belmont kind of moves, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, he was forward, but we have seen
the races in general.
Yeah, exactly,
the outside runners are gaining. How many times did we watch races here where it looked like the inside were finished top of the stretch? Horses were moving outside, and they just keep running inside. The outside horses spin their wheels. Not today.
A little bit of a different Churchill track that we're following, but it's time for me to say goodbye. It's been fun having both of you on set. A nice little wave. I'll give a wave back as well. I'll be back on Thursday, too. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf coming up on the set, as we'll have these lovely gentlemen take you the rest of the way and the start of the Pick 6 at Belmont after this break. Stay with us here on Fox Sports 2.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Rouge, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green. At Belmont in Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney on this Sunday afternoon. 3 of us on the desk here at Belmont. How about that? Good to see you guys.
Nice to see you.
We traded out one bright blue for another bright blue. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's my darkest blue shirt I have. It's good for a Sunday. A lot more coming up. We're going to look back to some of the big races from yesterday. We're going to do that in just a moment. Let's look back, though, on Churchill Downs Race 5. What'd you think, guys?
Auburn Hills. I watched I watched on Netflix the Malice Palace thing.
Palace?
Yeah, Malice Palace thing.
That was one of those moments, one of those few moments where everyone just kind of stopped whatever they were doing and just gravitated to the screen. That was just surreal that day.
Right.
$3.80.
Can we tell people what that was? The fight when
Ron Artest?
Ron Artest went to the stands at Auburn Hills, the Palace at Auburn Hills. Thus, Palace, and the horse's name, Auburn Hills. There might be 2 or 3 people who didn't know we were referring to.
I've just envisioned someone throwing a drink at Andy at Saratoga and him going into the crowd.
What would it be called at Saratoga?
No, I'd be throwing you into the crowd. Are you kidding me?
But if someone
Amos would come to my defense. I don't know about you guys, but Tom Amos would defend.
If someone in this sport were to go Ron Artest, it would be Andy Serling.
No, actually, and you know I'm true. It wouldn't have been me, but whatever. Now you know. Hasn't somebody in this? Wait a second. Haven't somebody in this group actually done that? But anyway,
life is good. Didn't have to beat a lot yesterday, and wins by 5.5 at about 1-20 in the Kelso against a couple of older horses.
I love this horse, and I made that clear. He did what he had to do. They showed he could shut it down a little bit and go slowly. Don't do this in the Breeders' Cup Mile. His weapon is his speed. What makes him brilliant is his speed. His 99 Byron here is not winning that race. He's got to go. He's got to use that speed. Tom Pletcher knows that. I love this horse. This was a workmanlike win, but he's a different kind of freaky horse when he uses his speed, I think.
Yeah, they need to watch the Knicks Go tape from last year. That's exactly what they... And watch a little Golden Sense, too, if you need a couple of examples of how you win the dirt mile. The thing that I was most pleased with, as a fan of Life is Good as well, is he kind of stopped the antics of getting out on the turn and getting out in the stretch.
Yeah, and Todd Pletcher really felt that he hadn't had those issues with him, and it does seem like it was. I was wrong. I thought it was he was a horse who was drifting. It was more Mike Smith, for whatever reason, doing that in this particular case. He drifted on the turn, but I think that was probably their plan to keep him out there in the stretch, straight as a string.
He ran so huge off the long layoff. Kind of liked that he didn't have to... obviously he didn't have to work that hard, but that he didn't run as big a figure now going into the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
And to Andy's point, Todd has never been the type of trainer that's going to take away that thing from him.
Yeah.
It's just this was a race where he was 1-20, like you mentioned. let's teach them a lesson here.
Well, whatever. No, I like it when they flaunt. I like when they're Jackie's Warrior, who ran that 110 buyer down at Parks, and he's just a machine out there. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I love him when they just run like Nick Sko did last year.
Likely going to see that in his next start. Out in Del Mar. Big moment, history-making moment in the Athenia yesterday. 100th graded stakes win at Belmont Park alone for trainer Chad Brown with pocket squared odds on.
Put it into perspective, I think he got there faster than either Shug McGay or Todd Pletcher. And Shug McGay, who's been training in New York for 36 years and has won every race multiple times seemingly, and obviously not the numbers that Chad has, but Todd Pletcher as well. I was shocked to hear he did it ahead of those two gentlemen.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable accomplishment, and a list of many to come, I'd assume, for Chad Brown throughout his career. And the horse herself, Pocket Square, I think her last two performances, I'm not getting carried away here, at least make a little bit more sense as to why she was favored in the Grade 1 Just a Game. She's a talented racehorse, and it seems like they're starting to figure her out a little bit.
Can she be a Grade 1 winner?
I don't think so. Chad Brown may disagree with that, and who might argue with Chad Brown. My problem is she's beating nobody in these last two starts and looking good. She beat nobody and looked good at Keeneland. When she's been in against somebody's, she's looked like a nobody. I'm sorry, but she's going to have to show me that she can run a race like that when she's in against some good horses, and she has not done that.
Her stablemate isn't a nobody.
No, but she's not Grade 1 level. I don't mean nobody.
Yeah.
I'm using extremes.
I
that's what I mean. I don't want to, but I'm just saying extremes. Grade 1 horses. She hasn't shown she can compete with them yet. She's 0 for 2.
Pick 6 begins in this race. 7 furlongs on the turf. New York Breds, allowance optional claiming race. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Greg, first we need to update the status of Jose Ortiz, who was unseated in the last race. Upon examination at First Aid, they are going to transport him to Northwell Health in Manhasset for further examination on his right leg. So we'll keep you updated as far as any rider changes are concerned. So we'll take a look at a few here in the paddock. We'll begin with Pure Bodie for trainer Mark Hennig, who I feel as though might finally be putting it all together as a 4-year-old. She's not easy, and Mark and his team have done a fantastic job. As you see, she will not be a part of the parade here on the walking ring. They keep her away from the rest of the horses. She's always with the pony. She gets so incredibly nervous before her races. As you see, there's also cotton in her ears. She gets hot. It's typically her, and two, with Jose Lascano knowing her well now, they don't do much with her in the warm-up just because it seems to kind of put her over the edge, and she wants to do too much if they give her a big warm-up. But because she is that kind of live on the edge type of horse, I don't think the 7 furlongs is necessarily a problem, as she has tried it in the past. So 7 to a mile, I think, might be a-okay for her. As I said, I really do think that she is putting it all together, as Mark's going to leg Jose up, and they're going to go straight out to the track with her. As number 5 is Party at Pages. She has some turf pedigree. The dam never ran on the turf, but there are 3 winning siblings from 4 to try it, including multiple winners. I do think she does have a turf hoof. She looks better than I've seen her in the past because she's not too sharp. She's just kind of on the muscle. Great coat, great just flesh to her. So I like what I'm seeing from Party at Pages as a wild card here, Greg.
Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us on this Sunday card from Belmont Park and out at Churchill Downs. Those already with us as well on FS2. Thanks for continuing on. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinch, and Andy Serling. We have Maggie Wolfendale with us as well. We'll be joined by Richard Migliori a little bit later in the show. Good card coming up here. We start our pick 6 in the next race.
I'm very happy about that.
I'm excited for this race because there's a 2-1 favorite here, Jill's Hot Mess, that I think should be about 12-1 in here. I think she's been beating inferior foes with perfect trip. She's stretching out to 7 furlongs. Anytime I see a 2-1 favorite, the second choice is 4-1. I like the second choice, Creasy. I think it becomes a very good betting race. I'm interested in using the 2, the 7, the 9, the 12, but particularly the 12 Creasy. I think this is one of a number of good betting races coming up, Jonathan.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like the 6 at all. In fact, I've already put in my pick 6, and I don't even have the 6 on there. I thought the 2 and the 3 were the horses that I wanted. Fetching, getting back in for a tag, a horse that I thought has some talent and should appreciate a little added ground. And then the 3, Pure Bodie, who I thought ran well last time. With a nice little trip, but I thought ran well.
Yeah, I could never bet Pure Bodie. She had a perfect gold rail trip last time before angling out late. I was more interested. Fetching, 7 furlongs worries me a little bit with her. She has won at 7 furlongs, back a couple of times. Her recent form worries me a little bit, and she's also not a winning type, but I think she's good enough to win here.
Here comes our post parade, and we'll begin with the 3. Pure Bodie, 6-1 coming off that win with Jose Lezcano.
Well, we've just already expressed our disagreement here. Jonathan liked her last race. I thought it was a function of a perfect trip against a weaker field.
6-1 right now as we backtrack to the one with the rail in here, and 2 for 2 at this 7/8 distance.
Yeah, I do like Fetching a little bit. The race 2 back for George Weaver. George said she's a heavy horse, didn't like the cut in the ground that day.
12-1 on It's a Keeper for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, comes in off a little bit of layoff, but has won 3 times fresh.
Big price next door. Party of Pages going to try the turf for the first time. Dam won sprinting on synthetic and dirt. Never tried the turf.
She has 2 foals out of 4 to try the turf that won. They were turf sprinters and they were okay. And she is the speed. She's a wild card, as Maggie mentioned.
One was a 7-time winner on the turf. Jill's a hot mess. Back-to-back wins. Johnny Velasquez.
I've been hanging out with Andy too much. This is the worst favorite I've seen in a long time.
This is a ridiculous favorite.
Trying to win 3 in a row, taking a ton of play for the Linda Rice Barn. Here's Timeless Journey, Christophe Clement.
I think she's a little interested cutting back. I'm not sold on how good she really is, but I kind of like the cut back to 7 furlongs.
Kinky Socks. Last time this one ran at 7 furlongs, was a winner on the turf by 3.5 lengths.
Yeah, and then I thought the race in Saratoga was probably a little bit better than it looks. The pace wasn't particularly fast. Got bumped a little bit early in that race as well.
7-1. Next door, there is the 9, Silky Blue.
We'll expand on her more after the post parade. She's hard to trust for a couple of reasons, but her good races, and she's 2 for 2 at 7 furlongs, make her a massive overlay right now.
And I love Crease. Been on this circuit for a long time. This 6-year-old mare won over $400,000.
Yeah, and she's getting back to sprinting, which I think she'll appreciate. And I think one of my favorite movies, Man on Fire, deserves a little call here with Creasy, huh?
She has been very unlucky in recent starts, and she makes a lot of sense here. And Tom Morley's horses have all been running. I think she's the worst to beat.
Denzel's so good in that.
Such a good movie. Come on, Andy, you're a movie man.
Man on Fire.
Man on Fire.
It's worth seeing. It's
silly
great.
Denzel Washington movies that I would never see, that real movie fans wouldn't go see.
Kidnapping Mexico thing, you didn't see it?
Yeah, it didn't work for me.
Oh, come on.
Wasn't he protecting some little girl or something?
He was. It was a great story.
Whatever. Oh, a great story.
6-1 on this run. Let's go back to May 6th. This was 2 starts back, missed by a nose against Violent Point.
The good Silky Blue will be tough in here. She can be forward, she can win. My problem is her last race. She was forward in a slow-paced race, and she was dreadful. And she's been scratched at least once since that race, and now she's coming back 3.5 months later, so there was an issue. Now, listen, maybe there was a real issue and she's going to come back and be better. I just don't trust her, but I used her. I think she's absolutely a win candidate. I wish I trust her a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think she can, I agree. And she runs well fresh, too. She's run 3 times off a layoff. She's been first in 2 seconds. The problem is that her last win, she got a big setup. The race fell apart that day.
Agreed.
And so it's hard to just really latch on to her. She can win. She can.
No.
And she's 6-1, so to be fair, if you're interested, right. I think that's probably a fair price.
I agree. I think all those things are true. Right, you're right. She's had good setups, but she may get another decent setup in here. I mean, she has enough speed to put herself in position to get those setups. Now, you don't want to bet. One of my things I really hate is when somebody says, why do you like this horse? Because I think the horse is going to get a perfect trip. Well, that's, if you're 12-1 and you think the horse projects to get a good setup, that's fine. Horses don't rate to get perfect trips. They find trouble one way or the other, but at 6-1, you're getting paid.
So 6-1 there. Meanwhile, back to Creasy Bear. 7-2, 5-time winner on this turf course. June 17th. This was 3 starts back, and this was a win at 1.16 miles. This was at odds on beat Giacosa, who would win out of this race.
It is a bit worrisome that Giacosa, who she buried in here, came back and ran really well at Saratoga, and she didn't. But her race 2 back, she was wide the whole way on a huge gold rail, and a race dominated by forward horses on the inside. So she had a big excuse there. Not so much last time. I like the cutback. The good Creasy, I think, will be very tough in this race. Her last race worries me a smidgen.
Andy, you mentioned the cutback, and I know you watched more races here than most humans. what cutback do you prefer the most? To what distance in these turf sprints?
Well, turf sprints, the 6 furlong is a very different animal. 5.5 and 6 are true turf sprints. 7 furlongs, I think, is a perfect distance for horses going from mile 16. The closers can get there. I think they're as fairly a run race as you'll find in the turf. The speeds can do well in them, depending on the pace, depending on their talents, obviously. But I think that they work just fine for horses cutting back in distance.
Post time coming up here for the start of the Pick 6. Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at Fetching, who you see the short comment line says lugging out. She was lugging out pretty much the whole way. Not maybe so bad in the stretch where Dylan Davis just kind of said, well, I'm just going to ask you with my right crop and hopefully you'll go straight. And she did. But she is wearing a Houghton bit today. And as I've always talked about, it's that bit that just provides the rider with that much more leverage. And it's just brilliant for horses that have the propensity to lug in or lug out. Now, as far as the way she looks, I've seen her look much better than what she does today. She's kind of got this long, dull coat on her, and she's just kind of acting a bit dull. Though I will say, with the few Carl Broberg horses I've seen, run here over the past year and a half, it honestly doesn't really seem to matter what they look like. It's random. When they run well and they don't. So he's just kind of one of those trainers. As we'll move on to number 9, Silky Blue does come off a bit of a layoff in which she looks very fit. I mean, I did think that last time maybe the pace came apart a little bit on her, but she wasn't very good. And I do think that I wish she looked a bit more comfortable behind. She was kind of sucked up underneath of herself, a little bit just kind of crampy looking in the paddock. And it took her a while to warm up, but she did. But I can't necessarily recommend her today with what I just saw throughout most of the preliminaries, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're loading up here. It's still the 6 who both JK and Andy are against as the favorite to start off this Pick 6. Elsewhere in the sequence, did you find horses that you could key in on?
Key in on?
I like, yes. There is one. We're never going to get there. Well, they are already in it. I like the 7, My Lips Are Sealed.
So do I.
Who I think will appreciate Belmont more than the tighter turns that I was trying to navigate.
I think she'll appreciate being loose in the lead as well.
And that as well.
John Imbrial with the call. Here's the start of our Pick 6 on this Sunday afternoon card from Belmont.
They're all in. And they're off. Creasy away well from the extreme outside. Now Jill's a Hot Mess moves up along with Party at Pages. Jill's a Hot Mess, Party at Pages, they're 1-2. Creasy is now back running in 3rd, and Silky Blue is next in 4th. It's the Keeper down towards the inside in 5th. Kinky Socks alongside in 6th as Pure Bodie advances down at the rail from 7th. Fetching is in 8th, and it's a gap of 3 back to Timeless Journey, who trails the field in 9th. Jill's a Hot Mess leads here by a half length. Challenged on the outside by Creasy and down at the rail by Pure Bodie, the quarter 24 seconds. Silky Blue is next, racing in 4th. Then comes It's a Keeper in 5th. Kinky Socks. Fetching has moved up some on the extreme outside. Party at Pages has dropped back and is at the back of the pack with Timeless Journey. Jill's a Hot Mess and Creasy, and the two of them will come to the top of the stretch together after a half and 48-1. Silky Blue sits just off them in 3rd. And down on the inside is Pure Bodie next in 4th, and It's a Keeper. Kinky Socks far outside. It is Fetching, and the field is in the stretch as they move for the 8th pole. Here comes Silky Blue up to challenge Creasy for the lead. It is Silky Blue now in front and getting away. Creasy is back running in 2nd. Late move on the outside, Timeless Journey, but it is Silky Blue by 3/4 of a length. Creasy was 2nd, Timeless Journey 3rd.
Silky Blue now 3 for 3 on the lawn at 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, she ran today. As we talked about, she had the speed, and they were crawling up front, and that's why the 12 and 9 ran 1-2 in this race, and the 9 ran the best race. She was clearly best. Creasy, who I needed, had absolutely no excuse in here, but the 9 ran well here to get it done. She was ready today, and unlike the last time. She's 3 for 3 at 7 furlongs.
I really don't have a lot to add about the 9. I agree with everything Andy said, but I do think it's an important point to realize why we thought the 6 was such a bad favorite. Go back and watch the 6's races at Saratoga. Dream trips going shorter, looking like they didn't want to go another step, now going 7 furlongs. I just didn't see how this one made any sense.
No, she ran 4th when she got the most extreme situation in her favor. The 5, for whatever reason, obviously she couldn't handle the turf. She was basically, last by a pole. She showed no speed at all. They went almost 24-1. Now, I want to judge turf races because there have been some practice, but they've been okay lately, and you could see they were walking. You could tell the way the field bunched that they were absolutely walking out there. She's just a terrible bet, period.
9, 12, 7, and the favorite winds up 4th, and here Jill's a hot mess. But 9-2 on your winner to start this pick 6. Silky Blue, 4-year-old filly by Hard Spun. For Colts Neck Stables, Manny Franco aboard for the ride. And 7 Ace on the lawn. That's her thing.
Yeah, no, she's done well in it. And, the slow pace, that's the other thing. The slow pace may have helped the 6 finish 4th, but it didn't help her win the race because it allowed her chief competition to be sitting right side of her. She's not going to out-sprint home horses like the 9 and 12. The 7 actually ran very well to be 3rd when you consider how slow the pace was. I mean, she might have won this race, Timeless Journey, if they had gone faster early.
Bring you prices from this one in a moment. We're going to head back to Churchill Downs. Late pick 5. Coming up out in Louisville. They're approaching the 5-minute mark to post for race number 6. Mile and a 16th. $40,000 claiming race. Al Khatam just claimed off of Todd Pletcher. Now with Robertino Diodoro, one of the best claiming trainers in the country. We'll add blinkers to this horse. Dropped from 50 to 40 today.
What do you do with this horse, Jonathan?
I mean, I'm hoping the blinkers kind of go back to some of those races where this horse showed a little bit of early speed. But to be fair, if the horse wasn't showing speed for Todd, he's probably not going to show speed.
I mean, this horse's last race was
beat no one.
He was
as a favorite.
And the other thing is they've been progressively worse the 3 races to layoff. So it's ran extremely well, and then Diodoro claims for 50. Now, let me give some stats. Here's one for you. Robertino Diodoro off the claim and dirt routes is 54 for 215, 25% with a 241 ROI. That's over 200 stars for a guy who he's running in a lot of smaller tracks, but his horses are routinely going up at 4 to 5 in these races, and he's showing a massive positive ROI. I mean, I don't think you can find a better stat in racing.
To take the other side, look, this horse ran huge to end last year. Had to face Happy Saver coming back. Then race taken off the turf of the slop. Maybe didn't want it a mile and an eighth last time out.
The fact that you said all of those things, and Todd then ran the horse for 50, was an indication that this horse was tailing in the wrong direction. Because if the horse showed any ability, Todd would have kept the horse.
I don't disagree. I mean, it's a funny race because I thought the chief competition, I don't know about you, Jonathan, were the 1 and 7. Now, the 1 scratched, and that leaves Pit Boss. I don't know how much I totally trust Pit Boss in this race, but I guess that you have to ask yourself, and this is why the number 6 is 5-2 in this race, is do you trust this horse? If you trust this horse to show up today, he'll probably win this race. But what percentage of time do you trust him to do that?
Well, I think the stat that you rattled off, it's less about trusting the horse and more about trusting the trainer.
Yeah, no, that's fair, but the trainer's telling you, I got him for 50, I'm going to run him for 40. Now, I understand the purse is 68, that which is, by the way, pretty significant.
Aggressive.
Right. It's still, it's the other thing is, I guess you could argue, if you're Diodoro, you can probably make this drop. Who's going to claim this horse? You're going to claim this horse from Todd Pletcher to Robertino Diodoro dropping down? I don't think so. So maybe the argument is that Tino is trying to, sneak one by. On the other hand, he's a little tough to bet off his last race.
Right, and I also think that the trainers like that do so well in the claiming game, I think a lot of guys are gun-shy, guys and gals, are gun-shy about claiming off of them. They can be more aggressive because people are like, well, if Tino's dropping this horse for 40, I don't know.
Remains a 2-1 favorite as they come onto the track. Here we're going to start our post parade with Lord Dragon here in a moment. Everyone on this board between 2-1 or 7-1.
It's that kind of race, right? I mean, is Al Qadam. Here's the.
You can finish your thought. It's okay.
Lord Dragon. I
This
think
is unbelievable.
That's
I had something really important to say about Lord Dragon.
Go ahead. Don't let us
I'm just
stop you.
kidding. I did
Talk
not
over
really-
my three. The Stiff. Lord Dragon's named after me. The Stiff is named after the guy to my right.
Mike McCarthy, Florent Giroux, team
Turf
up with
horse.
a 3.
It's a turf horse.
Here's Indamage.
I think this horse is interesting coming back from California. A lot of people shipped horses out there. They had a great ship and win program. Now back here for a tag.
Mark it off. Wow. Going to try dirt now.
Got one dirt race that was not good. This is what you're doing when you got turf horse at Churchill. You take a shot in the dirt.
Al-Katam is going to be hard to miss on the racetrack. Nearly white horse. Blinkers gone.
That's a really cool looking horse. We talked about this horse. Look,
That's all you got to say about him. He's a really cool-looking horse. That's Jonathan's succinct analysis of Al-Katam.
We've been talking about him for 6 minutes. I don't want to repeat myself.
Pit boss. This one's named for Greg, actually.
Pit boss Michael Tomlinson on the outside comes in from Colonial. This will be his start third off a short layoff.
He's run well going longer before. I mean, isn't he he's the logical alternative if you're against Al-Katam, and the board says so.
Just
He's my alternative.
Just so slow.
I know,
but I'll talk about that.
Market mover time, JK.
Well, Andy, the market mover, is the 7 pit boss. I just think
I
this
like
horse
him.
is too slow early. But
well, the track is different, Greg, and we should tell that to Greg if you haven't watched Churchill.
You know, Greg's been back there watching Churchill.
He's been back there betting Churchill. He's been watching it.
Played the pick 5, and he's the one who's probably moving the market. If you want to bet this market mover or any other horse in this race, even the cool-looking horse, the 6, Al-Katam, you can go to twinspires.com.
The point that we were making, Greg, is that we talked about this a bit before, and I know you've noted this many, many times over the last few months watching Churchill. It seems like inside and speed has been, very strong in general. The races today have looked like a completely different track. Horses have been making outside closing runs effectively throughout the day, and it's just so odd watching it because you get used. We've watched so many Churchill races, and you get used to seeing one type of race, and then suddenly, and there was no weather. It's unusual.
Just like that. Well, we had a bias here opening weekend. That changed quickly.
The inside's been good today, but it's been a little tough to tell because seems like, except for the 44-1 shot, who Jonathan loved in the second race. He made him a speed. Looks like the speed on paper, that one.
Loved that horse.
All right, so this guys feel you cannot trust Al-Katam in here. Beyond that horse, it's tough to find someone else to really fall in love with.
You go backwards. Mark it off. I'm not betting this horse in the dirt. Have at it. Yes, Indamage has won a couple good races at Tampa, but his recent races at Del Mar, they just seem too slow in here, right? Mark it off is the speed. Does a horse like Mark It Off be the speed? Does that make you think maybe he'll carry it? Or does it think it helps a horse like the 7 because it brings the closers more in the race if he just can't handle the dirt?
Exactly.
Right? So, go ahead.
I agree with you on Mark It Off. I just doesn't seem quite good enough to be able to take that turf form and be able to sustain it. I like the 4 Indamage a little bit. Del Mar had this program. They basically they invited as many people to come as possible, and you got bonuses for winning if you shipped in, all these great little things going on out there. And I think that a lot of horses went there and were in deep waters. I think those races came up tough because of the situations, and now comes back here and is in for a tag.
Okay.
And I hope it's going to be forward.
Yeah, and he's supposed to be relatively forward. And the other thing is, if Al-Katam isn't competitive, he could pretty much be sitting second in the 5.
Right, and he's also a cool-looking horse.
The primary reason that you like him. Now we're Brad. The other thing is like the Stiff. That is quite a name for a horse, by the way. The Stiff. He's more of a turf horse. Yes, he's won in the dirt. He's run okay buyers, but you look at him, and this seems to be a better turf horse, and even his turf form seems to be mediocre lately, going the wrong surface. Good trainer, that's what he's got going for him.
Yeah, Michael McCarthy does an outstanding job. But I will say this, the fact that Michael McCarthy continuously took this horse to Golden Gate to run on the Poly tells me a story. That he's probably, because he's based at Santa Anita, he could run him on the dirt if he wanted to, but he felt that was his best chance, was to get up to the Poly, or to the synthetic, the Tapeta up there.
I will say one thing about Mike McCarthy. His horses run well in Kentucky.
They do.
It seems like they do. So we've never seen him in the dirt there. I'm a fan. I agree. I don't like this horse on paper, and I'm not betting Lord Dragon coming in. He's got one big fig last time. I don't know if you looked this number up. The buyer figs have this a big number. I think it makes no sense looking at the rest of the field. I think his other figs in the low 70s are more indicative of his current form. He has past form that's okay. I don't like his recent form.
Difficult race here.
Yeah, it's also difficult. And look at the public; they're going towards Jonathan's horse. They're going away from Alcatam, and the money right now is saying, "I want no part of Alcatam." I'll put it this way: I can't bet horses like this.
What are you doing in a multi-race bet here?
I use 4, 6, and 7. Not only that 6 beat me in a multi-race bet, and he's not 3 to 5.
So you're not that against him.
Well, I would use him in a multi-race bet.
But I do think that, to Andy's point, and we'll quickly go. I think it depends on what your opinion is in others' legs,
yes,
right?
yes.
If you're spreading in other legs and you don't like the 6, then you toss the 6 here.
Yes.
But if you have a single that you love later, you don't want to get beat by this horse here. It depends on the rest of the sequence.
Also, let's say there's a sequence you're using 3 in a race where you think the favorite's okay but sort of vulnerable, and you think there's a 10 or 12 to 1 shot that has a real chance. You're going to lose because you didn't use Alcatam? I mean,
Travis
really?
Stone with the call. Here's the start of the late pick 5 from Churchill.
Off. Bit of a stutter step start for Pit Boss, who leapt briefly coming out of the gate. Mark it off with a good beginning. Alcatam showing speed. Indy Maj is there. Lord Dragon down toward the rail. Racing for the clubhouse turn. Mark it off with company now. Here comes Indy Maj on through to the front. Mark it off keeps pace, and these two will share the lead in the very early stages. Alcatam comes away third. Lord Dragon toward the inside in fourth. Pit Boss is fifth. And at the back, the Stiff. Moving for the backstretch run, the opening quarter goes in a pokey 25 seconds flat. And it's Indy Maj and Mark It Off sharing the lead together. And now Indy Maj grabs the upper hand by just a neck. Mark It Off keeps pace. And then it's Alcatam cruising along in the clear while third. Lord Dragon is covered up inside fourth. Pit Boss and the Stiff at the back of the pack. Moving for the far turn run, Indy Maj holding on to a narrow lead. Mark It Off down inside, keeping pace from second. That opening half was 49 and 1/5 seconds. The pace picked up just a bit. Alcatam is coming on 3 wide. Lord Dragon is right there in the thick of it, racing in fourth. Farther back, the Stiff and Pit Boss. Around the far turn, Indy Maj is left alone in the lead. Alcatam's trying to keep up with that one. Mark It Off has given way. Lord Dragon's third off the turn. Top of the stretch. Indy Maj turning for home in front by 2. Alcatam trying to run that one down. Lord Dragon is third. There's 1 furlong to go, and Indy Maj is opening up. Indy Maj now by 3. Lord Dragon trying to run on from second. Alcatam fights on to the outside, and then it's the Stiff. They're coming for the finish, and it will be Indy Maj, who wins it by 3 in the end. Lord Dragon did get second, the Stiff and Alcatam.
4-2. Yeah, maybe it looked like the Stiff there for third. Indy Maj coming from Del Mar. Nice call, JK.
Well, look, it had nothing to do with that. I just was trying to fill time. I just picked him because he looked cool.
And he also got the right setup we talked about. He's able to stalk the speed and be in forward position, and the 6 can't run it all anymore. I know he finished 4th, but he was a very bad 4th.
I have a prediction that Alcatam, if no one took him here, will run for in a 1.5-mile dirt race at Oaklawn in the winter for Diodoro and run off the screen.
And somebody,
he's the next
if somebody took him here, they should very sheepishly lead him back to the barn.
Indy Maj, 4th win of his career, trained by Jeff Engler. Corey Lannery aboard for the winning ride, and in the end goes off actually as your second choice at 5-2. We got to say goodbye to JK. It was nice having you here this weekend. When are you back?
Well, maybe Saturday, if a horse gets entered.
Ooh, could that horse's name?
We're not going to. Didn't we spend enough time talking about that horse in Saratoga? Do we really have to talk about him here? Get out of here.
Actually, yeah, that's getting to the point we're going to be rooting against this horse.
Oh, come
never,
on.
Never.
I'm actually already there, but now you bring it up.
No, we're looking forward to it. Mig going to step in for JK after a quick timeout. We'll be back. More coming up from Belmont when we return. Safe travels, Jonathan, and we'll see you soon.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. A full field of 2-year-old New York bred fillies assembled here in the paddock. Actually, we'll start with 2 that have run, but 2 that are switching from turf to dirt. And we'll begin with number 2, Pimenova, for Danny Gargan, a daughter practical joke whose progeny thus far in his freshman crop have done very well, sprinting on the dirt and as 2-year-olds. But I did note first time out that she looked very turf meant to me, and that she also looked as though she needed a start because she took a lot of money that day, bet down to favoritism. Now, we'll see. Like I said, there is the practical joke on the top, which is a good influence for this surface change, but on the bottom side, it is primarily all turf. So I like the fact that a race has moved her up and that it's gotten her more fit. So we'll see what she does with this surface change. I'm not totally positive about it, but maybe they know something I don't. As number 7 is Try It Again. This one, a daughter of Bustin' Stones, having much more dirt pedigree just overall. And she is a full 2 Cartwheel and Lulu, who won her first 2 races as a 2-year-old sprinting on the dirt. And she, okay, number 10. She looks as though, first time out, I questioned, why are we on the turf? This is a much better spot for her. She is that much more fit having that turf race. And a lot of times, yes, we see these trainers debut on the turf because it's just an easier surface and it will get their fitness levels into them. So she is another one moving forward from that effort, but I think on the right surface for her. Now on to some first-time starters. Number 6, Sister Linda from Michelle Nevin. She is a full sister to our Supernova, who is a stakes-winning New York bred, earned over $351,000. The dam is getting up there, though, in age. She's really solid, though. Now, as I always say, Michelle Nevin can occasionally get them to win first time out, but they often look, at least, as though they need starts, and her numbers, at least in dirt races, would suggest that. But she's actually one of the more fit-looking ones. She's just solid. She is a solid girl, and I like that with my 2-year-old fillies, and she's been super professional here in the paddock too. So I like what I'm seeing from Sister Linda, and she's kind of the one of the firsters that is taking some money, as number 12 is Aventi Valentine for Jorge Abreu. And this one, a half-sister to Espresso Shot, who's a multiple stakes winner, still running around here too, and she's made nearly $500,000. Doesn't look much like her sister, eh? She is chestnut in here, and she kind of has a similar frame, but she has a frame that, at least as of now, needs to be filled out. She's fine, and she's healthy, and she's well prepared the way that you want, but it just looks as though there's some development that needs to be had. You know, that kind of front end needs to catch up with that hind end. She can run well here because it's Jorge Abreu, and his firsters do come over ready. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7 minutes away from the 6th race starts the late pick 5. Helping us get started in the sequence, the Mig, Richard Migliori, stepping in for JK here. Good to have you.
It's good to be here. A thorn between 2 roses.
We were just talking. I can't remember the last time you and I were on the show together.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. We were on separate sets in Saratoga one day, but this is the
nice,
first time.
Nice to have you here.
Some interesting pedigrees in this race. Maggie was talking about the half to espresso shot right now. A little cool on the board at 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard. You know, you look at a race when you've got 12 horses running. You've got a guaranteed favorite. The 13 is 2-1, and we'll talk about. It's hard to spread the money around. And then you've got another horse who's 7-2. It's hard for us to take money. So is this horse really cool on the board? I mean, I know there's been some tips on the horse. Half to Espresso Shot for the same connection. Espresso Shot was Mission Impassable. This is Firing Line. Mission Impassable probably has had more success at stud overall. I mean, horses get lost. It's a big, big field, and we know that Jorge Abreu is good with first-time starters, but with all due respect to him, and he's a very good trainer, he's had great success, he's not a household name.
He's not, but he does a very, very good job.
No, he does,
well,
but it's not, and he's not running as many horses as Danny Gargan, who wins live percentage. You got the 2 Pimenova, who, and Maggie was saying, you got a practical joke sire, but you got a ton of turf on the dam side. It's an odd combination when you think about it.
Yeah.
That horse got bet first time out. It's going to get bet again today.
Earlier on in the card, unfortunate incident, and as a result, Jose Ortiz was taken to the hospital. Maggie gave us that update a little bit earlier on. So, of course, off all mounts the rest of the afternoon. Here's a look at the changes, who will fill in for Jose the rest of the way in this race. Jorge Vargas will be on Try It Again. His mount for Mike Maker. Lescano in the 7th, Mike Luzzi in the 8th for him. Lescano again in the 9th, and then Johnny V in race 10 will ride the 5.
Yeah, shame. We just hope that Jose is okay. One thing about it here, you've got a lot of depth in that jockey colony. They're going to be pretty satisfied with the riders they come up with. I think Jorge Vargas picked up a really live mount here. I think this horse is has much more of a dirt pedigree.
I don't disagree with that. It's an odd move for Three Diamonds and Mike Maker to make because they will look at pedigrees and run, and they wonder if this horse showed much in the morning. I'm not saying the horse is not impossible as well. I'm just hoping that Jose is okay. And Jorge Vargas, Jimmy Riccio is his agent, who is Jose Ortiz's agent. So in this situation, ultimately, but I like Jorge as a rider. One thing about Jorge Vargas, if you want a horse to show speed, he's going to go. Yeah, and I like that about him.
Yeah, he almost pulled it off with Blame It on Mary the other day.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Wire. Sorry about that.
Is the Hall of Famer John Velasquez on the one to beat for Todd Pletcher. 9-5 favorite, and he deserves to be the favorite in here. Daughter of Practical Joke, $500,000 purchase.
She did. She had a legitimate stumble last time, and I don't want to, she had a perfect trip after that, but a legitimate stumble, and it's fair to argue it. I'm still a little concerned because I didn't love her first race.
16-1 on Silver Fist, start number 2.
I see Farron Peterson getting him out here. This horse was a distant second to a very well-touted John Kimmel first-time starter in its debut.
Another Practical Joke. Second-time starter here for Danny Gargan, Pimanova.
Yeah, it is an interesting pedigree on the female side. Actually, has a brother, Master Gunner, who's a steeplechaser.
Here's the 3 at 15-1. She's a Mia.
I would argue that Cleveland Johnson and Benji Hernandez, who's having a very good week, at 13-1. This horse is live on the board.
Yeah.
This horse could be 60-1 and you wouldn't blink.
30 on the line. Here's the 5, Cindy's Choice, Alpha Philly.
Goes out for Bruce Levine, a first-time star. The dam side the pedigree is not strong.
6 horse at 11-1, Sister Linda. Maggie was talking about this one. The Dam produced our Supernova, 6-time winner of nearly $350,000, a little more than that actually.
Yeah, our Supernova. This is a full-time Supernova, and the Dam's produced 6 winners from 6 runners. So
the other 4 runners were not very fast.
They weren't fast, but they did
produce
win.
Another 6-time winner, lower level races. Here's the 8 at 27-1, Know It All Audrey.
Know It All Audrey, John Toscano, not noted for winning with first-time starters, but a couple of nice works in here.
Good dirt for the Dam.
27-1 on that one by Shackelford. Hoping to see Trinity Titoli next.
We can talk about, this horse finished behind the Silver Fist down on the rail last time, and I didn't see an apparent excuse.
We'll
this horse was hustled hard first time out.
Skip over the 9, of course, to the 11. Here's Take Charge Lisa.
This horse worked an impressive 10 to 5th, the 2-year-old sale, and given the pedigree, sold for a ton of money at over $100,000. This could be a wild card at a big price if you want one.
Dylan Davis, the mount here on Shane's Risk.
Getting a nice warm-up for this Tom Moy trainee. Tom's having a heck of a Belmont fall meet.
Why couldn't he win with Creasy last time, though? I needed him
Venti Valentine here is the Have to Espresso shot, who's won close to $500K in her career.
Yeah, and you gotta like the pedigree, and you gotta like the George Abreu. He wins with first-time starters. He knows how to get them prepared. I like what I'm seeing on the racetrack.
10-1, although Maggie said doesn't look much like her sister. And the favorite at 7-5. Here is the Daughter of Practical Joke. Odds on last start, favorite before that. Will the third time be the time for Todd Pletcher?
It's a really reasonable question. Drawing outside probably is good for this horse. I mean, she just was stumbled badly. I mean, it cost her a length to length and a half. She got right back in the race, and she ran fine. I didn't like the fact that the first time out she took a ton of money and she stunk. That's what my problem with her really was. And when Todd Pletcher gets bet first time out, it's like a Chad Brown situation. And trainers like that, they don't win, and especially when they run, this horse had no excuse that I could see. Now, last time out, it's important. We'll show you the stumble. This is the one horse coming out, and you can see her stumble even on the pan. We'll show you the head-on show about it. Is probably takes her a good length and a half back from where she could have been. What you have to like about her, she got herself right into the game. But let me say something else about it, Richie, and that's a legitimately bad stumble.
Sure.
But she was running in I don't know, November Rain first time is good who beat her. this field, there's a lot going on in this race. This is a big, full field. I feel like there may be some roses, as you like to say, hiding in this field somewhere. How good is this filly, really?
Yeah, but it's always hard to qualify how much that stumble affected her. Now, she did keep her momentum going forward as she stumbled, but you never know how it takes their air out of them if they settle properly, because she really kind of hit the wall the last 16th of a mile here.
Yeah, I'm not
Doesn't have to go 6.5 today, only going 6.
Yeah, I don't like the way she shut it down, though, that much. She had the race won, and then she kind of
Here's my problem. If she didn't have her last race, let's just throw it out completely. Would you like her off her debut? And she's even money, keep in mind.
I would.
Yeah, I mean,
really? You would like her off her debut, where she was 3-2 for Todd Pletcher, sat a perfect trip, and backed up. Not me. We'll have to agree to disagree. She can win, but I think she's a bad bet.
Well, listen, I really think there are definitely alternatives here at better prices. I find some of these first-timers intriguing, and I also like the 7 Try It Again a little bit. I just think being a Bustin' Stones, half to cartwheel Lulu, who was very quick on dirt, I like the surface switch.
I think there's a lot of things going on in this race that are just more
4 to 5
interesting.
now, by the way.
Yeah, I just think they're going crazy on a horse that I think is a little bit
Third time
ridiculous.
out, again the favorite in all 3 starts now. Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm with you, Meg. I didn't pick her because, honestly, I was with Try It Again because I think she will love the surface change. She's just so much more together. But I know I didn't necessarily give her the most glowing endorsement in the paddock, but the more I watch number 12 in here, Valentine, she once they put the tack on her, it's like she grew a hand. She really puffed up, and you saw her out on the racetrack here. She just framed herself up well. She's acting like she already knows what's going on, and I like that with these young fillies, especially the 2-year-old New York breds. So she's kind of wooed me and won me over a little bit here, at least of the first-time starters. Like I said, I do think some of the other ones that have run are dangerous in the face of your current heavy favorite. Let her inspire you. But number 3, Know-It-All Audrey, as Mig pointed out, some decent works. And honestly, when I first walked into the paddock, Know-It-All Audrey was the one who caught my eye. Beautifully put together filly, just kind of has that size, that scope to her, well balanced. Is wearing a shadow roll first time out here, but this is not their gig. One though I watch with interest is number 11 is Take Charge Lisa, as Andy pointed out, worked well because each time the rider asked her, and wasn't overly asking her, but each time he asked her, she lowered herself a bit and accelerated again. So it was a good-looking work, and Bob Caceres does bring her over here looking really fit. She's not that much to look at when you're just kind of watching her physically, but she's well prepared, and I like that workout, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 5, pool over $500,000 on this Sunday card, and it's odd-on favoritism again for the 13. Let her inspire you just like last time out. Can she break better? That will be certainly key, but you didn't even love the way she finished up.
No, I really didn't. And maybe that stumble caused her to kind of shut down late like that, but it was noticeable to me how she shortened stride. Here's the other thing, quickly, Andy. First start, it says antsy gait. Second start, she stumbled. Horses that shift their feet in the gate, shift their weight in the gate, have a tendency to stumble even there because they're moving around too much. Horses that break well square themselves up and stand still.
But you can grow out of that too, can't you?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure
she's got a pretty good trainer. Is probably good at that too. But the other thing, what I don't like is, you talk about, forget the stumble, she's lost ground in both of her races in the stretch, and she's 4 to 5. She's 3 to 5. She's a horrible gamble at 3 to 5 in here. Horrible gamble.
So you're saying obviously she can win,
of course she can.
At that price.
I picked her second. I'm not going to be shocked when she wins, but 3 to 5.
No, just to clarify.
So many there's so many variables in this race. I mean, you got a huge field. She's been in a small field last time. Should have.
6 not cooperating here. First timer by boys at Toscanova for Michelle Nevin. Finally moves in, and now 9 to 1 on Venti Valentine. Jorge Abreu.
Money's pouring in, Greg.
Almost. Still nearly double the morning line. Favorite will move in last. They also eligible. Let her inspire you. There she is. Stumbled last time. Can she break clean today with Johnny V for Todd Pletcher? Here's the start of the late pick 5. John Imbrial with the call.
I don't know.
And the rough. Try It Again goes out for the lead. The gray Silver Fist moves up at the rail in second, and Cindy's Choice is next in third. Let Her Inspire You on the outside in fourth. Pimanova is running in fifth. Trinity Totoli is in sixth, followed by Shane's Risk in seventh. To her inside is She's a Mia next in eighth. Then Aventi Valentine in ninth, followed by Sister Linda in 10th. At the back of the pack are Know It All Audrey along with Shane's Risk. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And the leader is Silver Fist in front by a length. The favorite, Let Her Inspire You, runs in second. Down on the inside is Pimanova. And then comes Cindy's Choice, followed by Trinity Totoli in fifth. They come off the turn now and enter the stretch. Let Her Inspire You up to challenge Silver Fist for the lead. Silver Fist, Let Her Inspire You. And putting in a late run here is Venti Valentine on the outside into third, less than an eighth of a mile to the finish. Let Her Inspire You has the lead. Venti Valentine driving up on the outside. Let Her Inspire You and Venti Valentine. The two of them come on to the finish. It's going to be tight. Photo finish. Let Her Inspire You or Venti Valentine. They were right together. Silver Fist faded to third.
The 12, Venti Valentine, closing ground on the favorite with every single step, but I think the 13 might have got to the wire first.
Yeah, I didn't know. It just seemed like the horse on the inside may have had the advantage.
One more
13
look
got
at
12 got there. Watch it again.
12
the 12 is going to get there. You watch this again, guys. The 12 got there.
Still the 13, final
Not
jump.
there, it isn't. 13 got, 12 got there.
There we go.
I declare it.
You declare it. I like it.
9-1.
Oh,
Looks
man.
like it from that angle.
It does look like it from that angle, but you're saying it with such absolution.
It's funny, you know, you and I, we were watching the race here, and I thought the 5 was perched to run well, obviously 13 running well, and I said to you around the 5-6 ball, the 12 is just starting to run.
Yeah, 12
and
is running.
You could see her really
Nose
start
is
to
up
run.
and
There it
down.
is. She got the bob.
Certainly
she
looked
got
like,
down
you
there.
know, it was an interesting bob, too. Like, her head got the bob, and it kind of stayed in that bob for a little extra split second. Usually it's kind of up and down. Hers was kind of like a steady reach.
And again, just very surprising with the pedigree from this barn. And even she was 5-1 morning line. Why she drifted all the way up?
I wonder, you tell you the morning line. I'm going to ask this question to David Aragona, the morning line maker. What do you do when you know there's a horse like the 13 that's going to be a very, very short price, but it's also eligible? If you include it in the line and the horse doesn't get in, your entire line's screwed up.
12 put
so
up, by the
I'm
way.
thinking that's why this horse was 5-1. I'm thinking he might have made her 8-1 if he knew the 13 was in the body of the field.
Sure. Yeah, that's a very good point. Boy, this was a very nice run from a first-time starter. She kind of put in a long, sustained run. This time, I will say this, Let Her Inspire You. She didn't lay down. She fought for it. This filly came and got it.
She lost to a horse that, but she lost to a horse that just was better than she was. But still, I'm going to say to you, shouldn't she still have won? You know what I mean? I'm not.
Well, I understand your point, but
Maria Abreu,
what will
heading
tell
to
when
winner's
this filly
circle.
runs back?
I'll be betting against her.
Picture time at 9-1, first time out. After espresso shot and had a pretty good career, 4-time stakes winner, close to $500,000 in earnings. This one starts it the right way for New York Final Furlong Racing Stables. We're going to take a break. Another defeated odds on for Let Her Inspire You, by the way. We'll be back. Photo finish to start off the late pick 5.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. With 500 yearlings cataloged from a variety of state-bred programs, Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings is the #1 ranked major yearling sale in North America by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with 70 stakes wins or placings in 2021. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Monday and Tuesday, October 4th and 5th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. In Valley Sports, Southern California. We're live at Churchill Downs, 7th race. Going to start the late pick 4. This post breed happened a few moments ago that we're going to bring to you right now. Entry level allowance, 5.5 furlong sprint. And 9-2 currently on Amusing Antics, who 2-back was a winner at Ellis.
Yeah, I kind of preferred others near. I wonder if there's some money for this horse because it's Belmont.
Big number in a maiden win, Gatewire at Canterbury for this runner.
Yeah, huge figure. Last time her races in the winter at Fairgrounds left a lot to be desired. Maybe she just figured the game out.
Flash Magic, 8-5 right now, was favored. Beaten finished ahead of Amusing Antics in her first try against winners.
Yeah, she's taking a lot of that Asmussen money in here. But to be fair, this horse was 3-1 against Caramel Swirl and Amendment Nation, who's one of the favorites in the Remington Oaks tonight.
Second to your favorite as well, Princess Noor in her debut for Baffert.
You love Princess Noor.
Here's the 5 Takata. Back-to-back wins, Indiana and Ellis.
I thought she was the horse to beat. I thought she was the speed of the speed, and I just thought she may be the best horse.
And on the outside, Sweet Queen Bee, whose lone win, it came at Keeneland for 30 maiden claiming.
Yeah, and she's coming off a little bit of a freshening, decent, steady work tab coming into this.
Post time coming up for this 7th here at Churchill. You can take advantage of the Twin Spires bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do, don't forget to opt in. Bonus funds, they'll be credited each Monday in your account. Download the Twin Spires app today or go to twinspires.com. So 6-5, guys. Flash Magic, who we saw at Saratoga, disappointed at a short price, disappointed at an even shorter price at Ellis last night.
That's the thing. If she was coming off just the Saratoga race, I'd say, listen, she ran huge in her time before that. She ran against that was a killer allowance field. I mean, that was essentially a graded allowance race if we could run one.
Yeah.
But then she goes to Ellis. She's in a 4-horse field. She's even money, and she's just a no contest second.
Well, probably because Steve Asmussen taking that kind of money, right?
But still, she didn't. It's not like it's not like she ran a good race. I mean, she barely ran any better than she ran at Saratoga from a speed figure standpoint.
Yet she's even money right now.
I would bet Takata. I'll probably be wrong, but I prefer Takata the
Huge
5.
figure, by the way, on that 2. It came at Canterbury. Can you trust it with Latte Dolce, the 2? Corey Lannery. Travis Stone, the call, started the late pick 4 from Churchill. Here we go.
Waiting for Sweet Queen Bee. They're in the gate and they're off. Flash Magic with a good beginning from mid-pack. Congratulated is also there. Takata joins them from the outside. Latte Dolce comes away 4th and toward the rail. Amusing Antics is racing 5th by 3. And at the back early is Sweet Queen Bee down the back stretch run. Congratulated going head-to-head with Takata. Inside of 4 furlongs to go, and these two open up to lead by 2.5. Flash Magic is back 3rd toward the rail. Latte Dolce moves up on the outside 4th and now 3rd with 3 furlongs to go. Under pressure is is Amusing Antics back in 5th, and it's a long way back to Sweet Queen Bee. 21-3 for that opening quarter mile. Coming for the top of the stretch. Toccata's in front off the turn. Congratulated, cut the corner off the turn as well. And on the outside, Latte Dolce is coming on with a run, and Flash Magic's not far behind either. There's 1 furlong to go. Latte Dolce coming after Toccata. Toccata digs down deep, though, fends off that first challenge. Latte Dolce wanders toward the outside with Flash Magic. 16th pole. Toccata's in front, still there. Far outside Flash Magic. Latte Dolce. Toccata won it. Toccata survives that stretch run to win it by a length in the end. Tight for second, Flash Magic or Latte Dolce. Amusing Antics was 4th.
Toccata make it 3 in a row here, and Latte Dolce coming into the stretch. Looked like she had a lot of run in the end. She might have got caught for second here.
She did get caught for second by Flash Magic, which is sort of amazing because you and I watching the race, we were looking at Flash Magic's backstretch. We were wondering if she was going to finish last. But you know what? He wasn't aggressive, Brian Hernandez. He sat off and congratulated. He was overmatched, opened up, kept her together, and she was best.
Yeah. She took that run from Latte Dolce, who made that run at her, got away from her, kind of took the wind out of her sails, and Flash Magic, who was going the wrong direction at the 3/8 pole, kind of finally got it together just to clunk up for second.
3rd win at 3 different racetracks for this filly. She brings her game wherever she goes. Toccata 3 in a row, now 3 for 4 lifetime. Back at Belmont, 9-1 start to the late pick 5, late pick 4. It is next. It'll be on the turf, mile and a 16th. Non-winners at 2 lifetime as we look at Made My Day. We'll be back.
Breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Program brought to you where you can play all the action. Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Impressive debut from this half to espresso shot for Jorge Abreu at 9-1 to start the late pick 5 here in New York.
This horse made some run. Is right here. This is about the 5/16 pole at this point. And this is when you could see the horse was starting to pick up horse as well, but it's tough to make that long sustained run, as you know well, Richie.
Yeah, particularly with a first-time starter. The tendency, at some point she's going to run out of gas. She's going to have to just get a little bit tired. She kept coming with a relentless run. Her gallop out was strong. I know you're big on those gallop outs, Andy.
No, I love nothing more than a strong. Well, here's the thing, Richie, and you made note of this when we were watching the race. She made that run to get there, and then it seemed like she got a little tired. A lot of times they can't keep going, keep getting the air, but she was relentless, as you said.
She kept coming. Most horses have a true quarter of a mile run in them. She made about a 3/8 of a mile run. That was a long, sustained run for a first-time starter.
New York final furlong racing with a Donora firing line. First time out, somehow escapes at 9-1. And it certainly, had there not been a scratch and let her inspire, you didn't get into the race, it would have been a different story. But still, nearly double-digit odds.
Yeah, and you made a good point. The pace really did hold together. Silver Fist at a big price hung in there for 3rd, and she was your pace setter.
No, this horse, this is a nice beginning. She hasn't done what her sister Espresso Shot's done, but she's her half sister. But she's showing some.
But from a physical perspective, I tell you what, she looks like she'll appreciate as they go further. She kind of had a lot of.
It's a nice run. Nice run for her.
Back on the lawn at a mile and a 16th for the start of the late pick 4. It's for 40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. The condition in here, the horse we saw going to break, that was Made My Day. We saw briefly. 5-2 current favorite right now. Mike Stidham and Johnny V.
Oh, he ran very well last time. Not only was he wide the whole way around the track, but he also made a move into a race that broke the race open. And basically, he was second with 50 to 100 yards to go, and the race just fell apart so badly that he sort of blew second in the end. I think he's the horse to beat. Prefect Danny Gargan Claim. He's got crazy numbers, turf claim. I'm a little interested in the New York bred, the number 7 though, Agent Creed. I'm going to bet him with the logicals.
12 minutes of post here. Let's get a paddock report. Head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at number 2, Prefect, in here. First off the claim for Danny Gargan, as he will apply blinkers today, just a short cup on this this horse that he just picked up. And 2, in his last start, it was a yielding turf course, and he just didn't seem to really extend himself as well as you'd like to see, watching his stride. So back on a more firm type of surface today. And watching the replay, because I've never seen him actually in the flesh. I didn't do the paddock that day or for that race. He actually looked like a heavier type that day, but today he doesn't. He's very, very fit looking, and he's actually a little bit smaller and more streamlined. But again, getting back on the firmer surface, I think, should aid his chances. As we'll move on to number 4, Royal Realm, trying the turf for the first time. Look, he's probably going to be a bigger type of price in here, but he's a son of Empire Maker. There isn't much turf pedigree to go on. The second dam is a half to Congaree. The dam's half to Wedding Toast. But really, Wedding Toast was a multiple graded 6 winner on the dirt going long. I will say, though, that physically, for one, Dave Donk has kind of lightened him up a bit, kind of, made him a little bit more streamlined. And he was always such a bad actor going back, or just a very distracted horse going into his races. But progressively through the summer here, he's just become a lot more focused, a lot more level-headed. Looking at him, he does have the proverbial turf hoof, so I kind of get where Dave Donk is going with this. He's a wild card. He's one we'll watch with interest, not one I'm totally in love with, though, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. He's the new face here in this group here in terms of trying the lawn for the first time in his career. 11-1 on Royal Realm. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back as we get set for the start of this late pick 4 on our Sunday card. From Belmont, it still made my day the 5, with Johnny V the favorite at 5-2.
Coming up alongside of Ticonderoga, Good Samaritan won it.
And Good Samaritan has gone on by very easily.
Good Samaritan in his dirt debut, and he's gone by them all. Good Samaritan has won the Jim Dandy.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
They're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Gimmick. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Program brought to you where you can play all the action we bring you every day on the show at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app to get signed up and started. We have the Pick 4 coming up next. You can play that through Naira Bets. Pool $163,000 and growing. Manny Franco heading to his mount. That horse will be ridden, this is our favorite, by John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer. He'll team up with Mike Stidham. 5-2 on the board. And the lone win for this horse, it came here at Belmont on this turf course, on the inner turf, back in October of last year.
And he's just a very logical horse, especially off his last race, where he really did run well. If you watch that race, Tulane ran extremely well. You'll see him coming the stretch, and he sort of makes that move, right? He's the number 8 horse in here, and it's sort of like the move that breaks the race open. He was close to the pace fell apart. He made that move, tough to make it at that point, especially, and that's him on the outside making that sweep. When a race falls apart, that move doesn't win the race, right, Richie?
No, it's a difficult move to make, particularly making that run around the far turn at Saratoga. It's very hard to have anything left to finish with. You talk about horses have only a certain amount of length in their run. Usually turf horses, your really good ones, like an Artie Schiller, he had an 1/8 of a mile that was devastating. After that, you're stretching it out a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, these horses are not really at that level. So this was a nice run. He essentially was second best in that race, the winner, and he also had a super wide trip the whole way. He was really never inside the 3 path on the turns at all, mostly the 4 wide. I think he's very logical. I worry about the 2, Prefect. Danny Gargan is 12 for 29 over the last 5 years. That's 41% with a 334 ROI off the claim with turf routers. That's pretty impressive.
Not listed as well, but Prefect adding blinkers today.
I didn't look to see if he's made blinker changes in those situations.
There he is, 3-1 right now.
And the other thing about him is he's just very logical. I mean, he's run figures, He ran a lot of races going much longer. Now, maybe he's better, though, going the longer distances, Richie. Do you consider that? I mean, the best numbers he's ever run were a 1 5/16, 1 3/8, and 2 1/2 races. I think that's worth thinking about.
Well, he's out of a German-bred stallion musketeer, and there's a lot of stamina influence in that pedigree. Less, speed-oriented, much more stamina.
Yeah, that's a concern. And we'll get back to Agent Creed.
Post break coming up here in a minute. If you want to get down to this pick 4, again, you could do it with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 sign-up bonus. Promo code MATCH200 to get signed up and started. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download the app to get involved. Our feature still to come later on this afternoon. 3-year-old filly who looked sensational, winning the Longines test at Saratoga this summer. Bella Sophia tackling older fillies and mares in that Grade 2 Gallant Bloom.
Including Lake Avenue has been in very good form, a second to Gamine. A lot of people think it's just Bella Sophia. I think she's got a serious rival in Lake Avenue.
She made a big move forward, no question, in that ballerina.
Chasing Gamine, a tough horse to chase.
There's a great Naira Bets promotion for that race. If you bet $50 to win on the winner, you get an extra $50. So you get 1 point more effectively in the odds. And those horses short price, great value offered there.
Here is Hurricane Andrew. Benji Hernandez will ride here, and this one was speed from the inside.
If he upsets this field, this set will look like Hurricane Andrew.
Prefect, blinkers going on as we talked about for Danny Gargan off the claim.
I think the concern is the distance. Musketeer, his sire, was a 1.5 mile, 1 5/8 specialist, and this horse has run his better races at longer distances.
First time turf for Royal Realm.
Royal Realm making first turf start. Not a tremendous turf pedigree here. Empire Maker gets 17% dirt route winners, only 12% turf route winners.
Still the favorite. Made my day with John Velasquez.
As we've talked about before, ran very well last time, is in good form, seemed very logical.
Just in time for one. Big price at 28-1 with Mike Lezzi.
Yeah, a horse that has some speed and probably will be forwardly placed.
He looks like the lone speed.
Next door, Agent Creed had a win on the Widener at Belmont.
Want to expand on him after the post parade. He has a massive excuse last time out. His prior races are fast enough to win. And this New York bred, first time for a tag with his conditions, I have to imagine he'll be claimed.
Mike Maker sends out Valero for Michael Dubb. I ride Ortiz Jr. aboard.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. I thought he had a difficult trip last time, being kind of strung along wide throughout. His best races, to my estimation, have been at Belmont, Andy.
Going to jump to the 10 here. This is Sid Finch, George Weaver, Eric Cancel.
Sid Finch had a race last fall here that would make him very competitive, but that was the one and only time I saw that race.
These horses would get a piece of the price.
Public information, also eligible that draws into the race for Jorge Abreu now.
He's not impossible, but it's a tough post, and he was in a race that very much favored late runners last time.
Really tough post, too, on this inner turf and the way it's set up where they start with his running style. Here's the 9, Silver Token, Jose Lezcano filling in for Jose Ortiz.
I know he broke his maiden going longer. I always thought he was a little better going shorter, and I just don't know if he's really good enough. Only thing I like about him is his trainer, frankly.
All right, well, let's get back to the one you wanted to expand on, Agent Creed, and the excuse he had last time.
Well, You see Pinch start. He actually broke 3/4 slow, and he had some trouble after that. That was a race, that was a time when you wanted to save ground. The rail was extremely strong on the inner turf, and that was also a very good field. And he was pushed outside of a horse named Shouty, and eliminated by that one, and pushed as wide as 6 or 7 wide in the first turn. He settled in 2 to 3 wide after that. He was 3 wide in the second turn, so he's never near the rail in a good rail. He's running in an impossible spot. Of course he ran poorly, and frankly, the figure isn't even that terrible. He's got 3 races before it that are all figures that make him contender. He's losing to horses like Regal Speaker, Straw to Gold. They're solid runners. Maddie's Express, who won up in Saratoga. I just think he's very logical in this race. You're dropping down first time for a tag. So unless you think they're dropping him and there's some reason they're dropping him, I think he's logical. He's a fair price. And I just like his chances. He's an overlay.
I think they're being realistic. I think they found a race that he fits. He's competitive. This is a horse that has never got taken money. The shortest price he's ever been in all of his starts so far is 15 to 1. Today he's actually getting a little bit of respect at 8 to 1.
He should be getting bet. I mean, he's run effectively in those turf races. I think he's got some upside. Honestly, if I was in the claiming game, I would claim this horse and have him with his non-winners and 1 New York bred condition. Now, the problem is you've only got 2 more months of turf racing. But one thing we know, there will be plenty of New York non-winners of 1 New York bred races run here and at Aqueduct. He'll get his chances, and he's at least a check getter.
Yeah, he tries. He's a horse that shows up, and he gives you what he has.
With more on Agent Creed, the 7. Let's go back to Maggie.
I was actually walking out here to the track with his trainer, John Kimmel, and he said, I like my horse. You know, it's a right spot for him, but he's just a plotter. Does he get the right setup today? You know, and we see Kendrick Carmouche giving him his customary away from the pony, aggressive type of warm-up. But he's always done that, and he has been on his back many times before. So I don't think you're really reinventing the wheel with him and trying to get him to show more speed. He looks great. I've always thought he looks great. So we'll see, though. I thought he was interesting, too, with that drop in class, because this is not one of the tougher fields that he's faced. As we move on to number 10, Sid Finch. Now, Sid Finch last time at Saratoga, for whatever reason, was acting up really badly. And I don't know why, because he is one that is usually pretty relaxed. And today, he's very relaxed again back here at Belmont. Maybe it was Saratoga, but I've always liked the way that he moves. His weight looks fantastic. Sometimes he isn't one that carries that much conditioning. I thought he was the one at a price to use underneath, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 22 to 1. Sid Finch, who's 1 for 21 lifetime, 1 for 14 on the lawn.
That's the problem. The good news is he's dropping from starter allowance races. They're sort of tougher spots. He's a horse that at times has run well enough to have a shot. And the last thing I'm going to ever do is tell somebody that thinks a 20 to 1 shot has a chance to at least get a piece is to tell them I think they're wrong.
Well, he's run races that are fast enough to be competitive.
Right. His maiden 40 win, he got a bigger number than the favorite did in his maiden 40 win. Now, Made My Day, that was against Open Company.
The problem is he's not consistent, and his recent races are not particularly good, but he's been running against some better horses.
Yeah, and he's produced another race since then that would fit and would win this race.
Public Information is taking a lot of money, the 11. And I bet him last time. I picked him, and I bet him. He really had a good setup, and you look at how fast that pace was. 22 and 3, 46 and 2 for a mile and 16th race. You don't see paces like that very often, and that race was run to it. It just collapsed at the end. I had the exact, and I got lucky to hit it because the race just fell into his lap.
Where they start this race, Mig, mile 16th on the inner turf.
Very difficult.
Tough for him, right?
Yeah, you're basically breaking on the outside fence of the main turf course, and then you're going to run over a little hump in the ground onto the inner turf course, and look at the position of the gate. If you're out there, you're taking the worst of it. And listen, he's a closer, so he's probably going to grab him and try to tuck in as quick as possible.
But he got hurt when Countdown, the number 3, scratched. Now that got him into the race, but it also took speed out of the race. So now Just in Time for Wine is the controlling speed, at least on paper.
Or
but he's not going to have a duel.
That you'll trash the set over Hurricane Andrew actually could show some speed as well.
Yeah, it looks like the one's got to try and pressure, right?
That's a good point. He's not. Yes, no, you're right. But I think the 6 would be in front of him. I think Luzzie will
more
go.
Naturally fast.
Yeah.
And they're off from the inside, Prefect and Hurricane Andrew. And there goes Made My Day now ranging up along with the gray Silver Token. So Silver Token goes on with it now to take the lead. On the inside is Hurricane Andrew racing in second, 2.5, 3 lengths Back to Just in Time for Wine, who's on the outside of Made My Day. They're heads apart, third and fourth, and they've got 6 lengths on Sid Finch, who is running in fifth. Prefect is down on the inside in sixth. Farther back, it is Royal Realm, along with Public Information. And then comes Voliero. And trailing the field is Agent Creed in 10th. The quarter, 22 and 4. Hurricane Andrew on the inside and Just in Time for Wine on the outside. 2 big long shots are right together. Another long shot sits just off them in third, Silver Token. That's 2.5 lengths back to Made My Day in fourth. 5 lengths from the front. On the outside is Sid Finch, who is now gaining some ground as they go around the far turn. Hurricane Andrew drops out of it. Just in Time for Wine has come away with the lead. Silver Token is next in second. Sid Finch continues to advance in third. Prefect is on the move. Public Information is on the extreme outside. Then comes Agent Creed and Voliero. 3/4 in 1:12. And the field is now in the stretch. Here is Sid Finch. Here is Public Information. And on the outside, here is Agent Creed. So it's Public Information and Agent Creed, and the two of them will fight it out to the wire. Agent Creed, a last to first winner under Kendrick Carmouche.
Agent Creed, the win. Wow, was he wide out of that turn and still able to finish here.
He also got completely left. And we could show the start again. I mean, he broke a length and a half slow. It was a very fast pace. So the fact he went wide, and by the way, I don't know that he was much wider than the second horse in the turn. I think they both made big 3 to 4 wide moves in the turn.
Watch as they turn from. This is the only problem I had. It wasn't the going wide, but look, he's trying to keep him in behind horses. Watch the suddenness of this move to the outside. You lose a lot of momentum when you angle out at the corner there.
Right. I see exactly what you're saying.
So he had to kind of catch himself and right the ship and then go forward again.
Can we just say he was best?
He was best. He ran extremely well.
You know, because the speeds were all long shots. They really didn't have much of a chance. So everybody else benefited from this fast pace. He got left, he moved widest, and he still won the race.
By the way, Sid Finch winding up third at 20 to 1.
We talked about it. He was a live long shot. Yeah.
And here's that start.
Watch. Now, what's interesting about him breaking a length slow, I'm not sure it hurt him because it enabled Kendrick to get right to the fence.
Yeah.
So in fairness to this, the getting left, the fast pace, and getting the fence, he might have had a better trip because he got left.
Well, it made it much smoother for him because you look at the 11 horse.
He's got to make his position.
He's trying to wrangle him back to get in there.
My guy got to get right over the fence, so maybe Kendrick did it by design.
This horse not about that too quick into stride, but it worked in his favor here this afternoon at 6 to 1. 7, 11, 10, and 2. Kendrick Carmouche for John Kimmel with Agent Creed to kick off the late pick 4. We'll get back to Churchill when we return.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo, Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 8th at Churchill. We have some pedigrees in this race here. Maiden special weight, 6 furlongs as they come through the tunnel. Most notably, the one who's favored, Mig, famed, the 7.
This is Tom Amis. Mama's got a run in here. This horse has got plenty of speed. He's going to outrunning. This horse was involved in not only a good maiden race, but one with a wicked pace. And this horse ran okay last time.
Can you hear me?
What?
Okay. Here's High Speed, Grant Forster.
High Speed, more of a turf influence in the pedigree on the female side.
I hear him. I'm not listening.
Beautiful Empire at 7-2. I figured as much. Mark Cassidy, Julian Leperoux.
This one is a half horse. Didn't run very well, but of course Mark Cassidy trained the sire. Classic Empire.
2-year-old champion. Winter Love showed speed at Colonial. First time out for John Ortiz, filly by Cupid.
He's got she has a more talented speed horse on the rail to deal with.
How about Dem Apples? 5-1, Steve Asmussen.
You like apples? How about them apples? Speed both times at Ellis Park. We'll have to get faster.
You know, people have used it before Goodwill Hunting, Richie.
All right, Andy, you can tell us about the pedigree in the 7.
Uncle Mo, he was a tremendous horse sire. Oh, he's a half to that horse, Essential Quality as well. So is this horse getting bet because it's a half? Essential Quality, you think of him as a 6 furlong horse? Is he good, or are they betting because he's a pedigree?
He does some good work stuff.
Even money right now. Here's the 8, Sweet Danny Girl, first time out by Jess's Dream.
A horse that has not had any interruption in her training. She's not taking any money. We let the board help us, but she has an uninterrupted work tab since back in July.
And bit of a gangly looking filly here. First timer by American Pharoah here for Brendan Walsh, Spring Magic.
They paid $300,000 for this horse. The dam has produced 2 foals that couldn't outrun Richie and I. I found it interesting, and I'll tell you, I'm going to give a stat on the 9. Brendan Walsh is 17% with 59 stars in dirt sprints, 2-year-old first-time stars. He's got a 4.11 ROI. He's one with, nobody was like, a $100 horse. He's one with like 5 of them were big-priced horses. So if you want to bet this horse, don't be scared about the big price. That's all.
Market mover, no shock here. Famed, the sister to Essential Quality, at even money in here. This will be the debut. Uncle Mo out of an elusive quality mare, Delightful Quality for Brad Cox. Homebred for Godolphin. Florent Giroux will ride.
Well, it's exciting to see a sibling of a champion make their debut, and you hope that she can live up to what the legacy he's already created. But either way, she's got intrinsic value already because of the pedigree. She doesn't have to be able to run. She has value because of being a sister to him.
100%. Well, it's a homebred, but yeah.
If you want to bet the market mover, anybody else in this race coming up, you can do so by going to twinspires.com or by downloading the app.
Delightful Quality, the dam. Am I right? Is that a Jerkins? Is that like a hobo?
You know what? It sounds like it, but I don't think it was.
Sounds like it, but the other thing about it, the dam actually was pretty good.
It was a Darley stable horse as well, and she was a stakes place.
Oh, she was solid. She ran 90 buyers. She was a good horse. The other 2 runners weren't very good though, or other 1 runner wasn't very good.
Yeah,
2 unraced.
Astaire only ran 1 time. That was a full to Essential Quality.
Meanwhile, we know these silks: Serengeti Empress, Tom Amis, Joel Politi. Mama's Got to Run. Always good to have experience in the afternoon, and she has that over Famed in here. Mama's Got to Run. This will be start number 3.
I want to, in her first start, she got away with a tepid pace, but she got very badly pressed when a horse that blew the brake made a huge middle move on her. And she ran fine. I think Dream Lith, who won the race, she didn't get the best of trips in the spin away. She's a better horse than that. I'm looking forward to where she runs next, actually. And then she got caught in that fast pace. Gerrymander 1 is probably trying the Frazette here next Sunday. Do you think, Richie, and listen, I'm not 21 days between her first start and her second start, now back in 28 days. Does that bother you at all? I'm just asking the question.
She was hard-pressed in both starts, and now having the rail, she's going to be hard-pressed again, and sometimes horses just get tired of having that constant pressure. She's a young horse. Let's see. Obviously, Tom does a great job.
Fame, by the way, real quick, rider off. She was acting up and looks to have calmed down as Giroux gets a leg back up.
Kind of looked like she stepped right out from under him. She was pretty shifty with that move. She's got a good gate work coming into this, and interesting that she was working on synthetic at Turfway, and then the last 2 works were on dirt at Ellis Park.
Well, she gets back in and behaves. And will be the short price favorite here in this 8th at Churchill. But Mama's Got to Run, start number 3, will third time be the charm for the Tom Amoss Joel Paletti filly by McLean's Music. Let's go to Travis Stone, race 8 from Churchill.
There in the gate. And the rough. Winter Love, mid-pack away well. Famed is there. How about them apples? Beautiful Empire. And down inside is Mama's Gotta Run. So down the backstretch they go. Beautiful Empire on through to the front. How about them apples? Right there running in second. In tight and green there is Winter Love. Famed is in the clear, racing up into third. Winter Love is now back into fourth. Sweet Danny Girl comes away fifth. Mama's Gotta Run showed a bit of speed off the mark, but is back racing in sixth. Spring Magic in the clear seventh, and at the back is High Speed. And up top, it's Beautiful Empire, the leader by half a length, but Famed is honing in now. And here comes Famed on the outside of Beautiful Empire. These two round the far turn together. A snappy quarter in 21 and 1/5 seconds. 2 lengths back to Sweet Danny Girl third. Farther back, Mama's Gotta Run fourth. At the quarter pole, Famed has taken charge off the turn. Confident ride leading by 2. Beautiful Empire gives way. Sweet Danny Girl, an upset chance. Here comes Sweet Danny Girl alongside of Famed. Stick is out on Famed, but Sweet Danny Girl has rallied to the front. Sweet Danny Girl takes over. Famed is back into second. Mama's Gotta Run is third to the wire. Sweet Danny Girl, 45-1. Over Famed second, Mama's Gotta Run third, and Beautiful Empire was fourth.
The half to Essential Quality going to have to wait for that maiden win. Not in the debut here, because Sweet Danny Girl at a monster number wins first time out.
I don't think the half to Essential Quality ran badly at all. She ran a winning race. She just didn't run as well as Sweet Danny Girl. Congrats to Carlos Vacareza. He's got a runner in this horse. She was impressive.
Yeah, terrific job having her ready. And I made mention of it. I don't look at times of workouts as much as I look at spacings of workouts. And the fact that she's worked consistently every 6 to 8 days since July tells you that she's uninterrupted training, a healthy horse, that she's doing well. I'd wonder, and this is not to take anything away from the winner, who I agree was very impressive. You know how Essential Quality has a tendency to wait on horses? I wonder if this really, because she looked like she was waiting, and then when that filly got by her, she started to re-engage.
I don't know. I'm not sure this horse didn't just flat out beat her.
Maybe just outright.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, this horse ran, you know, she's a funny horse, a homebred. The homebred for the connections. The sire, Jess's Dream, for those not familiar, she's Curlin, who Jess Jackson had, and the dam was Rachel Alexandra. Won his only race at Saratoga from dead last, and this was a fast race. This horse
109,
ran.
Yeah, 109 and 3.
This horse ran. This
Final
horse didn't
time.
get lucky to win. I think that Famed ran a really, really good race. And
Ran in
take this
2.
horse out of the race, we'd be saying, look at Famed, another superstar for Essential Quality, ran 109 and change. She just lost a horse that just flat out beat her. I'm very impressed by this horse.
I like when Andy gets excited about
No, but I
horses.
mean, because take her out of the race,
I
and
hear
we'd be
exactly
saying,
what
look
you're
at Famed, she won by 5 lengths, she
Sure.
buried the field, she got a big pedigree, she ran so fast. This horse beat her.
Yeah.
8-7, 1-3, 45-1. Sweet Danny Girl here at Churchill Downs. Andy, you're leaving us?
I am. It's been so much fun. I kind of want to stay, but I'm going to go.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
We enjoyed it. We had fun. Yeah, and Meg and I are going to take you the rest of the way, along with Maggie as well. A lot more coming up, including our feature. Bella Sophia, Longines test winner for Rudy Rodriguez, trying to beat older company. When we come back, stay with us.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's off the deck indeed.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in the Steel Valley Sprint.
Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
I call this the back 40 because nobody knows it's here. And everything's always a work in progress.
The owners of Shamrock Hill Farm consider themselves lucky to have produced Derby starter Brooklyn Strong,
And they're off.
who earned his trip to Kentucky by earning Derby points in the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes.
And it is the New York bred Brooklyn Strong.
But retired chemist Cheryl Prudhomme and her husband Michael Gallivan, who was a retired dentist, don't count on luck to keep their farm going. They develop systems for everything and are guided by one philosophy.
The horses come first. Actually, all the animals on this farm come first, and then it's the people. Come on.
They're proud of the fact that so many of the horses they breed make the races. They believe that's because they plan the matings for their broodmares by matching up the physical looks of the stallion with the mare.
We look at the phenotype of the stallion and the phenotype of the mare in question. Try to match them up. And we go to Kentucky and look at the stallions, see which stallion we think will complement a certain mare.
While Brooklyn Strong sold as a weanling for $30,000, Shamrock Hill hopes his yearling half-sibling will reward them in the sales ring this summer at the Fasig-Tipton New York Preferred Sale.
We have a gorgeous practical joke colt out of Riviera Chic, the dam of Brooklyn Strong. It's a really nice colt.
Cheryl and Michael put up all the fencing themselves and finished the inside of a barn without outside help. The only time the two of them left the farm at the same time was to watch Brooklyn Strong in the 2021 Derby. In spite of working 24/7,
it's a labor of love, but it's labor.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. Look at that UBS Arena there in the background. They have moved along on that.
I'll be there the night before Thanksgiving when the Rangers play the Islanders. That'll be the first game I take in there.
Okay, I can't wait. It's going to be fun here. 8th race, mile on the turf coming up. New York bred entry-level allowance on the Widener turf course. And wide open betting board. Right now it's the 7. My lips are sealed, who is favored. Has speed, can be tactical though as well. A multiple winner on the turf with John Velasquez.
And I think having speed is the key to this. This horse needs to be forwardly placed in a race that doesn't appear to be much space, speed on paper.
Let's head downstairs and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, My Lips Are Sealed, kind of an interesting horse because she has been the beaten favorite in her last 3 starts, and each time I walk in here, I think she is much the horse to beat physically. I think the same here once again. We'll see if she can finally get it done, currently as a lukewarm favorite. But taking a look at, before I get into these horses, just to note, we do see a shoe repair taking place right now on number 2, Golden Oldie, to her right front. As we'll take a look at number 4, English Breeze. And she is a horse that kind of hinted as a 2-year-old that she had some legitimate talent as a New York bred for trainer Dave Donk. And then she was sidelined for quite a while. And when she came back, she was just very, very nervous. And I did notice that Dave's assistant had her head here in the paddock. Today, it's most relaxed and just kind of content and happy and just focused. I've seen her in quite a while, and I love what I'm seeing from her physically. One that wasn't carrying her weight that well, just is really kind of strengthened and put on that muscle mass. If she could ever get back to what she kind of showed a bit more as a 2-year-old, I think she could be interesting. Again, a horse searching for her first race, though, in 2 years. As we'll move on to number 8, Marvelous Maud. Broke her maiden last time in an off-the-turf event. I get it. She actually does have much more dirt pedigree on the bottom. But she is a daughter of Slumber. And, well, I think she is one of those horses that can run probably equally as well on either surface, especially if it's a wet track. First time out, for a Chad Brown horse, she just didn't look that together. She lacked, some strength across her top line. She wasn't clued in at all. And each start, she gets so much better. The strides forward in just her short career so far are remarkable, what I've seen. So I know you're kind of taking the worst of it at times because it is Chad Brown, but I really have noticed a serious improvement with this filly, especially in her third start here, as she does get back to the turf today, which I'm A-okay with, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 4-1, Chad Brown. Michael Dubb and the Elkstone Group, the win, came on a race taken off the turf. We'll see if she can get it done on the lawn here. Tackling older company, and there's that shoe repair with Golden Oldie. Speed from the inside at 18-1. It's going to have the rail in this race. We'll talk more about her chances to potentially wire this field when we come back. That's the favorite, though. My Lips Are Sealed at 7. Velasquez rides for George Weaver. Post parade next.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War Front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We have the 8th next at Belmont. And we're going to get to our post parade here in a moment. A mile on the Widener turf course. New York bred entry level allowance. Very famous silks on this circuit. Irad Ortiz Jr. wearing the silks of Michael Dubb. I'm going to be on Marvelous Maud trying to win for the first time on the lawn. There's Irad again. For trainer Chad Brown, right now 4-1 on Maud, the 8.
Yeah, and certainly a turf pedigree with Slumber being the sire. They campaigned that horse. Actually won the Manhattan here, Grade 1 winner on turf. And those silks of Michael Dubb's have become iconic here in New York. We've come to see them the way we used to see the, Calumet Farm and Green Tree and all the big stables. Michael Dubb's horses compete so often on the NYRA circuit.
Christophe Clement. This one, we talked about the 2 with speed on the rail. This could be the one who tries to pressure that 2 up front.
Yeah, and this horse has some speed, but pretty slow half mile last time. You get Jose Lascano, who will be aggressive. He's a guy who puts horses in position. Joel Rosario last time. I think we're going to have a little quicker pace this time than this filly was confronted with last time.
And look at Dylan Davis on Epona's Dream. Huge price at 29-1 in here. Maiden win. That was in the mud race taken off the turf. Tried Stakes Company in the dirt off that performance. Now Mark Henig's going to say, let's go back to the lawn.
Yeah, it goes back to the lawn. Her 2 turf races at Belmont here this past spring were decent enough to have her nibble at the edges.
I mean, she was right there. Not right there, but within striking distance. A Marvelous Maud, Just Okay is Not Okay, were 2 of the favorites in the race. She's almost 30-1.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. She's too big a price.
Jose Lascano on this one who was able to go those soft fractions and go gate to wire last out at 4-1. But yeah, likely going to have to deal with a potentially even quicker runner that wants the front as well. And Golden Oldie in this one coming up.
And then you have My Lips Are Sealed, who's tactical. She's going to be, somewhat involved. But I think from the rail, Kendrick on Golden Oldie, who had that shoe repair in the paddock as they hit the racetrack. Just people don't know, there's a veterinarian on call. There's a paddock judge to make sure the horse got the equipment, and a blacksmith for shoe repairs. The 3-horse looking to fly has been running pretty well. Loses Louis Saez, gets Eric Cancel today.
Only a half length behind. Just Okay is Not Okay. First try against winners. English Breeze, David Donk, Manny Franco.
I really liked this filly last time. She just kind of ran even. I think she'll appreciate the one-turn mile, essentially one-turn mile at Belmont.
Reigning Candy, big price, and just won at Saratoga with a really wide trip.
Yeah, wide trip that day, and seems like Bruce Levine's barn's kind of waking up lately.
Big price here, maybe a horse you can use underneath. Opponent's Dream has shown some ability on the lawn.
Yeah, both the turf races here in the spring were good enough to make her somewhat of a contender.
My Lips Are Sealed, still the favorite. Tactical could be forwardly placed as well for George Weaver.
Yeah, she makes a lot of sense, and she should be in good position.
Marvelous Mod, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., and that number starting to come down.
Yeah, she ran third behind Just Okay Is Not Okay on debut, won on dirt, but really more of a turf pedigree on the top side.
Stuytown Baby actually is a 3-time winner on the turf against easier competition.
Yeah, been running against much easier. Would have to run a race maybe that she hasn't run yet to win here.
17-1 home for Christmas. Christophe Clement and Jose Lezcano.
Made the lead last time, got to slow things down on the front end and had plenty left for the finish.
Unicorn Sally here is the 11 for John Kimmel. Comes in off a win against non-winners of 3 lifetime.
I didn't like this filly at all last time, but Louis Saez found another gear in her. But Louis was kind of running so hot, then horses were outperforming.
Master of Tunes, nearly 40-1 on the 12. Jorge Vargas had a maiden special weight win here at Belmont against New York Bred Company.
Yeah, and then didn't run terrible last time. I thought she was kind of strung along wide pretty much throughout and was beaten 7 lengths, which is pretty a long way in turf racing, though.
Big number. If she can run back to that maiden number, she's not that far out of it. And then 10-1 on Just Okay Is Not Okay. Mike Luzzy aboard for Todd Pletcher.
And I like this. I think 10-1's too big a price. Barry Schwartz had a real nice maiden win. The opening race, Shalimar's Garden, was very impressive earlier today. The post is the knock on this filly. She's just kind of out there. It's not as dramatic going a mile on the turf, on the main turf, but it's still something you have to deal with.
Minute to post coming up in this 8th, and then it's time for our Sunday feature, the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom. You can earn a $50 bonus on your winning Gallant Bloom stakes wager. To qualify, go to NYRABets.com. You have to opt into the promotion. Don't forget to do that. Then place a $50 win bet on any horse in the Gallant Bloom stakes. If your ticket hits, you'll earn a $50 bonus. Go to NYRABets.com for all the details. Not bad. Here's a look again at the favorite. Wow, late money continuing to come in now, and My Lips Are Sealed down to 8-5.
Yeah, I guess, the people are looking at the race kind of like how you and I are, that it's not a tremendous amount of speed, and she should put herself in a good spot, and she's coming off a real good effort last time where she was second in Saratoga.
It's tough. She stumbled at the beginning of this race. She did finish up a lot better. And the race before this, she was overwhelmingly the one to beat. She just didn't show up. This race, at least, she showed up.
Yeah, she showed up, and her start previous to that against Runway Rumor was sensational. I think she is a deserving favorite. I don't like how she kind of, even though, yeah, all right, she did stumble, but she was in position, and the way she kind of gave up ground so readily last time.
9-5. She has been beloved at the windows. This will be the 4th consecutive start. She has been the favorite. And now, as usual, with this barn with the 8, Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz Jr., money continuing to come in all the way down. She was 4-1 a few moments ago. Now she's down to 5-2.
Yeah, it's very strong connections on a very lightly raced filly that has the right to improve. She's lightly raced. This is her 3rd start. Pedigree that says she'll get better as she continues to develop and get older.
Let's check in again with Maggie.
Let's take a look at a horse that might be able to keep My Lips Are Sealed company, though I'm not sure, because looking at number 10 in here, Home for Christmas, as she did wire a field last time, she was very sharp that day and on her toes and just kind of continuously bouncing throughout. So looking at her, she's a lot more quiet today. And we see Jose Lascano subbing in here for Joel Rosario, whom is out of town, I believe, in Oklahoma. I think she's interesting because I think the light bulb's kind of gone on with her a bit, but she's going to be sitting that tracking position, I would think, right outside your current favorite. But hey, Meg and I both going with the same horse in here, number 4, English Breeze. Meg, what are your thoughts?
Well, I just like that this is her second start off of having minor throat surgery. Sometimes a horse needs to get a little confidence that they can get their air, and I think she'll really be much better suited to the 1 mile of the Belmont turf course than she was for the 2 turns in Saratoga.
Meanwhile, there's the favorite, Hall of Famer John Velasquez on My Lips Are Sealed. I find her a little bit tough to trust at that short of a price with the last couple of starts.
Yeah, I think this race is very competitive. So I wound up on the 4 because I'm also getting a price that I'm happy with.
Even the 3 interesting. I know it's a big rider switch. Luis Saez, who was so dominant at Saratoga, now it's Eric Cancel, but looking to fly. And Cancel's come a long way, very talented rider. But we'll see what happens here. Nearly double-digit odds. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. And it is Home for Christmas, who is out for the early lead. Quickly challenged on the inside by Golden Oldie. My Lips Are Sealed is a close-up 3rd. Just Okay Is Not Okay on the extreme outside in 4th, followed by a Marvelous Maud in 5th, past there by Stuytown Baby in 6th. English Breeze is next in 7th, and then it's Raining Candy on the outside in 8th, followed by Master of the Tunes in 9th. Then comes Unicorn Sally, who is racing in 10th. Looking to Fly is in 11th. Epona's Dream trails the field in 12th, and the quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Home for Christmas leads here by a neck. Just Okay Is Not Okay is on the outside in 2nd, a little more than a length. Golden Oldie is down at the rail, and alongside is the favorite, My Lips Are Sealed. Their heads apart, 3rd and 4th. And then comes Stuytown Baby and Marvelous Maud. Those 2 race as a team. English Breeze is at the rail, and on the outside is Raining Candy. Half mile in 47 and 4. Home for Christmas, still with that narrow lead over Just Okay Is Not Okay. And My Lips Are Sealed now ranges up on the outside, so it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Marvelous Maud splits horses now to take 4th. Down on the inside is a Golden Oldie as the field now comes into the stretch, gaining ground. On the extreme outside is Unicorn Sally, who's coming on quickly. My Lips Are Sealed has the lead. Then Unicorn Sally and a Marvelous Maud. There's a 16th to the finish. It is My Lips Are Sealed and Marvelous Maud. Those 2 come for the finish. My Lips Are Sealed held on. Marvelous Maud was 2nd. Unicorn Sally rallied for 3rd.
My Lips Are Sealed, able to hold off that late charge from Marvelous Maud, getting back to the lawn. And that's a 3rd win on turf in 9 starts for this 4-year-old filly by Algorithms.
And position was the difference here. My Lips Are Sealed was always in that kind of clean outside stalking trip. You see Marvelous Maud, Irad Ortiz starts to angle out for room here. Unicorn Sally laps on him. They're going to be shoulder to shoulder. Luis Saez trying to hold his line, keep him maybe from getting out into him. You see right here, they are absolutely, this is race riding, shoulder to shoulder. One guy's trying to lean on him, the other horse is leaning out. Finally, when Irad gets a neck in front, Philly kind of settled, but by then My Lips Are Sealed had built up enough of an advantage. Johnny Velasquez had just enough left in the tank to hold her off.
And again, with Saez, Unicorn Sally at least putting in a bid, not enough late, but it's 16-1.
She has clearly improved in her 2 races with Luis Saez aboard. She's really a better filly since he's ridden her.
We saw what a difference maker he was all summer long at Saratoga. But it's My Lips Are Sealed who winds up going off at 8-5 with the win. 7-8-11 here in the 8th at Belmont. And George Weaver, Johnny V, Team Block, team up for the victory. And we have our feature still to come. Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, test winner Bella Sophia. Back in action, tackling older horses. That is up next. We're back at Churchill for the 9th. Mile and a 16th in this race, an allowance optional claiming field. And it is Trident Hit Ron Moquette coming out of a stakes race, that Governor Cup at Remington, hit the board in that race. Who's the favorite? We'll start our post-parade with Core Beliefs. This horse has been around for a while, and he has tackled some very tough company now with Brian Lynch.
Yeah, it was against the likes of Art Collector last time. Art Collector came out of that Aladar to go on and win the West Virginia, the Charlestown Classic. Yeah, and Core Beliefs is a consistent hard knocker.
Fact Finding 9-2 with Martin Garcia.
I thought this horse was very interesting. Reeve McGahee, horse ran well in that Tri-State Stakes off the layoff. Should improve with that effort.
Got some big numbers. When he's out loose on the front end, he can be tough. Beaver Hat 7-1. Corey Lannery.
Yeah, he was just in front of Fact Finding in that aforementioned race at Tri-State. Ran well that day.
Speaking of the Charlestown Classic, Bourbon Calling coming out of that race. He was no match for Art Collector at 35-1 that day.
Yeah, he was beaten a long way. He's got races that certainly make him competitive here, but that last race was not one of his better efforts.
Spa City, big win. He earned a 90 buyer, and Tom Amos decided to claim him off of Gennaro Garcia.
Well, Tom Amos, very sharp at the claiming game, knows what he likes, and look for this horse to have a big effort.
Royal Mesa went by at 12-1, blinkers on, and here's Trident Hit, the favorite.
Yeah, and understandable why this horse is the favorite. Coming up out of that Governor Cup at Remington, ran well in Saratoga against Forza de Oro, who was a very short price in the Jockey Club Gold Cup up in Saratoga. So he's coming out of very strong races. Kind of interesting, too, the horse that Tom claimed, just getting back to him briefly, Spa City, out of Sarah Louise, was a Grade 1 winner for Godolphin. Very nice filly. And this is a horse that, you know, Garcia Gennaro, they do a great job. But when we say a horse goes through barn could improve, trainers try different things. Horses respond to different methods, different ways. And sometimes a trainer hits on something. And usually when Tom claims a horse, it's because he has an idea already what he thinks he can do to make that horse a better horse. So it'll be interesting to see if that works out. I like the 2-horse. I'm going with Reeve McGahee trained Fact Finding.
5-1 right now. If you want to play this race, you could do so with Twin Spires. Take advantage of their bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you get your bet back up to $10 if your horse happens to run second or third. All you have to do is opt in. Bonus funds, they'll be credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com to get started. It's a wide open race. The board reflects that. 2-1. 6-1 with 6 of the 7 runners in the field.
Yeah, I think it's a very competitive race. I do think Fact Finding makes the lead here. That's where he wants to be. He has that race off the bench. Reeve McGahee, son of Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. His uncle Charlie LaPresti used to train this horse. He's from, family of horse people, terrific horseman. And I think that this horse with the race under his belt should be very tough.
Well, let's look at the favorite, Ron Moquette. With Trident Hit, he's coming out of that stakes race. We mentioned that Governor Cup at Remington last time out. He ran third, but had a nice horse. Rated R Superstar. He's been around a long time, especially in that Oaklawn circuit, and that's who winds up beating him on this occasion.
Yeah, and listen, he ran a winning race this day. Just wasn't quite good enough. He was beaten 2 lengths, ran a good figure. And he's consistent. He runs consistent numbers. He shows up and tries. He gives you an effort every time.
So the thing is, off this, he may need better than this to win it. This is a good group he's facing today.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming out of a stake in a race that's stakes quality. I mean, there's horses in here that have run very big races. Fact Finding, he won a stake at Delaware last fall, albeit in the slop.
Here's the Tom Amos claim. This horse has won for Kieran McLaughlin, for Brad Cox, for Gennaro Garcia, and now he's going to try and win for Tom Amos.
Well, he's been in good horsemen's barns, but I like when Tom claims a horse, it's usually because he has a specific idea about something he can do to improve that horse. So I'm interested in this horse as well. As we see Harley, that pony there, very distinctive. He's like a Mack truck.
He is the man out there. Meanwhile, Core believes. I'm surprised you're getting 5-1. This horse seems to have woken up a little bit, and he's had really some tough competition his first couple of starts back as a 6-year-old now. Mailman Money, Art Collector, of course, and Night Ops in that most recent effort in the Aladar. But this is a former graded stakes winner, multiple graded stakes winner.
Yeah, and he's shown, like, he went to the bench last year after being essentially eased at Churchill Downs in September. Had all that layoff. This is his third start off the layoff. He's run 2 good races, so whatever physical, injury or, problem that he had that he incurred last year, he's passed it. Maybe he just needed those 2 races as a 6-year-old to hit his optimum fitness level. I know as I got older as a rider, when I'd have injuries, it got harder and harder to get to my peak fitness. And I think horses and people are very similar in that respect.
Just told, by the way, the horse who beat him last out, Art Collector, in the Aladar, who'd go on to win the Charlestown Classic. Expected to see him in the Woodward.
And a horse that always...
He's kind of flying under the radar right now. Everyone's talking about, Nick's Go, Essential Quality, Hot Rod Charlie.
And he was a lot of people's, wise guy pick with the 3-year-olds last year heading towards, the races like the Derby and stuff. But... yeah, Core Beliefs also is a horse that can definitely take a big step forward.
And you're getting 5-1 right now. We're set for the 9th from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Beaver Hat, who's gone in, and Trident Hit. They're in the gate. And they're off. Pretty even beginning. Spa City is there. Royal Mesa, fact-finding for that inside post comes on through to challenge as well. And it will be fact-finding to take the field into the clubhouse turn. Spa City's right there running along in second. Royal Mesa 3 wide into the turn from third. Beaver Hat finds a cozy spot. 4th and saving ground down toward the rail. Bourbon Calling is running along in 5th. Trident Hit comes away 6th. The early trailer is Core Beliefs, 8 lengths off the leaders as they move to the backstretch run, where the opening quarter mile goes in 24 seconds flat. So it is fact-finding the leader by half a length. Spa City, no pressure yet, just stalking on the outside second. In the clears, Royal Mesa racing third. Beaver Hat is cruising along, covered up inside while 4th. Bourbon Calling is 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Trident Hits racing in 6th. And Core Beliefs is at the back, moving for the far turn, the opening half in 47-1. Pace picked up a bit down that backstretch run. And it's fact-finding holding on to the lead. Spa City now with more pressure. Comes on 2 wide. Royal Mesa's cranking it up as well. 3 wide. And Trident Hit launching a 4 wide sweep of the field, but is stuck wide to the quarter pole. Meanwhile, Beaver Hat and Bourbon Calling are in behind horses with nowhere to go. Core Beliefs is catching up too. Top of the stretch. Trident Hit with a wide journey has taken the lead as they head for the 8th pole. Royal Mesa tries to go with that one. Core Beliefs pops outside. Here comes Core Beliefs now. Trident Hit short lead. Bourbon Calling coming up the rail. Spa City is there. Core Beliefs coming after Trident Hit. Trident Hit tries to fend off Core Beliefs, who surges late. These 2 to the wire. Maybe Trident Hit got it, but it's tight. There's a good bob for Core Beliefs. Those 2 on the wire. Bourbon Calling and Spa City.
Core Beliefs making a big run late, trying to get to Trident Hit. It's 9-5 if it's Trident Hit. It's 9-2 if it's Core Beliefs.
And you see Core Beliefs kind of took that little shift in. Now Florent Drew's getting after him left-handed. He keeps on wandering to the right from the crop. You see right there, again, he's going to go at him again. Again, you lose momentum in that, and he finally switches the crop back to the right hand, and he gets down close to Trident Hit. And Trident Hit, you could see he met the challenge. He was straining, and he got his nose down in front.
Going to be the 4th career win for this 4-year-old son of Tiz now. Just able to hold off Core Beliefs, it looks like, as the 9-5 favorite. And tough, because Core Beliefs had to wait on this horse, had to shift outside. But it did look like that riding crop, he was not responding well to it.
Yeah, he wasn't going forward. He was going to the left, having to be corrected. Go to the left, having to be corrected. When he finally went back to the right, it made him go down a little bit closer to the 7 Trident Hit, which maybe made him even a little bit gamer. Horses feel that presence of another horse, and they try. These were 2 horses trying their hardest, though. Core Beliefs, not as good a trip as the winner, and that might have made the difference.
Trips often do, don't they? 7-1, 4-5 here in the 9th at Churchill. Trident Hit, not 3 for 5 here at Churchill Downs. Ron Moquette, congrats to him. Tyler Gaffleone back here at Churchill. Getting set for the 9th here, approaching the 15-minute mark to post in our Sunday feature, and that is the test winner from this summer at Saratoga for Rudy Rodriguez. Bella Sofia ran a 101 Buyer speed figure. She is the 1-5 favorite, but she has a serious rival in this race in Lake Avenue, who just ran second behind the clear-cut, no doubt about it, leader of this division in Gamine.
And she's a 4-year-old, Bella Sofia, taking on Elders for the second time. She did win an allowance race against Elders, but she didn't face the likes of Lake Avenue that day. We saw her in the paddock there. She had cotton stuffed into her ears. They'll put cotton in her ears, trying to keep a horse a little calmer, muffled noise. Horses react to sound.
That is a short price. She was brilliant, obviously, in the test. Can she repeat it against what is going to be the toughest test of her career coming up? And a tussle with Lake Avenue for Belmont, daughter of Awesome Patriot. Trying to beat older company here in the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, our Sunday feature from Belmont Park.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. 'Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Dixie Flag heads for home with Katinka coming after her. Angel's Tearlet on the far outside is running in 3rd. Down toward the inside, Foil is weakening late in the final furlong. Dixie Flag trying to hang in there. Katinka coming with a determined run. Farther back, Angel's Tearlet and Crabgrass. It's Dixie Flag and Katinka. Katinka, Dixie Flag. Here's the line. Heads up and down on the wire.
Oh, was that tight? The 98 Gallant Bloom, Richard Migliori on Katinka, beating older company as a 3-year-old.
And this is a situation that Bella Sofia is in today, taking on Elders here in the Gallant Bloom. We caught a really good mare right on the post, Dixie Flag, trained by the late, great Alan Jerkins. And there's Loretta Lustig, John Kimmel's assistant to this day, Dave Duggan, who was John's assistant, now a trainer on his own. And that was Katinka's first stakes win, had been stakes placed up to that point. And I was getting Miggy with it.
You were, and she won the last 4 starts of that 98 campaign, 3 of them graded stakes victories. She finished very strong that year. As we take a look at the 3-year-old filly trying to beat Elders in this year's edition of the Gallant Bloom. Test winner Bella Sofia, there she is. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And she will take on some older quite good rivals this time around. As we were saying, you know, as you were saying, Greg, she has faced older horses in the past, and she always stacks up with them very well physically. And the same thing again, she is a big girl. She is solid. She's just really well made. She's a sturdy individual. Now, we do see the cotton in the ears again, like we did up at Saratoga for the Grade 1 test. As Rudy had mentioned, you know, Saratoga, there's a lot more going on, and they did take them out actually right before she hit the track, and she got very aggressive in the warm-up with Luis Saez. So we'll see what they do here with her again. But as always, you just like to see how these younger horses match up with their competition, and she matches up just fine, if not bigger and stronger than many of them here. And two, I've noticed throughout that she just continues to get more fit, just more of an athlete. And I think it's because obviously she's improving on the racetrack, and as Rudy said, they're able to tighten the screws a bit more, really able to see what's kind of under the hood in the mornings as she's just taking her racing in stride. Moving on to number 4, Lake Avenue, main competition. She has run very well in her last 3 starts, and it's all with her turning back in distance, because, you know, my biggest criticism of her was that physically she never really kind of went on. She never grew. She never got, you know, longer. Well, what do you do when that happens? And they're talented, you turn back. And she looks phenomenal here. This might be one of the best times I've seen Lake Avenue. I was not in the paddock for the ballerina, but she just seems to be on the upward trajectory with everything that her form suggests, with what I'm observing here. And 2, one that in the past could get just a little hot under the collar, and that's not the case as of late. Now, number 5, Don't Call Me Mary for Todd Pletcher. She is the only horse that can say to her credit that she took down the mighty Chub Wagon, the Pennsylvania-bred star, who is 10 for 11 in her career and has subsequently won 2 stakes thereafter their last meeting. Maybe Don't Call Me Mary relished this sloppy going where Chub Wagon didn't, but I will say she was relentless in her victory, just pressed her the whole way and was able to wear her down late, and many horses can't do that. Now, Chub Wagon would likely be probably 3rd choice in here, she is, but I just like how Todd Pletcher has figured this horse out. He's really getting the best of her, because when she showed up in Saratoga last year and she was eased, she was a mess in the paddock. She lost her mind, and they have worked with her. They have settled her down. She is a completely different horse, and again, another one that, at least on form, is moving in the right direction. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 9-1 on that. I mean, that shows up on the past performances, and you take a look, and you're like, wow, she beat Chub Wagon, who is a serious sprinter. Again, Chub Wagon maybe didn't love the slop that day. She doesn't lose very often.
No, she's been super impressive. I remember seeing her run at Aqueduct this past spring, and it was definitely a jaw-dropping, wow kind of performance.
Luis Saez, there he is. He is going to be aboard Bella Sofia, one of his many wins at Saratoga this summer in the Grade 1 test on Bella Sofia. And, you know, as Maggie said, too, look, she beat older horses in that allowance win. This is the next level of older horses she's got to try and beat. But she's put together quite a resume so far, as you see right there. 3 wins, 4 lifetime starts, Grade 1 win, her most recent start. She has a ton of talent. If she can beat Lake Avenue, you'd have to think she's moving on to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She's going to tackle Gamine at Del Mar.
I think this is the you know, we're watching the test stakes. This is the next test to see if she belongs, trying to take on her elders in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She's very talented. She's very good. Little late changing her leads, but she found another gear here. I mean, she left this field in her wake. They were straggling behind her, and she was beating some nice, accomplished fillies. I mean, Super Sensation, go back to her win here earlier in the spring. In the prior, this was a terrific race. I mean, so I think
Search results runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, this was a legitimate race, and she really put the field away. She's got her hands full with Lake Avenue, but I fully expect her to take this next step, and they did remove the cotton in her ears already, by the way.
We'll talk Lake Avenue in a moment. I want to remind everyone with our feature coming up, get a $50 Win bet bonus. Make a wager on anyone in this upcoming race, the Gallant Bloom. $50. And if your ticket hits, you earn a $50 bonus. Go to NyraBets.com to take advantage. Don't forget you have to opt in before you make that wager. So it's not just that she's taken on Lake Avenue, and Lake Avenue is coming in sharp form. The best of the best, the most dominant of this division. She was second to Gamine. And before that at Saratoga, Belle's the one maybe outside of Gamine. She's before she got beat by Wisconsin last time out, you could say maybe she was the second best filly mare sprinter in the country. She was second a neck to her in the honorable miss at Saratoga as well. I mean, she's had back-to-back big-time performances.
Yeah, back-to-back big-time performances. Have to respect her.
Here is the 3-year-old filly, though. Odds-on favorite at 2-5. Bella Sophia, winner of the test, now looking to add the Gallant Bloom.
Has been so impressive and just taking a step forward pretty much every race. And I think tactically she may have an advantage because I do think she's just naturally the fastest of this group.
Like to see, too, she's moved forward just about every single time out with that exception of when she bobbled out of the gate in start number 2 in the Jersey Girl. Lady Rocket, she's put together back-to-back wins, including a stakes win at Charlestown, but this is a big step up in company.
Big step up in company. She does possess speed, but I think she'd have to be hard used to show the kind of speed that Bella Sophia has naturally.
Graded stakes winner, grade 1 placed, Lake Avenue for Belmont, the main threat to the favorite.
And Jose Lascano, who's picked up the mount for Jose Ortiz, who was taken to the hospital for that incident earlier, is hoping that Lady Rocket or this horse, the 5, Don't Call Me Mary, take on Bella Sophia early and help soften her up because she's going to be coming from just off the pace like Avenue.
3 wins. Her last 4 starts for Don't Call Me Mary for Pletcher. John Velasquez rides. And again, that win over Chubwagon last time out, it was just a win machine. But it's Bella Sophia, the odds-on favorite in the story of this grade 2 Gallant Bloom. Let's go to Maggie.
Please be joined here with trainer Rudy Rodriguez, who does send out Bella Sophia. And Rudy, we were just joking, it's kind of the royally bred horse with Lake Avenue against the blue-collar filly of yours that has just done nothing wrong so far. Rudy, talk about the decision to take on older horses in this Gallant Bloom.
You know, I think it was an easy decision to make because she's been running over here. She's training in Belmont, and to ship out of town, it was kind of in the fence. So we just want to try to keep him nice and easy, and if everything goes good, then we figure out what we're going to do next.
Well, you've said it before, she's not an easy filly to necessarily deal with. As we saw her, she's quite bullish with the pony. What is she like to be around, and what do you have to do with her to train her?
I'm trying to be as early as I can in the morning before everybody goes in the truck. And
do you ride her yourself?
Yeah, so right now that's what I'm doing. So it's easy, but you know, as soon as you let him do his thing, she's very easy going. In the stall, she's like a pony. Walking in the barn, she's nice, but as soon as she steps in the truck, she wants to just do his job and go home.
Has the Breeders' Cup been on you and the Connections minds?
Not really to me. You know, after this, then we figure out what we want to do, but not really, you know. They got to put a lot of money in. You know, Gami is over there. She be very, very tough. So it's another 3-year-old race over there in California that maybe we can shoot to the moon, but you never know.
Oh, Rudy, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with her. She's awfully nice.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie. Mic drop with Rudy. You know, Greg, it's always fun to catch up with Rudy Rodriguez, but the job that he and his team have done with Bella Sophia is really remarkable, how this filly has just ascended the ladder so quickly.
Yeah, and she's done it the way you want to see it, too. She's getting better and better start by start. Her last 2 wins in 11 lengths combined. And I mean, she dusted, as you mentioned, a really good grade 1 field.
Yeah, she was dominant in that race. And I like the fact that she's quick, but she's not like runaway quick. She kind of then settles. She's showing speed, but doing it the right way.
Still, surprises here at 2-5 when you have the presence of Lake Avenue, who has the kind of talent that she's shown, especially her recency and how good she seems to have gotten. She just produced the biggest speed figure she's ever run.
Yeah, and she's really hit her form as a 4-year-old now. Her last 3 starts have been good. The ballerina was tremendous, chasing a loose on the lead, Gamine. I thought she got a really good ride from Junior Alvarado this day, though, in the ballerina. Gamine drifting out.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Even with the drifting out, Gamine she's still the best of this division by a long ways. But Lake Avenue gave her a test, finishing ahead of Cece.
Yeah, and you know, when a rider knows horses' habits, he takes advantage of those situations. This is Junior Alvarado knowing Gamine has a propensity to want to drift out, so he stayed inside. And at one point, it looked like he might even get to her. Gamine just kept finding, and it was a very fast race. They went, 7/8 and 21 and 3. Bella Sophia's coming out of a race where she went slightly faster than that, actually, though. I mean, it's hard to compare racetracks on any given day. They were 3 weeks apart. But how about the pedigree on Lake Avenue? By Tappet out of 7th Street. 7th Street, multiple Grade 1 winner. Rajiv Maharaj used to ride her first for Kieran McLaughlin, and then Saeed bin Saror, Godolphin's trainer.
Well, she was precocious early, when the first 2 starts of her career, including a Grade 2, and then she just didn't seem to pan out. But it turns out it's just taken a little bit of time and finding out what they wanted to do with her, and it looks like sprinting is where she is going to excel. Can she take that next step forward in this showdown here in the Gallant Bloom? Meanwhile, Don't Call Me Mary outside. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez. She's on a roll. He has her in career form right now. She's won 3 of her last 4. That's a big win over Chubwagon. This would be by far the best win on the resume.
Yeah, but Maggie was talking about the difference in her personality, her demeanor, how she's handling herself. She was such a nervous filly. The fact that they've gotten her to settle so much, she's acting great in the post-parade. Maggie reported she was acting good in the paddock. And she just kept coming with a relentless run here under Paco Lopez to beat Chubwagon, who, listen, probably not her favorite surface, the slop, because Chubwagon's pretty good. And Don't Call Me Mary ran well. But maybe Chubwagon didn't run maybe her absolute best.
But do you like that Pletcher's taking another shot here because you beat someone like that? Say, well, maybe she's taking that next step, because they tried her in the honorable miss at Saratoga against Bell's the one in Lake Avenue, and she was no match.
And gets an outside draw and a Hall of Famer, Johnny Velasquez.
Test winner Bella Sophia trying to beat Elders in the Gallant Bloom. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. There was a bobble there at the start, looked like for number 2, Lady Rocket, and she's running in 2nd position here in the early going. Bella Sophia has the early lead. Lady Rocket on the outside in 2nd, and the front 2 have opened up almost 3 lengths on Don't Call Me Mary and Lake Avenue as they move up the backstretch. And it is the big favorite, Bella Sophia, in front here by a length. Lady Rocket giving chase in 2nd. Then it's a gap of 2 to Lake Avenue. Don't Call Me Mary is the trailer. The opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Bella Sophia by 3/4 of a length. Lady Rocket, the long shot on the outside, in 2nd by 2.5 lengths. Lake Avenue is 3rd, 4.5 from the front. Big break back to Don't Call Me Mary, who trails. Bella Sophia will take the field to the top of the stretch. It is Bella Sophia in front. She ran the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds, and she comes off the turn with a 3-length lead. Lady Rocket is all out in 2nd. It is Bella Sophia in front by now 4 lengths. Lady Rocket giving chase in 2nd. Lake Avenue is 3rd. And it is the 3-year-old filly, Bella Sophia, who gallops here in the Gallant Bloom. Bella Sophia by 3.5 lengths. Then Lady Rocket, Lake Avenue, and Don't Call Me Mary. And the final time was 1 minute, 15 and 3/5 seconds.
Dominant performance from this talented 3-year-old filly. Grade 1 winner, now adds a Grade 2. And she does it in serious racehorse time as well, 1:15 and 3.
And did it the right way. Look at she before it turns for home. Her ears are kind of wiggling back and forth. Luis Saez starts to ask her for a little bit more. She's always a little bit late changing her lead. You see she'll linger on her left lead here a little bit, and coming up right there, she switched to her right lead. Always a little bit late. That's her. He set her down, takes a peek under his arm to see where the competition is. Well, the competition was well behind her. Now watch as he eases up. Her ears are going to come up, and she's going to start to just kind of gallop under the line. See right here, the way she's flicking those fears forward. This filly won quite nicely today, and they better start thinking about the Breeders' Cup.
She, I would think, no question, has a date with Gamine coming up next. Does Gamine have a serious challenger here? I mean, this is one of the best sprinters we've seen in a long time in Gamine.
This young lady is going to give Gamine all she can handle.
She is fast, she is talented, and she's seemingly just getting better and better start by start.
I love her intensity. We had that tight shot of her in the first eighth of a mile down the backstretch, and just her eye, you could see she is like one of those dominant herd leading type mares. Really like what I saw today, and love the fact that she's fast, but she's doing it well. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast.
2-5 in the end on Bella Sofia. The test in graded stakes company against elder competition. She passes it with flying colors. Lake Avenue really seemed to be a no-show here this afternoon.
Yeah, she didn't run as well as she did the last 2 starts.
Bella Sofia make it 4 for 5 as she adds a second graded stake to her resume. Let's go to Maggie.
She is a serious racehorse, Greg, and so pleased to be joined here by co-owner Livy Imperio. And Livy, I mean, you had to just enjoy watching that because she looked like she was enjoying it out there.
She did. I was so nervous today, and she showed her true colors today. I mean, I was thinking it was a really tough race with older horses, and she had to really step up, and she proved it, and her fractions were really something, really fast, and I couldn't be more proud of her and of Rudy.
I asked Rudy, is the Breeders' Cup on you all's mine?
It is. We're going to wait and see how she comes out today, but we wanted to see how today's race went, and we'd make a decision after that. But after today's performance, it would be hard to say no.
No, I mean, what a ride she's taking you guys on this summer.
Yeah, I know. Great summer, right?
Livy, massive
day today. I mean,
massive congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you, Max. You're my favorite. You know you are.
Livy is the best, and just everybody involved. Vinny Scuderi as well with Rudy Rodriguez, and this filly is something special, Greg.
She really is. That was quite a performance, and just did this with consummate ease. As fast as she was going, it just looked effortless, Mig.
She was doing it so well. Ears flicking back and forth. She's quick, but she's contained, and she had another gear when Luis Saez asked for it.
4 for 5 in her career now. Our winner's circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event taking place on Tuesday, November 9th after the Breeders' Cup. Where will you be? Well, Bella Sofia may very likely be at the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, tackling the likes of Gamine after this performance. We'll wait and see what Connections want to do. Obviously, that's a monster they'll be going up against. This will be just the 6th start of her career. Off this performance, what we saw in the test, it looks like she's up to it.
And they do have one more Grade 1 restricted for 3-year-old fillies. Opening day of Santa Anita, they run the La Brea, which is a Grade 1. But I think they've got to give her opportunity in the Breeders' Cup.
Going to be interesting to see what path she takes. We go back to Churchill Downs as we get set for their 10th and final coming up. A maiden special weight, 3/4 of a mile. This is Lady Clementine for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Usually shows some speed, should be forwardly placed. Been last 2 starts on the turf.
Yeah, ran well in the dirt at Tampa. That was back as a 2-year-old. Bitter Vixen, first time out for Kenny McPeak.
Good steady work tab for a filly that's not taking a lot of money.
12-1 on a Joe Sharp first timer by Carpe Diem. Make her day.
Yeah, taking a bit more money. Another one that comes in off of like those steady works. I'm not big about times. I'm about consistent work tabs.
There she is.
Very well turned out. She's another one, has cotton in her ears, so she'll compete with that cotton in her ears. Again, just to try to mute the noise a little, keep them a little more settled.
Daughter of Aconite, trained by Aiden Green. Aiden Ike, 28-1.
Clever name, has had a lot of opportunities, would have to step it up, I believe.
Decent efforts, though, on dirt. Put this one in the mix. It's a big price. Miss McBride, Dale Roman, second time out, took some money in the debut at Ellis.
Took money on debut. I think can improve. Kind of a stuffier, thicker kind of filly. Probably would be better for the race.
Smarmy at 5-1. Cuts back in distance.
I like the turn back for her, and I think it makes her very tough. I think she really wants to go 6 furlongs.
Delita, here's the 7, getting a big warm-up under Brian Hernandez Jr. for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, lone start on dirt was very good after 2 races long on turf.
Al Stahl trains this first-time starter by Fast Anna Volante.
Very nice pedigree here. Mother was a grade 2 winner. Philly's taking money. First-time starter with nice works.
Speed and then backed up at Ellis off a lengthy layoff in start number 3, Catalan.
Yeah, that was actually the best race of her career, though. Her first 2 starts really didn't show much of anything. At least she showed some life.
Up-and-coming start. She was bet like she was that as a favorite for Steve Asmussen in start number 2 when she ran 3rd.
Yeah, I like the turn back for her as well. I think they were just stretching her a little bit too far in her second start.
$500,000 daughter into mischief. Here's Music App. More speed here. Moves turf to dirt.
Yeah, and the dirt races were okay. I mean, I don't think she was much different, turf or dirt, but she's going to be kind of caught wide chasing, isn't she? Think she can clear? I don't think so.
And Sarah Harper looks like she has her mind on business. She is even money. Second time out. We saw her at Saratoga in the slop. She took money. She wound up 3rd after setting the lead in that race.
Yeah, and you know, I think she's definitely a contender. What kind of trip does she get? I mean, 4 to 5 to me is awful short with that post, but Tyler Gaffalione, I think it gives him at least opportunity. He doesn't get forced into the race. He can allow her to stalk.
She must have big ability. She's getting a lot of, she's 4 to 5 right now. Market mover, though, is the 8. Anna Volante is a first-time starter for Al Stahl. We mentioned by Fast Nana out of an Indian Charlie mare. And a bullet drill. It was in the slop at Churchill coming in to this debut. 7 to 1 from a 10 to 1 morning line. If you want to bet the market mover or anyone else in this race coming up, go to twinspires.com or download the TwinSpires app to get involved. But meaningful money on Sarah Harper, who showed ability in that first out start and is going to get a dry track for the first time in start number 2.
Yeah, and she ran extremely well on debut, took money that day. I always like when you see a horse that's bred by the owner. You know that there's so much has gone into getting this horse to the races. From the moment they decided to breed their mare March with Vancouver, and all the expectation and effort that goes into getting a horse there. So you like to see when horses reward the owner breeder with success.
You mentioned Shalimar Gardens earlier on the show.
Yep.
She was right behind her last time out. So 4 to 5. Can she get it done here in start number 2? Tyler Gaffalione will take over in this second start.
The way Shalimar Gardens ran earlier today really compliments this filly a lot. Shalimar Gardens was extremely impressive today. She won off very handily and acts like there's much bigger things in her future.
We'll see if this one can get it done here. Start number 2. For Ron Moquette, loading up for this finale on the Sunday card here from Churchill Downs. Couple left to move in line. You're going to wind up in the end with who?
Well, because I'm not going to pick a horse at that short a price. I'm going to go to the 6 for me on the turn back.
Some issue. The 4 backs out of the gate there momentarily. Aiden Ike.
Tell you, when you're a jockey and you're already in the gate and the horse keeps on doing that and backing out, I used to get impatient. You know, come on. I don't want my horse sitting here forever, and you got to run the risk of them falling asleep, and yet you don't want to overdo it and get them too worked up. It's always a fine balance in there.
Waiting on Smarmy to move in. Cut back in distance. See if it dulls the speed of that one. She did show good speed sprinting in the debut and had some sharp drills maybe to try and assure that we see that speed today. Travis Stone with the nightcap from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Music App and Sarah Harper from their outside posts are racing to the lead and racing to the rail. Music up on the inside. Sarah Harper keeping pace from second. Smarby's on to grab third. Catalan comes away fourth. Up and coming star fifth. Miss McBride is sixth. Adenike is racing in seventh. Make Her Days on the move from eighth. Far outside, Anna Volante picking it up from ninth. The lead is back in 10th. Lady Clementine is 11th. And Bitter Vixen is 12th and last. The round of the far turn. Scorching quarter, 21 seconds flat. Music App, short lead. And right alongside is Sarah Harper. They round the far turn together. Smarby's in a full-out drive, trying to catch up from third. She's getting a little bit closer as they come to the quarter pole. Farther back, it's Catalan, who's wide off the turn. Up-and-coming star, Miss McBride down inside. Top of the stretch. Sarah Harper comes away with the lead. Music Gap couldn't keep up. Smarby's trying to close in still second. 3 lengths behind Sarah Harper, who has another gear. Sarah Harper opens up by 4 and now by 5. Smarmy's been in a full-out drive for a half mile. Can't get by Anna Volante, an up-and-coming star. But a sharp winner was Sarah Harper. Geared down in the end, wins by 6. Smarmy second, Anna Volante was third, up-and-coming star fourth, and Miss McBride was fifth.
Ron Moquette retired the fan favorite, superstar, reigning sprint champ Whitmore. He might have a star 3-year-old filly in the making here. This is a big performance from Sarah Harper.
I think we can officially say the race she came out of on debut is a key race. Shalimar Gardens dusted the field here earlier today. She just dusted this field. Sarah Harper's very talented. Congratulations, William Sparks. You have a nice filly on your hands here. Swarmy did good to hold on for second. Made a run at her, just was not in the same category as Sarah Harper.
109.2 as well the final time. Officially 109.45. We saw Sweet Danny go earlier, who looks so good. Rolling by Famed to have to Essential Quality. Similar times, 109.3 in both.
You know what?
Well, this was 109.2.
This stacks up well, but those were 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah.
These are 3-year-old fillies. There's a big difference. Like this time of year, 3- and 4-year-olds are starting to really kind of be on the same plane. But 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds different.
Danny's girl?
Says a lot about it. Carl Specker-Reyes got a runner on his hands there too.
Yeah, we saw some impressive performances from some newcomers here this afternoon at Churchill Downs. Even money in the end on the 12th. Sarah Harper, second time out. Yeah, William Sparks, homebred for Ron Moquette and Tyler Gaffleone. Impressive to close out this car. There's Ron. Did such a tremendous job with Whitmore, who just showed up time after time after time and going to be well remembered and honored when we get back to Oaklawn Park next year.
Well, I mean, what a nice horse. And when a horse runs over multiple years, that's how you create a fan base. You know, horses that people can latch onto and follow through their careers. And so he was certainly that. And a credit to Ron Moquette to be able to keep that horse in good form for so many years and so consistent.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the prices from this Churchill Downs nightcap. When we return, we still have the finale on the Sunday card from Belmont coming up. 6 furlongs on the turf for non-winners at 2, but Sarah Harper's second time out. That was impressive.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Card in the books at Churchill Downs, and we close it out the right way with a potential star-making performance from a nice 3-year-old filly. Start number 2, Sarah Harper, runs a very big race to break her maiden for Ron Moquette, owned by William Sparks.
This was a really nice performance. She was quick, but she settled just off a horse. When Tyler Gaffleone asked her turning for home, she just kept found another gear. Sarah Harper, prompt favorite at 420.
Pick 6 carryover, by the way. 59,783. As we head back to Belmont Park, their finale, going to close it out on the inner turf sprinting at 6 furlongs. $40,000 claiming tag. non-winners of 2 lifetime. The condition in a wide open betting race, Theodora Grace, 7-2 is your favorite, the 9 in here. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, at least as of now, I agree with the board, Greg, in that I love Theodora Grace here. She has been in some ambitious spots after breaking her maiden for the 40,000 against New York Breds. This is the right kind of move, though, when you win that kind of race. The non-2 for 40 makes a lot of sense. And once again, she looks best. I thought she looked best 3 back in that race, and I think the same here once again. Now, she is going to have to turn back. Not the biggest fan of that. She looks like she wants to go 7 to a mile. Like that is her jam, so to speak, because she's big, she's scopy and rangy. She just doesn't strike you as that quick 5.5 to 6 furlong type. So we'll see if she's able to negotiate it. But I will say that at least she is sharp. So you want a horse sharp, turning back in distance. Moving on to number 5, Lucky Lot, because she was not so lucky in her last start. She was blocked a bit in the stretch when the winner kind of got the jump on her. Then she kind of drifted and had to steady again. She ran on A-OK. She is 3rd off the layoff now and 3rd start for Rocio de Paz. I'm a huge Rocio de Paz fan, but this is a filly I can't recommend. She just is devoid of any type of muscle mass behind. She even kind of just doesn't walk with that much power or strength when you watch her and how she moves from behind. She can win based upon her form, but she's not one I can recommend here. As we'll also take a look at number 7, Athena Dancer, dropping in for a tag for the first time. Is she a little extra ground? Helps. She's one that I've always wanted to see longer. It's not going to happen, but at least she gets a little bit more than the 5.5 as she is 3rd off the bench and very, very relaxed here. I like to see that with her. I think, she's kind of turned the corner mentally as she has gotten a little bit of a later start to her 3-year-old campaign, but I like her in this spot. I think she makes sense. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. She was behind, I should say, Jill Zahad Mess, who was the favorite earlier on today's card and was trying to stretch out to 7 furlongs. And not a great showing.
No, it was not a great showing. I kind of thought she was a vulnerable favorite today, though, anyway. Tough to win those multiple races in a row.
Yeah, Andy and JK had thought the same. We're going to take a timeout as we take a look at the Pick 6 Will Pays here to the current favorite, the 9, 6,696. We got a few carries, the 3, the 4, the 6, the 8, and the 10. All would result in a Pick 6 carryover. That remains your favorite right there, the 9, Theodora Grace. Tom Albertrani, Dylan Davis. Last time sprinting was a winner, and that was here at Belmont. We'll be back with the post parade right after this on America's Day at the Races.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for 2nd or 3rd on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Valley Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us on what has been really fun day of racing here on this Sunday afternoon. Beautiful weather. We've seen some great performances. Bella Sophia, sensational in that Gallant Bloom. Would love to see her tackle Gamine in that filly and mare sprint. We'll wait and see what Connections choose to do.
Makes the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint so much more interesting because she has a similar style to Gamine too, and styles make races.
Yep, Gamine can get loose and be so dangerous. This one looks like she has the speed to keep her company. Here's our post parade for the nightcap. 21-1 on Ava Kay's girl for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, and a filly that just doesn't seem to have been able to get over the hump. The 2 High School Crush, see her gallop off into Kendrick. I like her a lot. I think she got a big shot.
Easy company, but it was a win for Adele Cat last start at Monmouth.
Yeah, a little bit different than what she's facing today, though.
Lucky Latkes, John Velasquez aboard. Rider change.
Another major contender replacing Jose Ortiz, who still waiting on word of how injured he was earlier in the day.
Beyond Brown, Benji Hernandez will ride for Carl Broberg.
Yeah, this horse finally gets to sprint on the turf. Long race on the turf are okay. Kind of an interesting runner, I think.
This one interesting because of the drop down here. Athena Dancer for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, taking that drop in class, and sometimes it's just what the doctor ordered.
Farron Peterson rider change on Proper Grammar.
Another one dropping down after spending a couple races in Allowance Company, adds blinkers.
One first time out, and it's not really moved on since that time in terms of progression. Theodora Grace, still the favorite, 5-2.
Yeah, also running the shortest distance she ever did, but a very deserving favorite.
1 for 42 lifetime on this one, Appreciate.
Yeah, you can see she's fitted with a breastplate. That's a piece of equipment to hold the saddle in place. Horses with narrow withers, the saddle tends to slide back. It keeps it in place.
Muzzle 18 for Joseph Lee.
Yeah, horse that shows speed when she runs her good races. I don't see her making the lead today.
It was steadied first time in against winners. Had an excuse last time out and does get Saez. Back channel, this one really wide trip in her first try against winners last start.
You know, unfortunately, she draws wide again, and I just don't see the kind of trip that she can work out. I don't believe she's fast enough to clear here.
And Happy Hill Lil also eligible, draws in off the 10th time being the charm, that maiden claiming win.
Yeah, but actually really ran well. It was yielding ground. There is some give to this ground. If things go crazy in the front end, could she come along and pick up a piece?
Potentially. Meanwhile, this one gets the inside. High School Crush, Kendra Carmouche, steadied in that last start at this condition at 5.5 at Saratoga.
Yeah, and it, you know, I think it costs her. These 5.5 furlong races in Saratoga are so difficult from a jockey perspective because it's a crush of horses. There's not a lot of time for separation going into the far turn, and then you're constantly searching who to follow, who's live cover, who can take me through the gaps. I don't think she got the luckiest of it here. I mean, you can see she starts running up on heels. She has to steady. She's going backwards at a critical part in the race.
So from that point, it was basically race over. She'd only get beat 2 lengths in the end. Cleaner trip. Obviously, it could be a completely different story.
Well, here is where the most trouble had. I mean, she really got completely stymied there. The fact that she only got beat 2 lengths after that, race was essentially over at that point. The fact that she was able to find stride and finish with interest.
Look, Kendrick not giving up. Still want a piece of this.
Well, actually, that was Luis Saez here.
Oh, excuse me,
right
that
here.
was Saez.
Kendrick
It's
today.
Kendrick today.
You know, but also 6 furlongs at Belmont is run differently than 5.5 in Saratoga, and usually it's a little bit more of an opportunity to find your position.
Well, going to have the inside post this afternoon, so we'll see. Clean break, trying to establish position early in here. Doesn't have really a ton of speed. So when you have the inside post and you're more of a stalking type, what's your game plan?
Still got to come out running. Try to get some position, and in essence, hopefully that makes some of the other speeds really go on. Make them use their horses a little bit. Try to create some separation in the field, and then who do you want to follow? There's usually 2 or 3 key horses in a race that if you believe they're going to be in front of you, these are the horses I have to follow. These are the horses that are going to take me through the gaps, and then know their habits. Who drifts? Who lugs in? What do the riders have? Who guards the fence with their life, and who tends to get loose in the stretch? Those are the things you have to know as a successful rider.
Let's go back downstairs to Maggie.
I like that, Mig. I've heard many riders that ride currently say that to me. Just knowing the nuances and characteristics of your fellow riders actually helps you win races because you can preempt what they're going to do. As Kendrick Carmouche is one of those guys who seems to know what his fellow riders are going to do and tends to put his horses in the right positions. His High School Crush, she makes a lot of sense to me, as you guys were just mentioning. She physically looks fantastic. She had looked good in her previous barn as Michelle Nevin does take over here, but just fits the conditions really well. 6 furlongs on the turf course. She faced some nice horses in her last start, including Social Whirl, who's gone 3 for, won her last 3. So she makes a lot of sense. She's actually going to be my selection here, though Theodora Grace is very dangerous here. But I just question the 6 furlongs as number 12 Back Channel. If she can get back to her race 2 back, yeah, she's very much a winner here. But last time out, we saw her kind of wanting to drift out and just wide throughout. She's affixed with an extension blinker now, covering that right outside eye. So, like I say, sometimes the very few horses, it really helps and it will completely turn their life around. But oftentimes, or more times than not, it's just a Band-Aid to cover something up that's a little bit more, deep-seated, the getting out. So I don't like the immediate drop in class with that extension blinker on today. Greg?
Thanks, Megan. We look at this Michael Dubb runner Back Channel, the 12, and continue on. When she broke her maiden, she was able to get loose on the front end at 57-1. What do you think of her chances? Now 7-2, second time in against winners. I realize she drops. She had a troubled trip last start, but did she get away with it in that maiden win?
It certainly feels like that to me. She looks tremendous on track, though. I will tell you that. Maybe people also are going, well, she's dropping in class and going from Jorge Vargas to Castellano. Jorge Vargas rides good, though. Just Javier's obviously got a, bigger name. He's gotten more notoriety. He's a Hall of Famer, but Jorge Vargas rides a good race. I don't see the trip this filly gets. I don't think she's fast enough to clear, and chasing from the outside is not a winning formula, is it?
Who outquicks her?
Well, I think there's a possibility of a few. At times, Appreciate shows speed. No, maybe you're right. Maybe that's it.
I mean, they blazed in that next start. She had no opportunity to get to the front. They went 21-2, 44-2. I know. I was with you. I was very down on her. She might get the lead again.
You're making a very good point. Mazel 18 at times, but not very inconsistently. Maybe that helps Theodora Grace because, Dylan's aggressive and at least puts her forward with the foundation of long races. You're making a very good point. Back Channel has potential maybe to get loose again.
She is moving in right now. It's the nightcap from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Ready for the start. And they're off. From the outside, Happy Hill Lil. Now Theodora Grace moves up. In between horses is Mazel 18. 3 of them across with Back Channel right there and gaining ground in between horses. High School Crush is next in 5th. And on the outside is Theodora Grace in 6th. Appreciate runs in 7th. Ava K's Girl is next in 8th. On the outside is Beyond Brown, who is running in 9th. Then Lucky Lotka's in 10th. On the inside is Adele Cat in 11th. Athena Dancer is the trailer in 12th. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Back Channel is on top here by a half length. Happy Hill Lil on the outside, pressing the pace and in second. And then it is a Mazel 18 in those white blinkers running in 3rd. Theodora Grace is alongside. Appreciate next in 5th. Proper Grammar down at the rail. Then High School Crush. And on the far outside is Beyond Brown. The half went in 45 and 4. And here is Happy Hill Lil now to grab the lead. But Theodora Grace is bearing down on her on the outside. Theodora Grace and Happy Hill Lil, and the two of them are right together now as they come on for the finish. Theodora Grace, Happy Hill Lil, they hit the wire together. It's a photo. It was Happy Hill Lil trying to come back again on the inside. Theodora Grace right there. A photo finish to wrap things up on a Sunday at Belmont.
Yeah, what a way to finish this card. Let's take another look here down the stretch. 16-1 on the horse on the inside. Happy Hill Lil, and your 3-1 favorite, the 9 outside.
And Happy Hill Lil fought for this as Theodora Grace was doing her best impersonation of a chandelier. Happy Hill Lil keeps fighting back. Its nose is up and down on the wire. It felt like, that the 13 Happy Hill Lil got the best of it. Congratulations to Gary Siaka, and best wishes to his wife, Josephine. Has gone through a bit of a health scare, but doing well, and just wanted to give her a shout out there.
16-1 down on the inside. I mean, it was back and forth every bob. 9, 13, 9, 13, and right at the wire, Happy Hill Lil just worked out in her favor where that wire came, it looks like here. 109-1 final time. And Javier Castellano, by the way, able to get to the front with back channel. Had to work kind of hard for it.
The first 16th, he had to hustle hard. Then she kind of caught her stride. He took him to the lead. Happy Hill Lil followed him over, though. Very sharp ride by Eric Cancel to follow that move over, to let him create the path. And it is posted, the 13, Happy Hill Lil, at 16-1, out games the 3-1. Theodora Grace.
Look at this, 16-1 over 3-1 over 18-1. Appreciate, who is 1 for 42 lifetime, able to complete this trifecta. Happy Hill Lil took her 10 starts to break her maiden. She just did that last time out. Now first try against winners. She must have liked getting her picture taken. We'll be back.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang, bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with two-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Nightcap in the books at Belmont Park as we bring this week to a close. Happy Hill Lil able to outduel the favorite. Good for Eric Cancel, Gary Siaka, and a 4-year-old filly by Handsome Mike. Started out 0 for 9, now 2 for 2.
How does she like getting her picture taken? Comes right back with a win at 35-20 with Eric Cancel. Theodora Grace. Felt like she just kind of hung a touch that last little bit.
Look at that number in the pick 6, huh? $93,749. And that's how close it was to finish it out. Wow. 16-1 to close out this Sunday card. Showdown standings. $318 pool created by Easter in our Belmont Showdown contest. You can get involved each and every day. Go to NYRA.com/showdown. Free to enter. You're competing for real prizes as well, so no excuse not to play. And you get those bragging rights as well, hopefully at the end of the program.
It's got to feel pretty good to see your name up on top of the leaderboard there, right?
No question. Let's take a look back at some of the big races from yesterday. And we had just a tremendous Saturday of action on the program, including Hot Rod Charlie DQ'd out of the Haskell and had to survive an inquiry here after carrying out Midnight Bourbon on the turn in the $1 million Pennsylvania Derby. In the end, the victory upheld, gets the first Grade 1 win of his career.
He was floating him out on purpose because the rail was decidedly bad at Parks yesterday, but he jumped to his right lead just off the corner, and it made him go out even further. Flavian Pratt corrected him, but these two horses are creating quite a history between them. I think Midnight Bourbon's getting a little tired of getting picked on by Hot Rod Charlie.
111 Beyer speed figure for Hot Rod Charlie. It's on to the Classic now, and life is good. Doing what was needed, didn't run this off the screen, lights out number like we saw in his defeat in his comeback against Jackie's Warrior. But still he won, and now it's likely onto the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
I like that he had an effort like this, not a gut-wrenching effort like he had off the bench in the Allen Jerkins. And what you take away from this effort is he relaxed. He was in front, but he settled. His ears were up, and he ran perfectly straight. I think this was a great race to build on.
And you hear from Todd Pletcher, he sounds like he's tempted to go Classic, but they're just so behind schedule with them. Sounds like Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and then they are going to tackle those races down the line. Pegasus World Cup and the Saudi Cup likely.
Hope we see him next year in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That would be brilliant.
Trident hit impressive at Churchill. And how about Bella Sophia? Is Gamine next? And a tussle with her in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. We'll see you next Thursday when America's Day at the Races returns on FS2.